everyone, and welcome back to WaterLAN 2025 League of Legends. We're here with day two. It's the knockout stages. This is where stuff gets real. This is where the tournament lives are on the line and all the glory is ready to be taken. I'm Jack. You can call me Flarfels. I'm here with Brian. You can call him Velocity. And we are casting this morning's games. Brian, how are we feeling?
I'm feeling really good, very excited for day two of WaterLAN. This upcoming match is a fight between the dominant 3-0 Warriors Gold fighting against the 2-1 Guelph Griffins. Now, just a reminder of the format. Right now, we were in the winners bracket semifinals, meaning the winners of this go to the winners finals, which is the match right before the grand finals. And this is in a double elimination format in the upper bracket, so the loser of the series will get sent to the lower bracket. But if the loser loses in the lower bracket, then they are eliminated from this tournament.
Yeah, if you're fortunate enough to make it into the upper bracket, you get 2 lives. We see here, this is what that lower bracket will look like, with starting off with St. Clair Academy versus Wisteria and the Conestoga Condors versus Western Shockwave. But our first match of the day today will be the Warriors Gold team against the Guelph Griffins. We saw a lot of both of these teams yesterday. The Warriors Gold team was able to narrowly defeat the St. Clair varsity team in a nail-biting match. And they're going to be going up against the Guelph Griffins today at that 2-1 scoreline. And yeah, let's jump right into draft here.
And already we're saying a very similar draft to the draft. I believe we saw game one yesterday
exactly. It's
between the Conestoga Condors and the Guelph Griffins. We're seeing a Jinx first pick on blue side, responded with a Caitlyn and Vi, R1, R2, on red side from the Guelph Griffins. It's we're continuing this theme throughout this tournament of arcane champions, and I'm personally loving it. And then we see the Warriors on blue side pair the Jinx up with a Rel. Very potent, very, very popular. Engage support, a lot of AoE engage. With the flash, the Rel has the power to, solo carry a team fight, completely wipe out any team standing in front of her. And we see the Warriors Gold seem to round out their first side, their first round of picks with the Xin Zhao. Now, both of these teams, I would like to note, do generally like to play these AD skirmishing junglers. This includes Jarvan, Xin Zhao, Vi, Wukong, these types of champions. Even though we do see a lot of tank junglers being very high prio in this tournament, both Warriors Gold and Guelph Griffins yesterday seem to opt more for these stronger skirmishing junglers, and either opting to put a tank in the top lane or prioritize having a tank support, which we do see from both sides, with the Braum finally getting picked for the Griffins.
Yeah, the Caitlyn Braum traps here with synchronized with the concussive blows can be absolutely deadly. If you're able to sync up those stun timers, you can be locked down for a long while, especially for an immobile carry like Jinx. Won't have the bailout from the ultimate from that Tom Kench like we saw in the previous matches yesterday. So going to be interesting to see how this Rel can offer up the peel. We move on to the second round of bans here. Vlad banned away, as well as Renekton.
Yeah, and I also like to note the last first round ban for the Warriors Gold, Skarner. Skarner has also been a heavily banned champion this whole tournament. I believe for all 3 games that both teams played yesterday, Skarner was banned in, I believe, 5 of them. So a Skarner ban, not surprising to see. Rounding out the rest of bans, though, we see the Camille, as Jack said, the Vlad, the Renekton, also the Camille ban coming from the Griffins, and finally the Talia ban. Now, Toothbooth's Talia has been banned in 2 games that he played yesterday, and in the game that Talia wasn't banned, Toothbooth did end up picking it, and they won that game. And so Talia ban, very unsurprising against the Griffins, because it does seem to be one of Toothbooth's more familiar and signature champions. And we see the Guelph Griffins going for a very safe blind pick top with the Cassante. Cassante has also been a very popular champion. Good on lane swaps if lane swaps are an option that the Griffins or Warriors Gold ever opt for. But also just generally, a good solid champion in all 3 stages of the game. And now we see, a very popular response to the Cassante, which is the Gwen. Gwen mainly acts as not only a source of AP damage in the Warriors Gold composition that, we haven't yet seen, but it also acts as very strong side lane pressure, especially against that Cassante. And once that Gwen does get accelerated or does reach her 2 or 3 item power spikes, the Gwen can end up just sort of dominating the side lane against this Cassante. And the Warriors Gold team composition is rounded out with that Ari,
Hmm.
and Warriors seem to really like the style of once again having the AD jungler being paired with a CC heavy, sort of supportive mid laner like the Ari. The Ari really sort of shines not in the 1v1 in lane, but typically in these river jungle skirmishes where the Ari is able to use that Spirit Rush to help her jungler. And the Guelph Griffins actually opting for the Annie, a very unpopular pick, but with that guaranteed point and click stun on that Q, is able to lock down, nifty champions like the Ari and hopefully set up easy ganks for this Vi in the mid lane.
Yeah, exactly. That Andy point and click stun, Jinx has got to be very careful here, focused around in that backline. Something is especially important to note about this match, the knockout stage today, it is self-fearless, but it has reset from yesterday. So all of these champs, once you pick them, you can't pick them again for the rest of your day today. So we're jumping right into game here. Looks like a pretty standard start. We're gonna have a fantastic show ahead for you guys today, and that wouldn't be possible without the help of one of our lovely sponsors, Cybart. If you can step into a world of comfort and style with Cybart's officially licensed gaming gaming chairs and accessories. They're built for gamers, powered by passion, and engineered for excellence. And we thank them for sponsoring our show.
Yep, for sure. And it looks like early game nothing much happening. I think both teams are opting for standard lanes. There won't be any lane swaps like some of the even level 1 lane swaps we saw yesterday in certain matches. Uh, but I mean, Jack, what do you think will be the focal point, or what do you think will have the most action in this game? Just looking at these team compositions right off the bat.
Well, I feel like AB Degree and Ricky are going to have to be careful here on this bot side. Wander and Danny Quick should have a pretty oppressive bot lane, so we are seeing, it looks like a top pathing downside, or wait, they are going to clear out a ward here, but it looks like the junglers are going to be pathing from top to bot, providing a bit of support, looking for maybe an early gank to get some domination there, and get that snowball rolling. So I expect a lot of the camera focus will be around how AB Degree and Ricky are going to be handling Wander and Danny Quick, and if Wander and Danny Quick can lock them down. Of course, Inexhaustive and Sick Jorge are always just going to be ready to start the day with some action as well. So we'll
For
have
sure.
to keep track on both those lanes.
Yeah, and of course, when we saw Kalen picked for the Guelph Griffins in Game 1 of yesterday against the Conestoga Condors, Wander did an incredible job pressuring the Condors ADC on Jinx as well. Getting a CS lead, even going down two deaths, but still being able to maintain that gold lead and maintain lane dominance, maintain prio. And so I'm really excited to see if Wander is able to do a very similar thing against the 3-0 Warriors Gold, and if that sort of if the sort of lane dominance we saw in Game 1 of Day 1 is going to be replicated now. I also want to highlight, I think, the mid matchup, because I think anytime you have reliable CC with the Vi, I think there's always a lot of gank pressure, for the Guelph Griffins. But again, this Ari will be sort of hard to catch, so I'm very interested to see how Left Hand Kane, if Asu and Tooth Booth are able to get out valuable escape resources early from Left Hand Kane, whether it's forcing out a Spirit Rush early, forcing out a Flash early, and if they're able to capitalize on these lack of resources. But I think already we're seeing a much calmer game than before,
Mm-hmm.
than the previous game. Usually I think we're used to seeing very heavy trading. Oh, and speaking of the devil, hard trading coming out from Sick Jorge and Inexhaustive.
Yeah, Inexhaustive moving forward here, unstoppable, force to be procced. A little bit of a dance here that we kept typically see in this top side. I feel like no matter what, throughout this entire tournament, all of these top side players are so happy to have these brawls and these little skirmishes, maybe in an effort to try and draw the Otacon over, but the bot side for Latouf is going to steal away that blue buff. Looks like it's a successful heist, unless Danny Quick and Wander are trying to pursue something here, but seems like everybody's backing off.
A little bit of action in the bot river and jungle. It seems that the Warriors Gold bot lane was able to get prio and actually help Latouf steal away the blue buff from Asu and also secure the bot scuttle. So a small jungle lead early going over to the side of Warriors Gold. However, since it is a Vi, once the Vi hits level 6, these small, camp deficits are such a huge deal. So the Guelph Griffins are still feeling pretty good about
Ooh.
themselves. Uh, Good trade coming out from Toothbooth, chunking down Left Hand Kane, but Left Hand Kane looking to respond.
Yeah, Asu lies in the bush. We saw in previous matches yesterday how deadly that lock-on target synergy from a Vi with a point-and-click CC mid laner like Annie can be. So left-hand Kane, got to be very careful, know their limits, and it looks like they're going to be a pretty safe recall here. Meanwhile, on the top side, once again, some health bar. I feel like we'll never see full health bars between these two laners.
And I also want to point out that the Annie Toothbooth actually opted to go for Ghost instead of the more standard teleport they usually see in mid lane.
Bit of a stun here, popping out. Net goes down, but just poking back and forth. I feel like this difference in playstyle that we're seeing yesterday. Actually, here comes the flash stun and the flash as well from Asu. It's a quick first blood. That was surgically precise. And now here comes the recall. It's not canceled. Latouf gonna have to get the consolation prize of the Krugs. First blood goes over to the Griffins.
Yeah, and just like I said, when you have this Annie with easy point and click CC paired with this Vi, who is a very strong early and a very strong early game ganker, you know, when you trade heavily as the Ahri into this Annie, you become vulnerable to these flash plays where both the enemy mid jungle will just flash on you and just pop you before you're able to flash in response. So, you know, a very good play from the Guelph Griffins, securing first blood, securing that first feat of strength, and Sick Jorge correctly assessing that he needs to base because of a potential dive that could be set up by Inexhaustive and Latouf, and is able to teleport back in. So, yeah, I mean that was just very well executed from the Griffins, and yeah, starting, you know, this Griffins come out the door punching. I mean, they are not scared by the, you know, the 3-0, you know, like the undefeated team so far, and they're looking to hand Waterloo their first loss, sorry, of the tournament. And although the important thing to note is that as these mid laners hit level 6, Toothbooth is actually flashless, so now Toothbooth is the vulnerable one, vulnerable to a mid gank, and it looks like Warriors Gold are looking to capitalize off of this, putting Ricky into that mid bush, seeing if there's any angle to get a return kill onto this Annie.
Yeah, Guelph Griffins are going to have to be careful what they decide to pick for here. Looks like it's just going to be typical Void Grubs for Dragon trade. They know that with 2 power points with their flashes down, even though they got that kill and that feat of strength did come through, can't be too overzealous on these next fights here. So they do opt for just a trade here. The charm does connect, and Latouf is in the bush, but it looks like Toothbooth is very aware of what his strengths are. Flashless Annie, not something you can be too cocky with.
Yeah, and Toothbooth just opting to base at the wave state, correctly assessing that he is... Oh, never mind, he canceled his base, but at least backing off, knowing that as the flashless Annie, you are in a vulnerable position. And you see some fighting in this ball lane, but no, the concussive blows will not be procced quite yet.
Wander going in here does stack the concussive blow. The root connects as well. That's what we were talking about in this draft, and Ricky forced to retreat under the tower. Ultimate actually does land, goes into AB degree. Both these laners are super low. That is what you have to be careful of. Those sinking stuns are so deadly, especially for these early levels when you can get so much damage bursting really quickly there. The wave is going to be crashing here, and yeah, that was a well-executed combo by Guelph. Are they looking for more here? Ricky does get the remount, but they are still going. Here comes the flash as well. A Wander is going to get Ricky down, and here comes the flash from Danny Quick. Flashes burned everywhere. AP degree on a sliver of health, able to make it away. One concussive blow away from that stun. And wow, Guelph Griffins, they are playing with fire today. They are awake this morning.
I mean, Wander just reads Ricky like an open book. Maybe not predicting the Q flash, but, you know, assessing that he can't get too close because of this, you know, surprise rel CC chain that may come through. Ends up, you know, using the E, gets away from the rel flash Q combo, and ends up just popping Ricky before Ricky can even use his W. So now another kill going over to the Guelph Griffins, but notice the gold lead. There isn't actually much big of a gold lead, and that's mainly due to the CS difference in the top lane. Inexhaustive is up 20 CS in this Gwen Cassandra matchup, and seems to be winning this pretty convincingly.
Yeah, the Gwen so far has been a nice response to this Cassandra right here. Being pretty lane dominant, up around 500 gold, and yeah, you see with those snips, they're definitely a force to be reckoned with right now.
Yeah, and Inexhaustive dodging every single Cassandra Q, playing the lane very well. However, Cassandra, as we all know, is completely fine down 20 CS. Once that Cassandra joins a team fight, that Cassandra will still be a very useful champion, and you know this 500 gold deficit isn't the end of the world. However, I do want to mention again this Gwen, with this lead over the Cassante, may very well be a force to be reckoned with in the side lane, in the mid to late game. So that is one thing to be concerned about if you are the Guelph Griffins. But more importantly, you have a lead bot lane with a strong, plating, a strong pushing AD carry in the Caitlyn, and the Guelph Griffins will probably just be looking to stack dragons this game. Try to get that early soul, try to get that that second feat of strength, whether it's through grabbing the first turret or grabbing 3 epic monsters.
And I'd like to highlight how well the Guelph Griffins have done at tracking Latouf on this jungle pathing. They're aware that of his timings, in that since the top side is completely clear, they ward out and are putting pressure on that bot side where all of his camps are up. And as a result, a fight continues here in the bot lane. The flash comes forward from Latouf as well, but the gun is firing from Wander. This sharpshooter can hit. Forced to flash away. Latouf is running for the hills, but the stuns just don't stop. Danny Quick gets another kill, and that's 2 quick ones for Guelph Griffins.
Asu barely escaping with his life intact. I mean, what really sucks for Warriors Gold is that the Xin Zhao had to blow the flash to try and enter the fight early to try and save AB Degree. However, they both end up falling anyways, and it's just a clean 2-0 for Guelph Griffins, but actually inexhausted. Solo killing Sick Jorge in that top lane. I guess really demonstrating, why a lot of people favor the Gwen into a Cassante blind pick. Because, again, if these champions are left alone on an island, the Gwen can actually be able to scrape out advantages against this, what is commonly known as a very safe pick in the Cassante. But now the gold lead extended to 1,000, and more importantly, this Caitlyn is now very strong. Has a very big lead over this Jinx now, or rather an even bigger lead if you look at the items. It's a BF sword and a dagger versus a full collector and an extra crit cloak. So we should see a lot more pressure coming out from the Guelph Griffins ball lane. Although another, something to commend to the Warriors Gold ball lane is that AB Degree is actually not falling behind that far in CS. Only 5 CS down, despite facing this oppressive Caitlyn and this this extra pressure from this fed Caitlyn. And that is what you want to see if you're Warriors Gold. You want this Jinx, like regardless of how much gold the Caitlyn has, you don't want your Jinx to lose gold. And that's what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, we are seeing as well that desynchronized timer between the Void Grubs and the Dragon enabled Asu off the backs of that death timer to be able to pick up one of the Void Grubs, and now the fruits of their labor with those earlier wards gives them the advantage. We saw Wanderer and Danny Quick clearing out those wards before and keeping their territory secure here. You can see that line in the bottom brush. Nobody's getting in without them knowing, and they pick up a second Dragon for it.
First items being completed for Wander, as mentioned earlier, but also Asu, and Inexhaustive already with a Riftmaker. Before Sick Jorge is able to finish, I believe, is the Spirit's Visage. But yeah, still, gold lead is now equal, mostly off the backs of Inexhaustive, and we actually see Sick Jorge going all out against Inexhaustive.
Into the tower here, the ultimate is popped from Inexhaustive. The needlework isn't going to connect on that third proc. Q3 misses as well. Latouf in the area, are they going to look for more? Sick Jorge, he doesn't want this fight to end. He's going in. Inexhaustive dodges the Unstoppable, is able to get away. Q3 misses again, but Sick Jorge, he's still looking for it. Now Latouf in the area will complete the dash, forced to flash. Sick Jorge, ooh, he might have bitten off a bit more than he can chew. The Jinx Rocket does go wide. Bit of a long shot from the cross map. AV Degree, like that he's firing these pot shots, but now Latouf has spotted, and the Sharks of the Griffins are circling around this bot tower. Teleport forced to burn. It might be enough to deter them. It will. And the Guelph Griffins, once again, using their map awareness, using their quick thinking to make sure they can capitalize and burn these resources from the side of the Warriors for really no cost. Left-hand Cane popped out. Timbers is popped as well. And that is the headshot from Wander. Going to pick up another kill. And now that one less player is going to leave AB Degree and Ricky all alone again. The chase is completely on. The dive is going through. The ultimate is burned. Timbers still running. And it is disastrous for the Warriors. Guelph Griffins pick up 3 here on the spot side. And the wave is pushing.
I mean, Guelph Griffins taking advantage of the fact that Latouf was top lane for such a long time, trying to catch out Sick Jorge, but not only does Latouf not secure the kill onto Sikhohe in the top lane. This gives so much time for the Guelph Griffins to coordinate a 4-man dive onto the Warriors Gold bot lane. And even though the TP from left-hand Kane does deter them at the beginning, Toothbooth just sitting in a bush is able to just essentially 80% to 0 left-hand Kane with the help of the ace in the hole from Wander, and that just means that they're able to redive again. And in fact, they don't even wait for the minions to crash. Asu is just able to go in with that cease and desist, and is able to kill both members of the Warriors Gold bot lane. And now look at the bounties on the mid, jungle, and ADC of the Guelph Griffins. The Guelph Griffins in a very commanding position, up 2,000 gold, and with that second feats of strength, with those triumphant boots. The Guelph Griffins are starting to snowball this K-lane out of control.
Yeah, proactivity rewarded, aggression to be feared. Ricky now here in the top side trying to play with a bit of Sikhohe's expectations of how far he'd be willing to go with Inexhaustive, but nothing's going to come of it yet. But they are looking around that timer of this Rift Herald here. Ability to crack so much open on the map. They already, the Warriors have lost first tower at the hands of the Griffins, and yeah, I love that the Griffins are ready to fight fire with fire here.
Yeah, and now if you're Warriors Gold, I do think you want to play around this Gwen, who is strong, but now
the stun is ready, the Tibbers is procced, and here comes the Vi as well. So much lockdown, so much CC, and that is what we were talking about in the draft. That Annie can be such a gnarly pick.
Yeah. Left-hand Kane uses the Spirit Rush, but isn't able to dodge out of that Tibbers stun radius. Does get nailed by the Vi Q anyways, and is one shot again. That's 3 deaths for left-hand Kane already, and we're starting to see this sort of this amazing mid-jungle synergy that we also saw in yesterday's games of the Guelph Griffins. Toothbooth and Asu have always been very coordinated. You know, if we think back to that second game between where Toothbooth was on the Corki and Asu was on that Gragas, they were also coordinating many plays on the enemy mid laner, just as they're doing now. And I think that is definitely the highlight of this team that we've seen throughout this tournament. I think their mid-jungle coordination and execution has always been on point, and we're seeing that sort of really come to life in this game against Warriors Gold. But then again, that is not to downplay how well their bot lane has been playing. You know, Wander and Danny Quick have always been very solid in this tournament as well. And of course, Sikhohe also deserves praise for just the amount of aggression he has.
Exactly. Yeah, a bit more of a skirmish in this top side here. We take a look at where the map state is at. Herald is up, but again, the wards on the Griffins are just so much more telling. They have so much more information to play with of knowing where Waterloo's going to be. And here, AP Degree looks like he's caught out again. Ace in the hole connects, and that stun is as well. Toothbooth on a killing spree now. Ricky forced to demount and get away, and that is going to be complete Herald control as Sikhohe also roams down. Guelph is just on the map better.
AB Degree blowing the flash, but unfortunately the NEQ does come out before the flash is blown, and so AB Degree dies anyways, and that's really not what you want to see on this vulnerable Jinx, who, you know, doesn't have a very appealing team around this Jinx. You know, unlike what we saw yesterday where the Jinx was paired with the Tahm Kench, the Jinx has much less options to sort of, you know, avoid these flash stun plays from the Annie, to avoid the flash Vi plays from Asu, and Ricky might actually be caught out as well. Toothbooth just stunning him.
Yeah, the threat of that stun is just as threatening as the stun itself. Rift Herald going to go over to Asu, just solos it, and there's really no pressure that Waterloo could apply with AB Degree being down and the lack of vision that they have. You can see the entire map is lit up like it's a festival right now. And the Tooth actually decides to go in, but the stun is going to connect as well. That's an instant death, maybe a bit overzealous on that play. Left-hand Kane now caught out on the left side. Asu decides not to follow. With the Tibbers is popped, the Rift Herald as well, and that mid tower is cracked wide open. Herald going to go for the second charge here. Will they be able to stop it? No. Down to half health. A bit overzealous. Oh, AB Degree actually trying to catch a Wander here, but is the flash all go down, and that's an AoE stun. AB Degree and Ricky falling as well, and Toothbooth is on fire, especially with Wander here. This combo is unstoppable, and now the Chemtech falls too.
And I mean, look at the bot side of the Guelph Griffins, all deathless. The only death this entire game was sick Jorge.
It was a solo kill.
Yes, just getting solo killed in that top lane around, I believe, 8 minutes into the game. But since then, the Guelph Griffins have not died. These fights have just been so one-sided. It just seems like the Guelph Griffins are the hunters, and they're just chasing Warriors Gold in these fights. And all Warriors Gold can do is run away. And a lot of the champions just can't do that. Like the Sin, I believe Latuf going in there wanted to deter them from taking that mid turret using the Sin Zhao ult, but Latuf, they just have so much damage that they're able to CC chain and one-shot the Sin Zhao before he's even able to ult. And you know, AB Degree, blowing his other summoner, the cleanse, and dying anyways is also not what you want to see, because now for this next fight, the Jinx has no flash and has no cleanse, and so really, if they decide to fight the Atacon, or if it does end up being a voracious Atacon, which I believe it will be.
Actually, Charm does come down onto Danny Quick, as well as the stuns here, but look at Toothbooth and Wander. They are firing into Ricky. Super Mega Death Rocket does nothing, and the Tibbers is popped as well. It's a double kill for Wander here. They're looking for more. Ace in the Hole comes down onto Latuf, but he is going to flash away, able to get out with that plant there, and you can't not push too far. The Griffins are mythical right now.
Yeah, and with the Atacon spawning in the bot lane, which I believe is the voracious one, the Guelph Griffins will turn their attention to the Atacon. And if I am correct, if this is the voracious Atacon, you will see the Guelph Griffins playing very aggressively, trying to force just any fight they can. And with this team comp, they actually can. The Vi, very long engage range, very good at forcing fights. And typically, you don't want your Vi to force terrible fights. Oh, and we actually see
another solo kill off screen. What the heck?
Inexhaustive, just, ignoring everything that's happening to his team on the other side of the map, is actually able to win by himself. With this 2-item power spike that I did mention earlier on this Gwen, this 2-item power spike is so potent on this Gwen, especially against this Cassante. And I mean, I guess the one bright spot for Warriors Gold is you have this winning side lane. Nobody should be able to match this Gwen. As we've seen, the Cassante is struggling against the Gwen. The Annie, Inexhaustive shouldn't have any trouble against the Annie. As well, with that harrowing mist, with that W, and but again, despite this sort of winning situation you have in the top lane for Warriors Gold, the rest of the map is losing incredibly hard, and so we're gonna and now with this voracious Atacon, we can't expect the Guelph Griffins to send 3 members or 4 members into a lane, try and group up, and then try to force a fight. With the Annie stun, with the Braum ult, with the Vi engage. And perhaps even collect this bounty onto an Exhaustive.
Yeah, an Exhaustive trying to get away there, but all of the CC is landing. Aceu actually caught down under the tower. Super Mega Death Rocket will connect, but this is the problem. Left-hand Kane dashes forward, trying to be ambitious here. They are down onto Toothbooth, but we still has the GA. Still Wander dominating with that long shot there onto left-hand Kane. Even if you kill them, it's just a faster recall at this point.
Yeah, and as I was saying, it's 1 for 3. The gold is, I guess, even because one regular kill is 300 gold and one voracious Atacon takedown is 100 gold. So in a sense, the gold is the same. But look at the death timers. Left-hand Kane is dead. Warriors are fighting a 4v5 for 30 seconds on the map, and that gives the Guelph Griffins enough time and enough tempo to just get right back on the map and have full control and push all their waves, have full control of the jungle, and also potentially invade some of Latuf's camps as well. So overall. And this is the strength of the voracious Atacon. Even though that fight, was a bit int, it's a 3-for-1 in theory, it actually ends up being winning for the Guelph Griffins because of that expedited recall, because they have no death timers on that death. And with the dragon spawning in a minute, we can't expect a soul fight and a potential infernal soul for the Guelph Griffins.
Yeah, one thing I have been quite enjoying about Season 2025 so far is that the rate of objectives per minute has gone up so much. There's so much less downtime. It feels like you're moving from objectives, then it's set up, then objectives. It's constantly fighting and prepping for fighting. And we're seeing that here once again. The Guelph Griffins, they know what the next objective is. They want to get that soul, and they move on directly over to this bot side jungle, where they've had so much presence invading into the Waterloo side this entire game.
Yeah, and look at the items on all the players of Guelph Griffins. They all have 2 items, while the only Warriors Gold member with 2 items is Inexhaustive on that Gwen in the top lane.
Inexhaustive stuns out, but he knows that now Toothbooth doesn't have that stun coming out. The Needlework does connect, and Waterloo goes in. That is a crazy Rel ultimate here. Super Mega Death Rocket does connect as well. Could this be the turn that Waterloo is looking for? It's not looking good enough. Guelph continues to run away. Isu forced to use the Q out and AP Degree as well. Here comes the flash out of the Danny Quick. Looks like Waterloo's looking for more, but I don't think they'll be able to get it. The view plant is going to be able to spot out Isu, and they're forced to run for the hills. Maybe burning that maybe burning that stun. You can't do it too unwisely.
Toothbooth actually getting caught out by Inexhaustive in a bit of a mistake, and Ricky capitalizing on this chaos that Inexhaustive has created with that Gwen W, with the needlework, with the ult, able to land, I believe, 4 members with that Rel combo, and the Super Mega Death Rocket almost missed, but actually ended up hitting and AoEing onto 3 members of the Guelph Griffins, and that actually secured a 2-for-1 fight win and the Dragon for Warriors Gold. Very good stuff that we're seeing out of Warriors Gold. You know, fighting back valiantly despite, you know, such a huge deficit in the game state. And more importantly, they're able to delay the soul by another 5 minutes, which gives them some time to, you know, look for more angles, stop the snowballing for just a bit from the Guelph Griffins, and look to try and claw their way back into the game. But still, in this game state, they're still down 3,500 gold. They're still down, but now, thankfully, their carries all have their second item completed for the side of Warriors Gold. And but the Guelph Griffins posturing around Baron, looking to catch out Ricky or Latouf, trying to clear out or get vision of this pit, potentially.
Yeah. Oh, Latouf bounce back out of that river. Wants none of that. Return to sender. Once again, Toothbooth with that stun procced. Once again, the threat of using it is so much more impactful than it can be more impactful than the stun itself, and we saw that in the previous fight. So Toothbooth definitely going to be a bit more hesitant, a bit more aware of using that just for no purpose. It should be just for like a very clear fight engage moment. And now Waterloo feeling a bit more confident to posture around. Super Mega Death Rocket actually does connect onto Toothbooth, does hit, but it was just to check that nobody's on the Baron, making sure it's all calm in those waters. And yeah, Waterloo feeling a bit more confident to push up. Crucially as well, they did stop that Chem Soul, so Dragon stacking going to be still an objective to look towards in the next 3 minutes, but Baron is all the focus right now.
Yeah, and the Warriors just have no vision control around the Baron at all. You'll notice everything is dark. They had to use the Jinx ult to see if they're starting Baron, and now with the far side alteration, they are able to see the Griffins have started off the Baron, but the Griffins will just kite out of this, letting the Baron reset, just sort of testing the waters, you know, dipping their feet in, seeing how far they're able to pull the Warriors out, and if they're able to catch, you know, a face-checking member of Warriors Gold. But, you know, thankfully for Warriors Gold, this sort of standoff has slowed down the game a bit. Not too much fighting, which is, I guess, what you want to see as a team that is, you know, down so much in this game, at this point in the game. And just allowing your Jinx to hit that third item, try and go for a fight, and now Latouf stunned up.
Latouf pretty behind enemy lines here, forced to use the Blast Cone to escape, but most of those stuns are actually burned now for the side of Guelph. Doesn't look like they can posture for too much more. Tibbers is popped as well, and now we are seeing pings from the Guelph side. Let's head back to Baron. Let's see if we can draw them in again, force another fight, because they want to fight on their terms.
Yeah, but this looks risky to me from the Guelph Griffins. They lost 3 ultimates while all Warriors had to blow.
Toothbooth on the side. Here comes the stun, but the cleanse is forced to be popped by AB Degree. Not really another threat around him, but Waterloo is posturing here to try and take advantage of this fight. Unstoppable is proc, and here comes the engage from Waterloo. Ricky with another fantastic Magnet Storm is going to be routing Griffins, but AB Degree has been spotted, but Inexhaustive is doing work on the side. You cannot get to this backline anymore. It's a shutdown for Inexhaustive, and Waterloo is looking for more. Suddenly, Guelph, for the first time in this game, forced to posture off, forced to run with their tail between their legs, and now Waterloo on the Baron.
Yeah, I think a bit of a mistake from the Guelph Griffins. Not having that Tibbers and that Braum ult is so crippling for their team. And while yes, you do still have the aura, you still have the cease and desist from the buy. You just don't have any here. But they are low. Wander and Danny Quick can actually do something here.
Danny Quick and Wander, but they are caught out from the side on the left-hand cane. Health bar's dropping super low. Danny Quick falls already, and Wander as well shut down. It's an ace for Waterloo. What happened to this game?
Off of the amazing engages from Latouf and Ricky, Warriors Gold has somehow crawled their back way into a gold lead 28 minutes into the game. I mean, earlier the score was, I believe, 1-15. It looks so bad for Warriors Gold, but now the gold lead has caught back up for Warriors, and I mean, I just want to highlight, like, Latouf has been playing the Sinzao very, very well. Latouf I believe 2 fights in a row around Baron, has stacked up 2 stacks of that Q, and then immediately dashed onto a priority target onto the of the Guelph Griffins, whether it is Tooth on that Annie or Wander on that Caitlyn, and immediately knocked that that squishy up without any warning, and that has secured 2 fight wins for the
Now going in, continue, exhaustive, so aggressive here on the Gwen, going so deep with the needlework, trying to find Tooth Booth, but the stun does connect back down. It's a shutdown over for the Griffins. Now the fight is turning. They did find AB Degree with the ultimate, but Asu getting popped down. This Jinx is online, the resets come through, and the damage is there. Waterloo chasing forward now, Ricky with the stuns. It all connects, and that is the Baron. Waterloo tearing this game open on the flip of a coin. It only took a couple fights. The Griffins were dominant all game, but you can't make these mistakes right now.
Yeah, Asu going in very deep with the Vial, but the rest of the Guelph Griffins are just too far away. With AB Degree flashing away, Toothbooth trying his best to save the game.
But it won't be enough. The Warriors went undefeated in Swiss, and their record remains spotless. They are golden and move to our winners finals on our first day of WaterLAN, our second day of WaterLAN.
Yeah, I mean, an incredible performance from both teams, honestly. Guelph Griffins displaying a very, very strong early game. Very good synergies between that mid lane in Toothbooth and that jungle in Asu, but Warriors staying strong in this very snowbally season, and even though in this tournament we've seen a lot of games snowball out of control, we've actually seen Warriors Gold make a miracle comeback, coming back into this game, and actually, turning the play at Baron, get the Baron, and also win a very close team fight mid lane, and which leads to a run it down mid and the win for Warriors Gold.
Yeah, excellent performance, as you say, from both sides. Warriors moving on to that winners final, only one match away from the grand final. They see it in their sights. Griffins moving down to that lower bracket will still have to claw their way back. They still showed a very strong performance here, but they need to persevere, rework what their technique is going to be a bit if they want to inscribe their names on that WaterLAN trophy. Stick around. We have a lot more exciting games coming up, and we'll see you soon.
Esports is for everybody. That's what makes this so special, where there's not a lot of barrier to entry. It's, do you have a passion for gaming? That's all it really takes. There's so many different things involved in this. It really does take that full team to make a successful event run. And that's what this program does. You got the lighting going on, you got the video capture going on, you got the whole production crew that are packaging this all together, you have the shoutcasting that's happening. We want to be, that pinnacle for esports. We want students to come here, learn from industry best, and launch their careers in esports. You have that new arena that's being built. To have that investment through the college, it proves a lot. We're invested in this. This can lead to something really big and something really neat and something that you're really invested in. It's a billion-dollar industry, and we really can't wait to see where this goes.
If a career in esports sounds wow to you, it's not. This is where your profession plus your passion could come together. Would still need what traditional business would need. The more distinct difference is in traditional sports, no one owns the ball. But in esports, someone does own the game. And this is part of what we're going to discuss in this program. You'd be able to learn how to run an esports event on the operations side to the management side of it. Marketing and promotions, how to deal with sponsorships, how to deal with partnerships. And also a big part of our industry is social media as well. What you're working on now is probably also needed. This industry needs all kinds of professionals. If you're looking for change, this program could be a converging point. Good luck and have fun.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I'm very excited here for an interview with a player from the Western Wisteria team, Aquatic, just here to ask a couple questions ahead of their game. Yeah, how's it going?
I'm doing all right. We had a bit of an early morning yesterday, but we got a bit more sleep today, so feeling a bit better.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you again for making the trek down up to WaterLAN. So I'd just like to ask a couple questions. Firstly, why do you feel like events like WaterLAN or other of collegiate events are important to the collegiate scene or especially the Canadian collegiate scene?
I think they're really important. Like, being able to play in a LAN in person with everybody is like a really like novel and like it's a completely different experience than playing online with people. Like, you get to be there with your team. You can like physically interact with them and see what they're doing, and like it's like so much more of like a integrated event maybe. Like, you're doing stuff and like you're there just to play League. It's like a really cool experience.
Awesome. Yeah, and being able to see other teams and the people that you're actually playing against while playing with your team, how does it feel to represent your school, your squad at a LAN like this?
It feels very, I guess, honoring to be able to represent them because like I was selected because I was one of the best players that they could find, and so I'm here. I want to play my best. I want to show everybody that we can do great things.
Yeah, and what's your experience been like at the event so far? Has there been any notable moments?
Yeah, it's been really great. I think one thing that was really like made me feel very good is after the first game, the enemy team, they came over to our table and they shook our hands. They said, "Good game," and I'm like, that's the kind of thing that will only happen at a LAN.
Yeah, love the camaraderie.
Yeah.
All right, so my next question: if you were shrunk down to the size of a nickel with another League of Legends champion, who would you choose if the two of you had to escape from a blender?
A blender.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, I play Camille. Camille's got hook shot. Seems pretty straightforward.
Okay, you just hook shot out, hop on, and then you're good.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. I love that answer. All right, well, that's all the questions we have here for you today. Good luck on your game.
Thank you.
And yeah, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
All right.
Awesome.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back for our second match of Day 2 of WaterLAN League of Legends 2025. I'm Jack, but you can call me Flarfels. I'm here with Brian, aka Velocity, and we are so pumped to be jumping right here into Game 2 between Western Wisteria and the St. Clair Academy team.
Yeah, to recap the bracket, the winners semifinals have just concluded. We just saw the Warriors Gold take down the Guelph Griffins in a nail-biting match, and now we are entering the first round of the losers bracket, where again, as Jack said, we have Western Wisteria facing down St. Clair Academy, and now the winner of this series will be playing OTSU in the second round of the losers bracket, as OTSU fell to St. Clair varsity team in the winners semifinals, and the loser of this match will unfortunately have their tournament life cut short.
Yeah, the stakes could not be higher right now in our second match of the day, and yeah, it's as you say, yesterday was just a warm-up, but your tournament life really is on the line here, so I really hope that both teams are going to play their best, show what they have, and yeah, I hope it's a great and exciting match ahead of us.
Yeah, and I'm really hoping that this game will be even more exciting than the last one. I'm very happy with the game quality and the level of play throughout WaterLAN, including day one, and I really hope that this match will continue to uphold that standard, and yeah, and if we can jump into draft right here, yeah. First we see St. Clair Academy banning out the Camille. Unfortunately, no jumping out of blenders today. And we see the Vi ban also coming out for the side of St. Clair Academy, with Western Wisteria opting for the Victor and Viego ban. Already we see, again, 2 Arcane champions in the ban phase. You know,
I feel like that's been such a theme, surprisingly, of our tournament so far. It's either they're always in or they're always banned, and I don't know. It's just interesting.
Yeah, I think we've seen pretty high presence from all the, from Vi, Jinx. And now we see an Ambessa ban as well.
And there's the Jinx hover. Awesome.
Yeah, there's the Jinx first pick, like we saw last game, and unfortunately they can't. St. Clair Academy cannot counter that with that Vi because they did ban it themselves, but they do opt to respond to that Jinx in the bot lane with a Misfortune pick. Misfortune generally a very all-around AD carry. Not many weaknesses to cover off. Fairly strong early game, I would say. As long as you're able to land those Q bounces, you can do some very serious poke. And with a locked AOE lockdown engage support like the Rel, that MF ult can really start can really shred an entire team with a well placed wombo combo. And we also see, sorry, I forgot to mention, there's the Ash ban. The Ash ban was the third ban for St. Clair Academy, and I mean, and Jack, what do you think we're gonna get out of this this support duo with this Jinx?
Well, we have seen a lot of protect the bot laner. That is where your tournament will go forward. We saw Pentakill on the Callista yesterday, a lot of bot dominance throughout the entire tournament, so I feel like any sort of pick that can protect that Jinx, such as the Tahm Kench, such as something like a Braum, that especially also aids in the lockdown of the enemy champions. The Misfortune Rail, as you mentioned, that combination there with the Magnet Storm and the Bullet, the ultimate from Misfortune can be truly deadly, so gonna have to be careful there. Support actually not quite unveiled yet. Gwen and Skarner, 2 very solid picks we've been seeing all throughout today and yesterday.
Yeah, Gwen actually coming in blind, which I don't believe is something we've seen, at least on stream yet, at this tournament. Skarner, again, as I said last game, very high presence jungler. It's generally either banned or picked. And we actually see a Karthus hover.
Wow.
That could be, I would assume that is a Karthus jungle. And I mean, very strong AP damage in the jungle from this Karthus. Also very strong scaling. Because Karthus scaling is just incredibly lethal with that Requiem, with that ult. And I mean, typically I don't think we've seen many AP carry junglers at this tournament so far. I think this is one of the first times we've seen it from St. Clair Academy. And I mean, typically teams like to opt for skirmishing engaged junglers, whether it's a full-on tank like Sejuani or Skarner that was also picked, or it's AD jungler like a more bruiser style jungler like Vi or Jarvan. But I mean, with that rel, St. Clair Academy will not be lacking engage, and to round out the second phase of bans, we have an Oriana and Ari ban from St. Clair Academy, targeting the mid laner of Western Wisteria, and we see a Rumble ban to sort of protect this Gwen in these tough matchups with the blind the Gwen blind pick from Western Wisteria, and also another top ban to protect this Gwen from being vulnerable in the early game, which I do believe is Gwen's weakest point of the game, protecting against these lane bullies of Rumble and Renekton.
Yeah, and what we've been sort of seeing thematically is team comps that center around one AD carry that is going to be the hyperscale in the late game, and then one sort of mid laner that provides a lot of that early to mid game support, especially locked in with a point and click lockdown jungler for those mid jungle synergy ganks. We are seeing the Aatrox picked here. Interesting team composition so far. I feel like you don't see a lot of Karthus Aatrox, but I like where this team is going. St. Clair Academy College and Western Wisteria both with their tournament lives on the line. So why not throw out some crazy picks that are going to throw them off?
Yeah, the Aatrox Karthus is, a pretty unique top jungle duo. Both generally fairly selfish champions who, want to be the center of attention. And, St. Clair Academy possibly looking for a top-centric team composition where they do focus on top side more. As Misfortune is a champion that you don't need to put a lot of resources into. Misfortune is very easy to go even in lane, and is relatively safe and hard to dive, because if the Misfortune is put in a very bad position on a stacked wave, the Misfortune can just ult the wave and get out of that one free. And now as I'm talking, Western Wisteria have finalized the entire team with the Syndra pick in mid lane, and a Leona to go along with that Jinx. Some extra engage potential with that Solar Flare. With that Zenith Blade, and I'm curious to see how what mid laner St. Clair will pair with this team composition that St. Clair have drafted. I'm assuming an AD champion, and we are seeing a Yone hover. Generally, when you have a Karthus jungle, you don't want any other AP on your team because you want that Rec Room to do as much damage as possible. So you want to deter the enemy team from building any sort of magic resistance. And we do see the Yone coming out, and very. Very selfish champions all across the board for St. Clair Academy. You have the Misfortune and Rel are, I guess, the most selfless or supportive style champions on St. Clair, but the Karthus, Aatrox, and Yone all very main character type champions, and so I'm very excited to see all the action that's going to happen around this top side, like I mentioned before, and how Western Wisteria is going to respond to this heavy carry potential that all the champions on St. Clair Academy have.
Awesome. So as we jump into game here, we'd like to again recognize that we couldn't make this show possible without the help of our lovely sponsors, one of which is Conestoga College and the Condors Esports team. So Condors Esports is dedicated to creating an incredible esports community, both on campus and virtually, highlighting the talent and potential of their student population, and we thank them for helping sponsor our show.
Yeah, important thing to note, the Aquatix Gwen does not have the flash, but I do believe that the Gwen will be okay because Karthus isn't much of a ganking threat. Karthus is definitely one of the junglers that really likes to just full clear and farm, and so the Gwen should be fine just sitting in the W, fighting against this Aatrox. And yeah, I definitely think most of the action, despite having very aggressive supports in the ball lane between
Chenzo and Nagin going for a little bit of poke here, equal damage on both sides pretty much. And yeah, one thing I would like to highlight is that Crystal Fang on this Misfortune was an absolute monster yesterday on the Kalista. Ended up with a pentakill, I believe went deathless. And yeah, that name has to be respected here, especially in an all or nothing match such as this. So very exciting matchup upcoming. Gonna have to see where both teams decide to take that.
Yeah, and I'm very interested to see how this Skarner is going to play, because as I mentioned, with having these main character type solo lanes in the Aatrox and Yone for St. Clair Academy, and having a very farm heavy jungler in the Karthus, I do believe that a lot of these side lanes will be left alone to fend for themselves while the Karthus is scaling and full clearing. And so with a very strong playmaking jungler like the Skarner, a very dominant jungler, especially in on this patch. I'm very interested to see on how Western Wisteria is able to capitalize off of this different style of junglers that they've drafted, and if they're able to take advantage of the relatively vulnerable solo lanes that St. Clair Academy has. And we already see Aquatic trading very favorably against that Yone, and Pikachu also trading very well into the Yone.
Yeah, nice fancy footwork from both Pikachu and Codito. A lot of mechanical skill that just dodging these simple abilities that are going to be thrown out here is kind of a lot of what we know is going to lead your game down to a snowball-y type victory, whether or not you have the advantage in these microscopic lane states. All throughout the tournament, we've seen that those small plays are what really adds up in this new season. Those small aggressive plays are what can lead you to that victory. So gotta be careful, gotta take extra precaution in making sure you're able to dodge those. So great work from both sides.
Yeah, the good thing about this jungle matchup for St. Clair Academy is that the Karthus clears incredibly fast. The Karthus already got a base off and is ready to start another full clear after recalling going for that bot tower, while the Skarner is actually still finishing the last game. And actually, Kikiko almost dying.
Kikiko down to slivers of HP. Ixway going to be peeling them off, but that was some solid aggression here from Crystal Fang. Doesn't stop. Zenith Blade actually does connect. Maybe went too far, Ixway. Vincenzo not going to be caught in the traps quite yet, but does have to walk around. Kikiko able to lure them away. A lot of aggression here early in this bot side. Meanwhile, on the top side, Aquatic is able to have a not news name up in this top side. Nagan forced to flash, and Aquatic pops the ghost as well. It's a couple snips away. First blood over to Team Wisteria.
Yeah, I mean, the Skarner pathing top, as I said, focusing on, I do think that most of the action and most of the attention from the Skarner, or generally both junglers in general, should be around this top side, should be around the solo lanes, while the bot lane should be left alone. I almost was about to eat my words after seeing the heavy trading going down in bot lane, but a not used name, using, taking advantage of Skarner's strength and the pushing lane in top lane, managing to secure first blood for the Gwen, for Aquatic. And now, with this sort of snowbally matchup that Aatrox and Gwen is, you should expect to see Nagan have a much harder time laning into this Gwen. And I mean, great start from Western Wisteria. Of course, St. Clair Academy have a very solid CS lead in the ball lane from some nice trades and nice skirmishes that their ball lane had in the 2v2. So ball lane winning slightly for St. Clair Academy, Western Wisteria winning in the top lane, but overall, not the end of the world for both teams. And crucially, the Karthus already 10 CS up, is farming very quickly. Again, this is to be expected. The Karthus is a champion who wants to focus on just farming, ignoring everything that's going on. And
here comes not used name. Just a little bit of a reflex check there, as the drift doesn't really connect in too much, but keeping the mid laners on their toes, Codito wards away. And something that I'd like to commend for the side of St. Clair Academy is how well they've done in this bot side, desyncing those back timers between Kikiko and Ixway. We do see now Bad Rick Grimes going for the gank here, at least hovering in the bush, but it is warded out. The ultimate not quite used yet from Aquatic, and Bad Rick Grimes going to be forced away. Not use name here as well. Could be looking at 2v2, but it looks like all will remain calm in this top side for now.
Yeah, Bad Rick Grimes looking to maybe set up a potential play in the top lane, but after seeing Aquatic hit level 6, unlock that needlework, that definitely means that the play should be called off, especially with 3 members of Western Wisteria now helping this Gwen, keep the lead, stay ahead of his Aatrox, make sure that this Gwen is able to win in the side lane. And Kikiko swaps mid temporarily to cover for the roam from Pikachu, and we actually have that bot wave from Crystal Fang pushing in. Actually, Crystal Fang opting to rotate to grab the honeyfish? Not sure.
Yeah, it was sort of an interesting communication that happened there. Wisteria was posturing towards that potential dive, but since nothing came of it, Kikiko and Ixway were forced to respond and catch that mid wave, make sure Codito couldn't push in too much. But that meant Crystal Fang and Vincenzo were able to push in that wave and secure the dragon for essentially really no cost.
Yeah, and it's also interesting to see Codito, off of that roam from Pikachu, perhaps a untimely roam timer, is now up, almost 20 CS. So we do have a small lead in the mid lane for this Yone, which is not something you'd typically see in this matchup, but again, gold is still even. Teams are sort of, trying to minimize mistakes, not get caught out by any ganks, especially St. Clair Academy, because their win condition is definitely just, one of their win conditions is just waiting for this Karthus to get farmed, to get fed, and then, hitting a huge Requiem, and then allowing Codito and Negan and Crystal Fang to clean up with their engage potential and their AoE damage.
Yeah, some more damage, a bit more skirmishing coming down on the Codito and Pikachu here. A lot of brawl-heavy matchups, and at this point, the Yone should be online compared to the Syndra, who had the advantage in the early game. Now with that range, especially, and the damage output from the Q3, a serious threat on each side. Not use name, going here for the repeat gank. Ultimates are popped on both sides. Needlework is going to connect as well with the Impale. Now Nagin is forced to run for the hills, but it won't be enough. Second kill over here for Aquatic. Very solid ganks. Requiem comes down. It kills Pikachu. Pikachu left with a low enough health that Requiem does exactly what you're mentioning. And now action all across the map. Crystal Fang slays Kikiko as well. Ignite pops down to Ixway. Not quite going to be enough. Lives on a sliver. We're playing with margins here, but action all around the map. SC Academy responds well.
Good news for the top side of Western Wisteria. Bad news for everywhere else on the map. Codito managing to chunk out Pikachu low enough to where the Requiem with the Dark Harvest is able to pick up that kill. Then in the bot lane, Kikiko, I'm assuming, was chain CC'd and unable to flash out of the MF ult, leading to a death, and Axway also forced to use the flash to get out of that situation. So now, despite Aquatic, having a larger lead in the top lane now, should be good to go. I think we should expect a not used name to focus most of the jungle attention onto the mid and into the mid and bot lane, making sure that this Jinx and Syndra are able to scale up safely, making sure that they won't fall behind any further than they already have. And Codito looking to punish Pikachu for stepping up. Pikachu will land the Scatter of the Week. Running out of that one, but is chunked to around 65% HP. With Vincenzo in the area, looking
Here comes the flash. Vincenzo flashed away from that stun, and now not use name, looking for the punish, actually stunned up into the wall. The Zenith Blade connects as well. You cannot move Vincenzo. Locked down, picked out, and that is a great response from Wisteria.
Amazing response from Wisteria, punishing the overextension by Vincenzo. Vincenzo, after crashing down, assumes that it's safe to walk out, but a not used name over the Raptors wall is able to eat over, stun Vincenzo against the wall, and ultimately with the chain CC from Axwave with the Zenith Blade is able to just CC Vincenzo for like 5 seconds, and Vincenzo without the flash, only having the Hex Flash, is not able to walk out of that one. And that is another kill going over to the side of Western Wisteria, sort of helping Pikachu get back in the game. And that is very important because this Yone with the lead is very dangerous for an immobile mid laner like Syndra, and so making sure that Pikachu is able to stay at least even with Codito on the Yone should ensure that Pikachu is a lot more safe in these isolated 1v1s, and that now a not used name can now focus on helping Kikiko back in the game, because as we see, there is a pretty large item difference between Crystal Fang and Kikiko. Crystal Fang already completing a Yomu's, while Kikiko is still only sitting on that BF sword and longsword.
And we see here kind of the consequence of what not used name's gank strategy has been. While a very supportive jungler promoting those lanes, you can see the CS difference between Badrick Grimes and not used name. The fact that Badrick Grimes has been able to just power farm throughout this entire state. Aquatic actually punishing the lane swap, shopping. Nagin might be victim to a dive here. The wave is crashing, plate is taken, and now the stuns connect. It is complete and utter chaos in this bot lane. Requiem not going to do much, just a bit of a consolation here for the side of SC Academy. Nicely executed dive, great punish.
I mean, Nagin just suddenly 5 members of the enemy team just appear on Nagin's screen, unable to do anything. Tries to use the World Ender to get out of that one, but this chain CC from the Skirner, from the Leona, is just way too much to handle. And Nagin, now with the item, we mentioned the item difference on the AD carries, but now look at the item difference on the top laners. Aquatic already completed the Riftmaker, while Nagin not only is down a lot of gold, but also had to spend 1,300 gold away from completing that first item to buy the Hex Trigger. So so by the time Negan gets that first item, Aquatic might already have 2 items, and that is a very big deficit in the side lane. And without having a supportive jungler to help you out, that could be a very big point of concern for St. Clair Academy. And Battleground's forced to flash away from the Scouter of the Week.
Away, and now Vincenzo trying to lead the charge here. Ultimate in from Codito, but that pops the Magnet Storm. Meanwhile, the ultimate from MF is going to do damage, but not quite enough. Codito goes as well. Not use name, forced to run out of the way, and Badrick Grimes. It's a 2v2 now, locked down onto Crystal Fang, but the cleanse is popped and shoots Ixway down. Now, Dragon is secured for the side of Wisteria, and they're looking for more. Onto Crystal Fang is their target, but is the Blast Cone going to be enough? No, they might actually just get him. Not use name is going to fall as well. Crystal Fang cannot be killed here unless it's by the Grom. The Grom Spit is able to shut down Crystal Fang, and Kekiko walks away as the sole survivor of the fight. What just happened?
The Gromp, the unknown 6th member of Western Wisteria, is able to secure the kill onto Crystal Fang. That was an insanely close fight. Codito, using the Yone ult, completely whiffs everyone, and unfortunately, the Yone lands in a very rough position, but Crystal Fang's Misfortune ultimate was actually fairly good. Of course, unable to hit Aquatic because of the Gwen W, but able to secure 1 kill and chunk many members of Western Wisteria. But now, Aquatic on that Gwen is now 5-0, and once again, Negan, towards the first item on the Aatrox, only has a Ruby Crystal and a Longsword, and this is very concerning for St. Clair Academy because I would say very soon, but it's already a big problem in the side lane where Aquatic essentially has full control over the side lane, and it's very hard for St. Clair Academy to help out their Aatrox. And that fight was so insanely close, but unfortunately, or fortunately for Western Wisteria and unfortunately for St. Clair Academy, Western Wisteria do pull through in the end. But even despite all these kills going over to Western Wisteria, St. Clair Academy still has that 1k gold lead, and most of it's on the back of this
Kiko can't be too confident here as all the ultimates are coming down. Requiem as well, caught out in this mid lane, pushing up a bit too far, and now the fight's going to continue actually. Bullet Time isn't going to connect onto much, but Not Use Name walks right into it. Solar Flare goes wide, and onto Crystal Fang, not much damage left. Tries to get a bit of a consolation prize, but Wisteria comes up empty. SC Academy pick out 1 for free.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a mistake, I believe, from the Skarner and Leona. Oh, we might see
a dive here. Iceway forced off of this tower. They want to complete it. Is going to get that feat of strength from the first turret. Aquatic, still very strong. Forces the World Ender out of Nagan. But on this side lane, not much impact can be felt while the rest of SC Academy continues their push, continues their onslaught onto this map here for Wisteria. Definitely a very even game.
Yeah, and as much as this Gwen is a problem for Western Wisteria, for St. Clair Academy, this Karthus is also a problem for Western Wisteria because this Karthus is very fed in. It's very hard to build magic resist into St. Clair Academy's team composition because, once again, the only AP damage is this Karthus, and they have very potent carry side laners, and of course you can't forget the Misfortune, so stacking any sort of magic resist while effective against the Karthus does mean you become more vulnerable to the other 3 sources of damage on St. Clair Academy. And this Karthus is, again, 1.4 thousand gold ahead of the Skarner, and is only scaling harder and harder. But again, I just have to wonder, how is St. Clair Academy going to respond to Aquatic in the side lane? Because I do believe that with the solid front line that Wisteria have, they're able to in these skirmishes, as long as they don't get hit by a surprise Rel flash combo or Yone ult, the Skarner and Leono can just protect their backline carries while Aquatic goes crazy in the side lane. And Negan, I'm not sure at one point of the game Negan can actually start matching Aquatic and clear the waves that are being pushed in.
Now, Nagan actually going here onto Pikachu, unaware that Aquatic is behind him, but the dive timer is a bit weird. It is on a ward, so Nagan knows he has to try and clear, and as all the attention is drawn towards this bot side, they're getting Herald for free, so unless this dive works out, flashed away from Nagan is going to be able to escape there. They will get the tower as a consolation, but overall, well done by Nagan, being aware that he's drawing so much attention, enables so much space for the rest of his team, because now you see this mid tower under siege, the top tower under siege, and debatably worth it, debatably not worth it for Team Western Wisteria. So all around, good try to play to be proactive, but you have to be aware of the pros and cons
Yeah,
here.
I do believe a bit of an overcommitment from Western Wisteria. I think, especially around that Gwen, they can be more aggressive with looking for skirmishes and contests around these objectives, like the Rift Herald. I think overloading like this on a side lane, especially when Herald's up, especially when you have nobody defending your top and mid turret, is a bit of a mistake, especially when the game isn't all that isn't out of control yet. They are down gold, however, they can leverage this incredibly strong Gwen that they have on their side. And even if they do manage to get the kill onto Nagin in the side lane, I still think it's overall good for St. Clair Academy, because one more death on this Aatrox isn't the end of the world, and overall it's still the Herald plus a top turret for a bot turret, and that is a winning trade for St. Clair Academy.
Hex flash away from Vincenzo, posturing around this dragon now, one each, so the bullets, the Magnastorm is going to come down as well. Solar Flare does go wide. It's a bit of a scrappy fight, but the bullet time decides the match right now. X-Way is going to try and root down Crystal Fang, but it won't be enough. Wisteria is being routed, but the reinforcements of Aquatic are here. This is a one-person team right now, is able to slay down the Requiem, not enough, triple kill, but Crystal Fang overloads it. That is a shutdown for SC Academy, and they ultimately come out on top of the fight. It's an ace.
I mean, the engage originally looked shaky from Vincenzo, only hitting the 2 tanks because the Scatter of the Week from Pikachu was able to knock the Rel away, protecting the Syndra and Jinx from that combo. But then I believe Pikachu gets hit by a Rel Q, I believe, and then the bullet time from the Misfortune is able to chunk Pikachu down to around 10% HP, and the Yone is able to clean up the kill, and I think that really was the fight decider. Even with Aquatic...
Crystal Fang? Okay,
we're good.
It wasn't going to be death number 2. That would have been bonkers.
That would have been really funny if both of Crystal Fang's deaths were to jungle monsters, but...
Yeah, that's the only death.
Yeah, but as I was saying, I really do think that bullet time onto Pikachu did secure the fight for Western Wisteria, and the relatively late TP from Aquatic, even though Aquatic was able to do incredible amounts of damage, one-shotting Badger Grimes, one-shotting Codito as well, taking so much damage from that dead Karthus body did mean that Aquatic eventually fell to Crystal Fang, even with Crystal Fang blowing the flash. And overall, an ace for St. Clair Academy, a 5 for 3 in favor of the Saints. And now this game is, but I mean, look at Aquatic. Aquatic has now 8 kills. Like, Aquatic is essentially the entirety of Western Wisteria at this point. All of their advantage is on this Gwen, but I mean, Nagin is starting to has completed that first item, has completed that Sundered Sky, and I'm waiting to see how Western Wisteria is going to leverage the strength that this Gwen has in the side lane, and if they're able to create any meaningful advantages off of this lead that a not used name has gotten for this top laner.
Yeah, Aquatic here moves down for the rest of their team. They are posturing around toward the Otacon here. Otacon, excuse me. Vincenzo trying to throw with these little pot shots here, and onto Aquatic, the chain does connect, and the Magnastorm is popped as well. Watch out for the Crystal Fang. Oh, but that is a crazy impale here, but it won't be enough. Aquatic still in that backline, forced to run for the hills with Kikiko on a sliver of health. It is an ace instantly. These SC Academy team members are on fire with their synergies, and now Otacon is theirs. Otacon, excuse me.
I mean, Vincenzo, again, the Magnastorm hits 2 or 3 people, I believe, only hits the front line of St. Clair Academy, but Western Wisteria, thinking they're safe, it does not react quick enough.
No way! It got Codito! The jungle monsters have been just as much on Wisteria's side as their own players. I don't think they can take this.
Oh my god, they actually are not able to secure the Voracious Atacon just yet. No, we should expect the Voracious Atacon to eventually...
It's pushing Vincenzo off still.
St. Clair Academy playing a PvE game, as it seems, and losing many more times than you'd expect. But sorry, going back to the fight before, Codito once again with that Yone ultimate is able to catch Pikachu, and I believe 3 or 4 members of Western Wisteria, and in combination with that bullet time, with a well-placed bullet time from Crystal Fang over the wall, is able to secure the fight win, and another ace for St. Clair Academy. And now up 7,000 gold, 22 minutes in the game. St. Clair Academy are in a very dominant position with this sort of hyper-aggressive, hyper-carry style that they've drafted in their top side. And this type of draft seems to be working out. This
Top down, 1v1, Aquatic versus Nagin. This is where Aquatic started off this match, and it's looking like the fight will continue to go that way. A lot of healing out from Nagin here. That is the power of that Aatrox with the World Ender. The health bars are still kind of even, but this snip right now, Chain does connect, isn't going to latch Aquatic back. Ultimate will eventually fade here. Q1 does not connect, and it's a game of inches right now. Both health bars so low, not used name on the way up. They do want this kill so badly. So much pressure can be gained from this top side, and here comes not used name. Impale does connect, thrown into the wall, and Aquatic will snip it up. Shut down over. Is the Requiem going to be enough? It is!
It is!
Badrick Grime gets one back onto Aquatic, and notably, that is going to mean, since that attention was diverted up, Otacon once again safely in the hands of SC Academy. It was a little dicey there for a while, but the buff will be theirs.
Yeah, very well played from both sides in that top lane 1v1 between Aquatic and Nagin. Unfortunately, I believe at the end, either the the Gwen didn't have enough. Aquatic did not have enough mana to cast that W in order to avoid the Requiem, and the Requiem with the Shadow Flame completed actually just immediately pops Aquatic right then and there. And the good news for Western Wisteria is that they were able to secure that 600 gold money bag from that top tier 2 turret. However, that bag of money is given to the Skarner. That's not generally who you want the money on. You definitely would prefer getting that huge gold injection onto one of your carries, whether it's Aquatic, Pikachu, or Kakiko. But nevertheless, gold is gold. So, nevertheless, gold is gold, but I think now we're able to see that Nagin is actually able to match this Gwen in that isolated 1v1, and so now this game becomes a lot more complicated for Western Wisteria, especially now with the Voracious Atacon buff being given over to St. Clair Academy.
This is the trouble that Aquatic is going to be facing for the rest of this match here. There's so much top pressure that they're giving over, especially as the Dragon goes over as well, again, handily to SC Academy. Vincenzo nicely done to block any Super Mega Death Rocket. 2 turrets went over for Wisteria in that fight previously, but now you see so many dark pockets on the map for Aquatic. There's such a risk of a gank, and if you are the team solo carry, you're going to have to worry, like, how far can I really push up, knowing that the team might not have the strength to defend you in a 5v5.
Yeah, and now with how accelerated St. Clair Academy is and how much damage they have, now not even the frontline are safe from the incredible amounts of burst and sustained damage that St. Clair Academy have. I mean, there is no magic resist. There's barely any magic resist on the side of Western Wisteria, so that Karthus E and Karthus Qs in combination with the Leandries, with the Shadow Flame, will do so much to the front line of Western Wisteria. Even if the Karthus dies early in a fight, that dead body will just stay there and keep burning down the members of Western Wisteria. And now look at Crystal Fang, 3 items completed on that Misfortune. That Lethality build will just one-shot any one of the squishies on Western Wisteria's team. I mean, 2 items completed for Western Wisteria's carries compared to the 3 items on Crystal Fang.
And looking at this Baron bait, they know that a Baron would be so impactful in securing their win for this game, for the rest of the tournament, continuing their tournament lives, and they are just bush camping, knowing that there's no vision control here from Wisteria. They're so weary to push out onto this map, so concerned knowing that one pick, especially for Aquatic, could be the spell doom for their tournament lives. X-Wave popped out, but here Kikiko is going to flash. Magnastorm connects onto nobody, and 2 burned resources here from Vincenzo is going to burn the flash from Kikiko, but ultimately nothing really comes of it yet.
Yeah, notice that none of the Voracious Atacon buffs did end up being used from St. Clair Academy. So in a sense, that was a
stun. That was a double stun onto Crystal Fang as well as Vincenzo, but X-Way is so low now. Here comes the Yone ultimate, trying to find the pick. Isn't going to connect. Does go back to the Soul Unbound. Again, the bullet time isn't going to connect either. Wisteria should have the moments here. Crystal Fang so low, living on a knife's edge and shut down by Aquatic. That is the carry that Wisteria needs right now, and they're cleaning up the map. Yone dragged back to the rest of his soul. The Requiem is actually going to pick up a couple people here. Picks down 1. Codino so low, but his Q3 is going to connect. It's so scrappy, so messy. Wisteria comes out on top, and they are going to stay alive.
Wisteria finding the fight that they were looking for. I mean, St. Clair Academy getting very aggressive with that engage. First with the flash rel engage, forcing Kakiko's flash, you could argue that was a good trade. You know, support flash for AD carry flash is good, but that does mean that they don't have the valuable resource of the Magnet Storm in the ensuing fight. But St. Clair Academy deciding to continue to chase with Codito using the Yone ult, forcing out another flash, more flashes from Wisteria. But then, Aquatic finding the angle to finding access to the backline of St. Clair Academy, finding Crystal Fang, finding Badrick Grimes inside that Gwen W while being immune, is able to burst down Crystal Fang. Even though Crystal Fang did their best to survive as long as possible, dodging out on that last cast of the Needlework, Aquatic using the E over the wall is able to pick up Crystal Fang, and then the rest of St. Clair Academy just drop like flies.
Yeah, I feel like you could hear the thoughts of St. Clair Academy there. They thought, one more fight, one more pick, that's all we need, then Baron is ours, and the game should be secure. And they were almost throwing themselves at them, trying to find the pick, but Western Wisteria was not giving it to them, and they paid, St. Clair Academy did pay the price there. Now you see that Western Wisteria posturing a lot more aggressively, but Aquatic maybe caught out on the side here versus Crystal Fang. Crystal Fang still a squishy, completely annihilated, 0 to 100, 100-0 instantly, but here comes the teleport. Aquatic still low. Yone ultimate is going to pop. The two carries on each side taken down, and where will we end up next? It's a double kill for Yone, and now Western Wisteria forced to run for the hills, not use name, caught in the jungle, triple kill for the Yone, and that was the picks that St. Clair Academy were hoping for.
I mean, Western Wisteria overextending in St. Clair Academy's jungle. I mean, it looked good for them in the beginning because I believe Crystal Fang just blast cone straight into melee range of the Gwen, and without any resources and without any teammates nearby, Crystal Fang did pay the price, and Western Wisteria got an early kill. But then everybody else on St. Clair Academy was able to collapse onto Aquatic, onto this 12-kill Gwen that is so dangerous from Western Wisteria. And then after that, Pikachu and Kakiko do join the fight, and they are in range to hit, but Pikachu is just completely one-shot by the solo laners of St. Clair Academy, and Kakiko just does not have enough damage yet, especially without having that first passive Get Excited reset. Kakiko just doesn't have enough damage to clean up the rest of the kills, and so it does end up being a 3-for-1 going over to the side of St. Clair Academy, and St. Clair Academy turn their sight towards the Dragon and capture the Chemtech Soul.
That's going to be the consequence, and now we see the pings from Wisteria over towards this Baron. They're trying to force something here, and again, you look at the team compositions. If you take out Aquatic, I'm not really sure what Western Wisteria has left. This Jinx isn't fully completely online, but meanwhile, Crystal Fang, even if you take them out, there's still Codito, still Badrick Grimes, still Nagin that can pack a punch. So Western Wisteria has to be very careful not to focus their sights too completely on Crystal Fang being their entire win condition. There's still a whole other 4 members to fight with.
Yeah, Aquatic definitely needs to be a lot more careful in looking for these picks, because taking out the priority target is strong, but if you trade your life for that kill onto the Misfortune, the resulting 4v4 is losing for your team, and Western Wisteria have to be aware of that fact, and they have to make sure that Aquatic does not get caught out and does not die early in these fights. But Nagin
Here
looking
comes
for a
Nagin,
flank.
popping the World Ender. No Q1 onto Kakiko. The chain doesn't connect either. Maybe caught between 3 members. Meanwhile, Iceway is going to just fall due to this Requiem here and is popped. Now the health bars are so low on the 2 carries of the Western Wisteria team. They're going to be forced to recall. Aquatic is still pushing topside, but it's going to likely be at the cost of the Baron here. Again, try and clear it as many waves as possible. Get the objective bounties, excuse me. And get some consolation gold here for your team. But that's a pretty handedly Baron over to the side of St. Clair Academy. They're going to have these empowered recalls. Aquatic's got to get out of there fast if they want to live.
Yeah, Aquatic is able to capture that, top tier 3, top inhibitor turret as a consolation prize, but that fight was really weird. It was Nagin getting a monster flank, but with no follow-up. It was just a 1v3 between Nagin and the bots and the jungle mid ADC of Western Wisteria, but Nagin actually heals a ton, is able to just walk out of it unharmed, and meanwhile Axway is just isolated on that Leona, and Leona not having any tools to run away is just cleaned up by the Requiem.
Oh, we see here now a monster fight breaking out once again. This could be the game ender for one of these tournament teams, and the bullet time is telling. A ultimate now, an Impale onto 3 isn't going to mean much here for the Western Wisteria team. St. Clair Academy have had their challenges, they had their moments, but ultimately they are going to be the ones who persevere through this losers bracket. They fought hard, they fought valiantly, and they are rewarded for it. St. Clair Academy keep their tournament lives alive.
And I mean, well fought by both teams. Western Wisteria, especially Aquatic on that Gwen, able to secure a very dominant and strong early lead against Negan on that Aatrox. But unfortunately, the strength of St. Clair Academy's boss side is far too strong to overcome. And the Yone engages, the Rel engages, and the Misfortune bullet times were just too strong for Western Wisteria to handle. And unfortunately, Western Wisteria lose out and are knocked out of this tournament.
Yeah, commiserations to Western Wisteria. They fought so well, and they had so many great moments. Unfortunately, not able to pull through for their sake in the end. And it was an absolute joy casting them and seeing them on this tournament, but they will not be moving on. It's St. Clair Academy who moved to the next stage to face OTSU, I believe?
OTSU, yes.
Face OTSU in their next match. And yeah, don't go anywhere. We still have a great show ahead.
Condors Esports is innovating intercollegiate gaming in Ontario and beyond. We've built a community where you can compete, play, and work in a dynamic program accessible from all campuses.
Condors Esports is more than just gaming. Here, you'll find empowerment and inspiration in state-of-the-art facilities equipped with the latest technologies and unwavering support.
We are varsity athletes, turning victories into championships as high-performing gamers.
We are relentless, constantly pushing our limits and pursuing excellence through every match.
We are Condors. Gaming connects us on campus or online, all through best-in-class equipment.
We're building a foundation of experience, powered by our passion, and developing skills that drive personal and professional success.
We are eager students, transforming our dreams into careers in dynamic and emerging industries.
Condors Esports goes beyond gaming, fostering enduring friendships, unforgettable experiences, and meaningful connections.
This is your chance to transform your passion for video games, esports, and technology into something impactful. Learn how Conestoga is introducing Condors Esports to your campus and connect with fellow Condors striving to soar.
We
are Condors.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I'm joined here by Top Soon, the support player for the Western Shockwave team, for an interview here. How's it going today?
It's going pretty good. You know, early day, we're excited. We just won our first game, and we're looking forward to some more.
Awesome, yeah. How do you feeling up against the Guelph Griffins soon in your next match?
Yeah, we played them yesterday, and it was a really competitive game, really close. Honestly, I think we should have clinched that one. But we had some throws, and you know, early on into the series, or the tournament at least, you know, we're trying to figure out the meta, trying to figure out our reads, you know, what our bans were, what our picks were, and I think that our meta has really kind of developed over the course of the tournament. So we're ready for this rematch, and we're gonna take it this time.
Awesome! I love to see that mentality, and especially here, like at a LAN where you can see your teammates playing, you're in the same room as your opponents. What's it like experiencing a tournament at a LAN like this?
It's really nice. I think it's like the highest level of competition, you know? You're there with your teammates, you have that kind of morale. you know, a teammate makes a good play, you give him a little fist bump on the side or something like that. It's nice, you know, and it's nice to see all of our teammates getting excited as well when a play goes well. You know, when things don't go so bad, you know, we lend a, you know, a nice hand or something just to comfort somebody. It's really nice. It's fun.
Yeah, awesome. Do you have any like moments or experiences from the event that have been a highlight so far that you'd like to share?
Yeah, like anytime one of our teammates makes a really big play near the end of the game, like everyone just starts looking at each other. Like everyone forgets that we're even in the game. We're trying to like close out the game, but yeah, it's just nice to see like the reactions of our teammates when we make a nice play and seeing them get so happy, and you know that's the best experience for me.
Awesome. Okay. I'm really glad you're mentioning that. Do you feel like events like WaterLAN are important to you or for the collegiate scene in general?
I think absolutely. It pushes the collegiate scene forward. You know, it adds competition, it adds variety. You know, a lot of these players I've been competing with for many years, but I've never met them face to face, right? And so being able to compete at a LAN like this allows us to, you know, kind of get that community as well. Because, you know, a lot of these players have like lots of history with each other, and finally seeing them in person is nice.
Yeah, that's so. I can only imagine how that must feel. So my next question is, in League, if you had to have any jungle monster as your pet, what would it be?
A jungle monster as my pet? Man, I feel like Grump. I feel like Grump is super chill. Like, he's just like vibing. He's like, you know, jumping around.
He's just a chill guy.
He's just a chill guy. Like, he's not going to do too much. He's not like slapping you up for like all your HP bar like a Raptors camp. Like, I think Grump, he's pretty chill.
All right, awesome. Yeah, well, it's been a joy talking with you today. Good luck on your next game, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
All right, we'll catch you around.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We got WaterLAN back on the road here. We've got OTSU versus St. Clair Academy. How are you doing, buddy? You ready to kick it off once again?
I'm doing great. The matches so far today and yesterday have all been very exciting. I'm very excited to see what these next two teams have to offer. Speaking of the bracket, the upcoming match is between OTSU, coming from the winners bracket, falling to St. Clair, the St. Clair varsity team, facing off against St. Clair Academy, who did just defeat Western Wisteria in a nail-biting match in the first round of the losers bracket. And now we are in the losers bracket quarterfinals. And a bit of background about this matchup. This actually is a rematch from the third stage of Swiss stage yesterday. Yesterday in round 3 of Swiss, OTSU were able to take down St. Clair Academy, and St. Clair Academy today are looking to get revenge onto OTSU for yesterday. And with the other losers quarterfinals match is between the Guelph Griffins and Western Shockwave, which also happens to be a rematch from yesterday in Swiss stage. And in the upper bracket, we do have Warriors Gold facing off against the St. Clair varsity team, which will be streamed in the game after this one.
Yeah, I'm sure all of you are looking forward to that nail-biting game. They did face once before with Waterloo taking it out on top, but it's going to be anyone's games up for grabs, and that's going to be on later today, so make sure you catch that. But for now, we're going to head straight into draft between OTSU and St. Clair Academy.
Yeah, the first ban from OTSU appearing to be the Graves. St. Clair Academy responding with an Olaf ban. 2 junglers banned out early for both teams, and I'm just wondering, Karthik, if you've been following these games going on, what do you think we'll see more of these aggressive early game AD skirmishing junglers like the Jarvan, like the Vi, or will we see teams sort of fall back into more tank junglers like we saw from teams yesterday with the Sejuani or the Skirner?
Yeah.
What are you hoping to see?
Yeah, it's always an interesting question because as tournaments just go on and people play safer and safer compositions, it's not just like a little Swiss stage game or anything like that. If it's a knockout game, if it's the semifinals and the finals, maybe they do go for some safer picks like the Sejuani or the Jarvan. But for now, hey, I'm always happy to see these aggressive junglers come out, but some of them will be banned out here along with the Aurora as well.
Yeah, the Viego being banned out from OTSU. And the Karma rounding out the first round of bans for OTSU against St. Clair Academy. Just to remind everyone at home, this is a Self-Fearless. This is day 2 of Self-Fearless, meaning all the champions that OTSU picked in their first match today against St. Clair Varsity are not available for them. And for St. Clair Academy, all the champions they picked in their match against the Western Wisteria, that we just streamed, are also not available for St. Clair Academy. And we see another Jinx first pick. This is the third Jinx first pick that we've seen at WaterLAN today. And St. Clair Academy responding with a very high priority AD carry as well in the Callista. And I'm wondering if we're going to get the support picked with Callista right now as well. I believe the Renata is up for St. Clair Academy. If they're going to opt for the Renata or a champion like the Nautilus, which is also a very popular pick with Callista.
And yeah, I feel like it's such a nice difference of styles between the teams. Jinx is much more of that scaling, laid back, just chilling, get out of lane safe, while Callista and Nautilus, they really want to push the pedal. So just immediately off the bat, you can see the difference of styles that these drafts have. I'm sure St. Clair will have heavy pressure in that bot lane, and OTSU need to make sure that Jinx will not fall behind, can scale up to a few items, and can be that late game monster that we all know.
Yeah, and this Callista Nautilus is a very potent lane dominant bot duo, but OTSU responding with a relatively strong laner in their own right in the Lulu. Lulu able to pressure a lot of melee supports especially, even though typically enchanters are thought of being a bit weaker in 2v2s on the bot lane. Lulu actually is one of the more stronger enchanters that can hold their own against aggressive laning champions. However, still, I don't know about you, Karthik, but what I'm thinking is still this bot lane from St. Clair Academy will look to put a lot of pressure onto OTSU, and OTSU rounding off their first round of picks with that Jax, presumably going into the top lane, and St. Clair Academy responding with a Skarner pick, which has been, and Skarner is again one of the most popular champions at this tournament so far. Very solid jungler, very solid at all 3 stages of the game, early, mid to late game, and I expect to see a lot of dives centered around this Callista, Nautilus, and Skarner, where St. Clair Academy will look to dive the vulnerable members of OTSU, whether it's the top laner on a lane swap or just straight up diving the OTSU bot lane. diving the Jinx, diving the Lulu, seeing if they can really get Kalista accelerated and get Crystal Fang a lot of kills. Just like yesterday, where Crystal Fang actually got a pentakill on the Kalista.
Yeah, they'll be hoping to get that Kalista snowballing, and I like that they have this really great dive composition and are going to be looking out to ban out some of those junglers now that they've already got a great one for themselves. Zac is a great one, and I want to maybe see some more disengage bans taken away from OTSU, right? Because right now, St. Clair, they've showed their cards. They're like, we are dive, dive, dive. So OTSU's got to keep that Jinx alive, got to keep their mid laner alive. So we'll see what else they can bring into their composition to make that happen.
Yeah, OTSU also banning out the Cassante, a safe blind pick for St. Clair Academy. And St. Clair Academy continuing to ban out junglers for OTSU. Banning out that Amumu, another tank jungler that is gone. And we actually see a Xerath ban from OTSU. Not a very popular pick or ban that we've seen at this tournament, but nevertheless, it covers off that option in the mid lane for St. Clair Academy. And now I'm really curious, like you said, Karthik, if they're going to go with any disengage options from OTSU. Like, I think one potential pick they can go for in the jungle if they want a sort of safe disengage tank jungler is the Maokai. I think Maokai is very strong in disengages and engages alike, but we actually see picks coming out very fast, and that is the Gwen locked in and the Thresh locked in for OTSU. Where do you think the Gwen and Jax are going?
Yeah, I feel like you can't obviously have it both ways, but I'll say, let's say it's going to be Gwen top and Jax jungle here. Skarner is somebody that's going to, isn't the greatest at dueling early on, so Jax can maybe get that edge, get that farming going. But on the other side, I do want to bring up this Rumble pick. I think they thought it was that Jax top, right? They wanted to get that Rumble counter pick because things like the Counter-Strike doesn't really do anything against him. But in this case, they kind of switched it around, used the flex picks to their advantage, and were able to maybe get an advantageous matchup for themselves.
Yeah, and we also see that Thresh was the last pick for OTSU, and that Lulu is actually going into the mid lane.
Yeah.
Lulu mid is not something, is definitely not something I expected, nor to see at this tournament in general, but of course, Lulu into that Victor should be fairly safe, although the Lulu should also be very vulnerable to Skarner ganks, having no mobility. But if the Lulu is able to use the polymorph effectively to disengage from these Skarner ganks, the Lulu should be able to scale for free into the mid to late game. And if OTSU are able to stay even until the mid to late game, they potentially have a very strong composition with very strong scaling, a very strong scaling top jungle duo, very strong skirmishers into the mid game once one or two items are completed for both the Jax and the Gwen. And of course, we have this Jinx with two supports protecting the Jinx, allowing the Jinx to get a reset, get excited, and hopefully run the game over. And events like WaterLAN wouldn't be possible without support from the University of Waterloo. And UW introduced Warriors Esports in 2021 with the aim of enhancing the student experience through gaming-related events, facilities, and competitions like this one. In collaboration with academic bodies and groups like UWin, Warriors Esports supports academic and professional opportunities from work placements to research.
Yep, and we are slowly going to be kicking off the game here. Nothing too crazy happening. You're going to see getting some wards, getting that Raptor start for the Gwen here. It is turning out to be Gwen jungle here, and they are going to be pushing Skarner away while the rest of OTSU is actually swapping the sides. And a little bit of a scuffle going on here, but nothing going to be going down. You actually see Rumble come down from the side, but Emma's going to be here to help out. They really just want to get their team out here, but Emma's looking to go in. Three-man play, and you got the flash in from 9. Can he get Waterworth? Another flash, and the first blood for the victor. Codito is on the board, but a trade back from Kriv, and the flash counter-strike to get the stun onto the victor, and Codito's going to end up going down. That's a double kill for Kriv off the bat.
Absolute mayhem going on in this first game. St. Clair Academy is able to secure first blood for that feats of strength, but it does end up being 2-for-1 in favor of TSU. Both top laners will just teleport to the stacked wave that both as we see the TPs coming through. Kriv will be catching the stacked bot wave, or at least some of the stacked bot wave, while Nagin will be catching some of the stacked top wave. Very interesting level 1 lane swap we see coming out from OTSU. The original plan was to have Nagin avoids the Thresh Flay, is able to just walk out of that one and collect XP from the pushing in wave, but Kriv, the idea from OTSU was to have Kriv not go bot on this lane swap and instead help Waterworth steal away the enemy Raptors from Badrick Grimes in order to secure an early jungle advantage. Unfortunately, I believe Badrick Grimes was able to secure the big Raptor in that smite fight, so in that sense, the Skarner did win out against the Gwen, but St. Clair Academy chasing a bit too hard for that one kill, for that first blood against OTSU does end up losing 2 members, and overall I think the lane swap has worked out for OTSU.
Yeah, I think in general, this lane swap is huge for them, right? Kalista and Nautilus, they want to fight, they want to get kills, they want to put the Jinx behind, but the Jinx is on the other side of the map. What are they going to do, right? She's farming for free, she's going to be getting played, while this Rumble that also wants to have a really good early game is laning 1v2. So I think on both sides of the map, OTSU is just off to a great start. Kriv, he can't farm, but he got 2 kills. He's chilling, right?
Yeah, and on lane swaps for top laners, the most important thing is getting XP. Although, the one thing I will mention that is struggling for Kriv in this ball lane is that his wave is actually pushing away from him. And so that means this Jax will get frozen on for a while if Crystal Fang and Vincenzo want to do so. Meanwhile, Negan is pushed under turret, but potentially we may see both top laners' waves pushing away from pushing into the enemy ball lanes, and both top laners may be down a lot of levels of XP very early into this game. And although if you ask me, I think you're happy if you're OTSU, because a Rumble that is behind is I would say a lot more useless than a Jax who's behind it. So, and Kriv also has 2 kills.
Yep, here comes the dive, the Lantern to bring Waterworth in. The Flay land. Emma is going to end up going down. Can Waterworth have enough damage? No, they are going to go down as well. It's a disaster as he picks up 2 kills under turret. This is a Rumble with double buffs now. He's going to regen up. He's going to be fine, and he's going to start getting CS again.
What a disaster for OTSU. I mean, Negan hits level 4 on the coming wave, and OTSU maybe overestimating the damage of an early game Gwen and an early game Jinx. Think they have enough damage to just pop the Rumble, but with the overheated Rumble W, with the stronger shield, Negan is just able to sit there without flash, turning on the flamethrower, and might actually look to kill Haunted as well.
Ooh, it's going to be close here. Haunted barely gets alive. Both of them just on slivers of HP as Badrick Grimes going to see if he can do anything about it. No flash to get over the wall. Going to try and throw a rock, but Haunted is just too far away. So no third kill going over for the Rumble at least.
Yeah, and probably one of the worst parts for OTSU in that top play was that Kriv is still left alone, and if you look at the CS, Kriv has 1 creep.
Oof.
Kriv has less CS than Emma, who's the support for OTSU, and Kriv is also down XP from Negan, but due in part because Negan got all the kill XP from that failed dive from OTSU. But overall, the lane swap, which originally looked really good for OTSU, is now suddenly swung in favor of St. Clair Academy.
Yeah, this game really has been a roller coaster already. It started off so well for OTSU, but a couple mistakes here and there, and a great freeze by St. Clair in the bot lane too have really turned the tides around so far.
Yeah, but I mean, all hope is not lost for OTSU. Of course, the Jax is now pretty far behind the Rumble in terms of gold and XP. And of course, Waterworth on the Gwen starting off with 2 deaths is definitely not good for the tempo. However, Waterworth still even in farm with Badrick Grimes, and the Jinx, which is the focal point of OTSU's comp, is not that far behind either. So nothing too concerning.
Yeah, you actually see Waterworth looking onto Vincenzo's actually going to hook out while Badrick Grimes is going in. Waterworth gets the ult from Lulu here as Emma might be in a hard place here. Vincenzo is getting low, but Emma is caught between 4 people and gets instantly bursted down. Crystal Fang going for the reset, looking onto Haunted, has the spears in her, putting one after the other, double kill for Crystal Fang.
And Crystal... Oh,
great flash hook by Vincenzo here as the Ankanjo is caught out. Waterworth looking to help out. Can he get the kill? But another trade come back, just back-to-back fights here. These Void Grubs, they are so contested.
Another thing I wanted to point out is Vantro actually managed to steal away one of the Void Grubs, so that is not one. So that does not count as one of the epic monsters for St. Clair Academy in terms of feats of strength. But 2 Grubs still go over to the side of St. Clair Academy. But I mean, OTSU starting off that fight perhaps a bit too early. Haunted was a bit too far away in the top lane and was not able to join the fight early enough before Waterworth and Vantro were zoned away by the Victor ult, and Emma was left alone to die, the Lonely Thresh. But, I mean, overall, very good fight from St. Clair Academy. They do get 2 grubs. It could have been 3, but Vantro did manage to nag one with the Lulu Q, and Emma actually looking to catch Nagin.
Does the hook land? It does not. Nagin with a great dodge and just a little bit of flame spitter back at Emma, being like, yeah, you thought you could hit me? And just kind of chilling around. Once the hook is gone, can't really do much. But Nagin really forcing the issue here, showing how strong he is. Uses the equalizer, a little bit of damage onto Emma, clears out the wave a bit too. He's going to be able to crash this and get out safely.
Yeah, and with Emma having to base, I do think that St. Clair Academy will be able to secure this dragon as they are in position, but actually Battleground looking to catch Vincenzo isn't able to get the E over the wall. Vincenzo actually lands the hook.
Yeah, lands the hook onto Vincenzo, but the fight is being turned around as Waterworth is now here. Kodito joined the fight on the other side. The great impale from Badrick Grimes, comboed with the Victor abilities. Waterworth barely not going down. The snip, and the Jinx rocket from downtown. That's 2 kills going over to OTSU.
I mean, amazing impale from Badrick Grimes, but St. Clair Academy just don't have enough damage yet to one-shot Waterworth and Vancho, and what ends up happening is the Needlework ends up healing Waterworth so much and does so much damage that they're actually able to turn the 2v3 around. And of course, not without, and of course, aided by the Super Mega Death Rocket from Haunted, they are able to secure 2 kills without giving any in return.
Yeah, maybe if Kodito was a bit more of an early game champion, I feel that Impale was so good that it just kind of baited them all. And it's like, oh my god, we got 3 people. Yeah, they can't move. It's like, oh, but we can't kill them. Oh no, they're killing us.
Yeah, and I mean, Levancho with the Catalyst is actually incredibly tanky, and of course has the shield and has the polymorph to protect the Gwen in situations like these. I just felt like it just felt like St. Clair Academy was doing no damage to the 2 impaled members of OTSU, and somehow they were able to turn that fight. And now momentum is going back and forth in this game so often. I mean, I feel like so often we're seeing OTSU get a good lane swap playoff, but then suddenly they fail a dive, and now St. Clair has the momentum, but then they win the fight at Grudge, but then OTSU wins the fight mid lane. I mean, this game is as back and forth as it gets.
Yep, and it's going to be the Dragon picked up by St. Clair here. They have about a 1k gold lead, but honestly, OTSU, I think, is just scaling so well with the Jinx, Jax, and Gwen that St. Clair need to keep pushing the pedal in this game, continue to get objectives and towers, just really try and make that gold lead a lot more, or I feel like they're going to get outscaled.
Yeah, and fairly significant gold leads on the St. Clair Academy top Rumble and the Callista, both around 1,000 gold up on their respective laners. But Waterworth also has an advantage in the jungle, 800 gold up. Actually, back in the game despite dying 3 times fairly early into the game. And overall, I think the game state is fairly even considering how strong the scaling on OTSU is. With that Lulu and Thrush protecting this Jinx, if Haunted is able to get a few more kills, if Haunted is able to get accelerated a bit more, I could easily see this game spur out of control.
Kriv taking a lot of damage here, but dodges the Electro Harpoon and is able to get out for free here. But you can see how dominating Nagin is in this lane. It's really hard for the Jax to do much against the Rumble, especially in that early game, because Rumble just melts through his health bar.
Yeah, and especially with the 2 early kills going over to the side of Nagin to match the 2 early kills that Kriv got on the level 1 fight. I mean, it is just so unplayable for Kriv right now. And actually, another hook. Onto Emma.
Emma gets the flash out, gets the ult as well, and now Waterworth is coming around the side. 2-man impale for Grimes, but Waterworth is doing so much work here, getting this equalizer. Vincenzo in the middle of them. The Rocket is able to pick up 1, and now the equalizer onto Haunted, onto Emma, and it's a bloodbath here with St. Clair coming out on top.
Yeah, Waterworth completely missing the last cast of the Needlework really hurt OTSU's chances of winning this fight. Because in these types of Jinx comps, especially in the early game, you really need a quick takedown for your Jinx to get excited and really run over the fight. But by the time Haunted got that first kill, it was already too late. Haunted was nailed by CC and taken out by Crystal Fang. And look, once again, just like yesterday, Crystal Fang on this Callista is now 4-0-2. Very dominant champion, very proficient at playing this Callista, as we've seen throughout WaterLAN. And overall, I'm very impressed with how Crystal Fang and how St. Clair Academy in general are able to utilize this champion proficiency and early game specialty that Crystal Fang provides for their team in order to scrape out a 3,000 gold lead at 12 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and now Emma looking onto Nagin. Can he land the hook this time? Waiting patiently. Ooh, Nagin got the fancy feet, dodges it out once again here. Is going to get out scot-free without having to burn anything crazy.
Yeah. Good news for Kriv. Kriv is finally able to farm by himself for a bit in the side lane. Doesn't have to worry about a pesky Rumble zoning him away from XP and farm. So the Jax does have a bit of breathing room to work with. The Lulu, the 006 Lulu actually having a bounty. It's pretty funny to look at. But a lot of ages completed for the Lulu. Yuntal Wild Arrows completed for Haunted on the Jinx, along with another plate as we see in the top lane. But for the side of St. Clair Academy, 3 full items completed with the Blade of the Ruined King, the Blackfire Torch, and the Heartsteel for the ADC mid jungle of St. Clair Academy respectively. And overall, the gold lead is starting to get equalized. It went from a 3,000 gold lead to a 2,000 gold lead, and OTSU are slowly getting back to the game.
Yeah, but now Levanto is caught out. Nautilus from one side, Skarner from the other, is able to flash over the wall. No follows from St. Clair, so at least they're going to burn the Summoner out of the Lulu for now, as Emma Noggin dodges another hook, is turning with the equalizer. This Thresh is melting as Noggin is going to look for the 1v2. Can he land a Harpoon? Can he land anything? No, he can't, and now Haunted is looking to turn the tides, but here comes Crystal Fang, and as soon as he shows his face, OTSU start running.
Negan overheats and suddenly just barely doesn't have enough damage to secure that kill on Emma. Levanto.
Oh, once again.
Looking for the Lulu again.
Yeah, no flash this time. The slow does land. The impale does land. And the hook for the follow. Vincenzo helping out. And Crystal Fang has the 5th on the board.
Another shutdown for Crystal Fang. And, I mean, Vincenzo just seems to be catching out so many members of OTSU, especially that Lulu in the mid lane. I feel like I'm having deja vu every time I see a member of OTSU face check into that topside mid bush and getting hooked by Vincenzo on the Nautilus and forcing out the Lulu ult, forcing out the flash. And you know that second time we saw it with Levanto, unfortunately did not have the Lulu ult to save themselves, did not have the flash either, and does finally fall to Crystal Fang.
Yeah, and now Emma looking onto Grimes because Waterwork is with him. Waterwork does a lot of damage. He's going to look to snip, 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 and he lands on Needlework one after the other. Can they get the kill? Can they get the reset onto Haunted? No, they cannot. Kodito comes around the side. The lasers get the kill onto Waterworth, and I think that should be it. The Super Mega Death Rocket is not going to find anyone as Crystal Fang pulls Vincenzo to safety, and the Dragon is going to be theirs.
It just feels like St. Clair Academy are so in control of this game. They're calling all the shots, and it almost feels like OTSU is just walking to St. Clair Academy, and the game plan is very easy for the Saints in the sense that they just have to wait for OTSU to walk into them, and then they can just secure another kill. And these kills are constantly stacking up, and we see some heavy trading onto Crystal Fang actually from Vancho, but that's all I say.
Oh, great equalizer onto Kriv. He cannot move anywhere. The counter-strike flash to get the kill. And oh my god, it was so close, but Noggin is just a little too far ahead and ends up getting one more kill for himself as he continues to dominate the matchup.
Kriv managing to stun Negan undeterred, but with those plated steel caps, that Rumble is just too tanky for Kriv to take down at this stage in the game. And Negan is able to secure a solo kill onto Kriv, and now we are seeing the strength of this counter pick from Negan on this Rumble against the Jax. I mean, just very dominant performance. You know, up 40 CS as a result of the lane, due in part to the result of the lane swap, due in part to the fact that Negan is just very proficient at playing this Rumble in this matchup at least. But I mean, the situation just gets worse and worse for OTSU. I mean, the Gold Ring is starting to expand a bit. St. Clair Academy already have 2 dragons, and they're looking to secure the Rift Herald as well. And Vincenzo hooked again by Vincenzo.
Yeah, Vincenzo looking for more with Kodito getting some damage behind, but has he bitten off more than he can chew as Waterworth gets the kill onto one. The Lulu's got him melted as he's pushing into Crystal Fang. He cannot get the kill. Finally gets the burn down. Haunted flashes away from the Impale. Now Emma's running for their life as the Chaos Storm is on the trail, but for now he is going to be living with the shields.
Ends up being a 2-for-1 for OTSU. A bit of a, you know, overzealous play from Vincenzo hooking in so deep, but Waterworth able to just completely one-shot Vincenzo with the rest of OTSU, getting that first kill, and Waterworth going in, trying to shut down Crystal Fang, does end up successfully doing so, you know, by the hair of its chinny chin chin, and yeah, I mean, good play from OTSU, able to capitalize off of Vincenzo's mistake, and now crucially, you know, Haunted gets another kill, and I mean, that's the big focus of OTSU's team comp. I mean, everything is revolved around this.
Ooh, Emma gets hooked. Vincenzo finds one more, and now Kodito's putting down the damage. Waterworth is here to support, but nothing going to end up going down now as Skarner is going to finish up those grub.
Yeah, and we may see a Herald because...
Oh, sorry, the Herald.
But I guess not. OTSU, the members are too low, so they decide to just back out of this one. Uh-oh.
Kriv getting burned down, but he's going to get to safety here. And yeah, you were talking about it, right? That shutdown onto Crystal Fang, I think, was so huge for Waterworth. Gwen hitting that 2-item spike is paramount to being able to carry the game, and getting that huge shutdown on the 5-kill Callista was able to let her complete that item.
For sure. And now the feats of strength were won by St. Clair Academy. They do have the Triumph of Boots upgrade now and the option to upgrade further into those tier 3 boots. And I mean, OTSU showing many signs of life, especially centered around Waterworth. I mean, this Gwen just does so much damage now, and definitely cannot be underestimated. But Crystal Fang is still very strong. And I feel like, I've been focusing a bit too much on Crystal Fang and neglecting the rest of St. Clair Academy, because Codito is secretly incredibly strong on this victor as well. 4-1-3 with a 300 gold shutdown. Blackfire Torch completed, working towards that second item, and Nagin as well. Capturing that top tier 1 turret with the completed Leandries. And I mean, this St. Clair Academy team looks very formidable in a team fight with so many sources of damage from this Rumble, from this Victor, from this Callista. And with how much setup they have with the Skarner E and Impale, with the Nautilus depth charge and hookline, I'm very concerned for OTSU, especially because they don't really have a solid tank in the front line. Of course, Thresh is, regarded as a tank, but regarded as a tank support, but he's actually fairly squishy, and we actually see Battergrimes going for a play onto Waterworth and Niancho.
Yeah, we'll see if he can land the Impale here onto any of them, as Niancho has the shields. Oh, Impale onto 2, and they're burning on the Equalizer. That setup was just beautiful as they get the kill onto Emma as well. What a perfect play by St. Clair. That's going to result in the bot tower and probably the dragon coming up soon.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing, and I think St. Clair Academy is showing all of us why Skarner has been such a high priority pick in this tournament. I mean, Battergrimes, every single Impale seems to hit at least 2 members of OTSU, and they almost always result in a kill or a flash. And I mean, it seems like every single time the Skarner Impale is off cooldown, Battergrimes is just looking to make a play, and every single one of those plays has ended up resulting in an advantage for St. Clair Academy, no matter how big or small.
Yeah, what a Skarner performance coming out by him, as now the Dragon coming up in 10 seconds. It's going to be soul point for them if they get this, bar some random crazy super mega death rocket or something. But for now, OTSU, they're in dire straits, How do you even walk up when you don't really have a frontliner with gold, They can engage onto pretty much anyone they want and start the fight and look to win it, as Emma gets the hook onto Vincenzo. They actually get him really quickly, but can they look for more? Not really. It's going to be 1 kill being traded over for the Dragon for St. Clair.
Support for Free Dragon is a trade that I think St. Clair Academy is very happy to take. However, more importantly, they did leave their mid-turret uncontested, so OTSU is able to claim an objective bounty on that mid-tier 1. A bit of a consolation prize for OTSU. Extra gold into your carries is always something that you can't complain about for any team.
Yeah, I think they're also looking to get to Atakan now as well. We'll see if they have the prio to do it, but I feel like St. Clair is smelling what's happening. They look for a little death boot, but the Equalizer onto Haunted, kind of just zoning them. They are going to be able to get out, but Battergrimes coming out from the side here, looking onto Kriv, who's going to push him. Great flash hook by Vincenzo. Kriv is nailed down to the ground, and he's able to flash out before going down, but now they're looking onto Waterworth. The Hallowed Mist doing some work. The Needlework helping so much, hitting so many people, but he still ends up going down here. So many low health bars though. Emma, will they look for anything? But now Noggin is burning them down. They're all so low, but for now it's St. Clair with the advantage. Great hook by Emma there, but not too much follow that can happen.
Yeah, Waterworth almost just popping Crystal Fang by himself. Again, reminiscent of the mid-fight we saw earlier, but Crystal Fang able to escape with their life, and it ends up being a two for one, I believe, for the side of St. Clair Academy, and they will set their sights on the Voracious Atacon, I believe. As a result, I mean, with Crystal Fang still alive, still high on HP, and Codito as well, it seems very hard for OTSU to contest, but they may actually be looking to force
Atacon does damage. I think they can push them off it. Their main tank is already so low, so they can't really tank him, and Atacon is still going to stay alive for now.
I mean, it seems that St. Clair Academy are just going to look to base, reset, spend all their gold that they've accumulated. Both carries of St. Clair Academy, or all 3 carries, I should say, have completed their second item. And meanwhile, OTSU, they also have two items on their main damage deals so far, Haunted and Waterworth, while Kriv is still working towards that second item himself. And I mean, OTSU actually responding fairly well. I think they're actually punching back pretty well against St. Clair Academy, but this gold lead is just slowly getting more and more, getting higher and higher in favor of St. Clair Academy. And eventually I think we will reach a point where St. Clair Academy, off of tiny gold injections, such as being able to push in an extra wave, being able to steal away some jungle camps, or pick off some of these turrets, this gold lead will eventually become too much to handle for this comp that OTSU has, despite the hyperscaling they do have with that Lulu Jinx Thrush combo.
Yeah, and we'll have to see here, right? You got Dragon coming up in 2 minutes. That is going to be Ocean Soul for them if they, or a Chemtech Soul for them if they do end up getting it. And we'll see if OTSU, is this the point that you're finally going to contest a Dragon, or are you just going to let them have Soul too? When are you actually going to look for like some objective setup, look for a fight? Because currently it's St. Clair's calling all the shots. It's Badrick, Grimes, and Vincenzo calling all the engages. But finally Emma looking onto Crystal Fang, gets the flash play, but the team is not ready to follow up. They're a little bit out by themselves, and they just end up going down. Kriv TPing the backline.
But does have to just leave. Should be spotted out by that pink ward, but I guess Codito seems to be unaware of Kriv, but Battleground's actually looking onto
Haunted has to flash away here. The Equalizer pushing onto them. The Nala is landing the hook as well, and Haunted is going to be burnt down by Nagin.
Yeah, I mean, Kriv TPing in perhaps a bit too late after the play is dead, but Battleground somehow able to find another pick onto this priority target Jinx. Even seemingly after the fight should be over and OTSU should be disengaging, but Codito forced to flash away from the counter-strike of Kriv, but is able to still walk away with 90% HP, and that is the Voracious Atacon secured by St. Clair Academy, giving them the Resurrect buff from the Voracious Atacon, and now we should expect with this team composition that St. Clair Academy will look to force fights very soon, whether it's around the Dragon or the Baron spawning, in the next 15 seconds. With this Voracious Atacon buff, they should feel pretty confident in forcing any type of fight, whether it's advantageous or not, leveraging the fact that they have Resurrects while OTSU doesn't, and especially on Nagin, who still has TP. Like, if Nagin dies early in a fight, after the Rumble respawns, he can just teleport back into the fight and continue fighting. And essentially, it's almost like a 6v5 in favor of St. Clair Academy.
Yep, and now we're getting to that all-important soul fight here. OTSU are actually able to get some vision down despite being that behind, but we'll see how much it actually ends up in a good fight for them as Emma lands a little hook, but they got some wards behind here and there, but the Dragon Pit is just so dark here, and we'll see that they can go for some Miracle Steal, but it's being guarded pretty well here. Waterward gonna try his best. They got the vision. He's going to jump in. He cannot get the steal. Kriv's going to go to help out, but the impale onto both of them is going to make it so that they both just end up going down. Waterward's doing so much damage, but it was just him and Kriv just not able to do anything, and it's going to be Chemtech Soul going over to St. Clair.
Yeah, I mean, that's always a tough call to make as the jungler if you go for that steal or not, especially when Soul and Baron are up. It's really hard to make that decision of, okay, if I do go for the steal, if I die, even if I get the steal, but I die in the process, then suddenly Baron is available for the enemy team for free. But at the same time, if you don't go for that steal, maybe St. Clair Academy can just force Baron anyways, and there really is no correct choice. Waterworth attempting to go for the steal, I think relying on Emma's Dug Passage, the Thrush W, to save the Gwen, if the steal succeeds or fails. In the end, though, Waterworth is unable to take the Lantern, take the Dug Passage, and Kriv and Waterworth both fall in the Dragon Pit, letting St. Clair Academy take the free Baron. And now with Soul and Baron, and an 7.5 thousand gold lead, St. Clair Academy are very firmly in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and I feel like you just had to go for it, right? You were so far behind, you couldn't really fight. You had to try and hope, but it just does not work out. And St. Clair, they got everything ready to go. They just kind of got to push down the towers and finish up the game here. But, the game's never over when you got characters like a Jinx, a Jax, and a Gwen on the other team. One or two mistakes or throws here, OTSU is more than capable of bringing this game back.
And especially supported by this Lulu, who is also accelerated because the Lulu is in the mid lane with a higher gold income. This Jinx, if St. Clair Academy have bad positioning, they all fall low to a Needleworth, to a well-placed Needleworth from Waterworth, Haunted and Uvancho can easily clean up a team fight. If it is, granted that they do play it really well. And while it is hard, it's not impossible. So St. Clair Academy can't get too overzealous. They can't get too greedy. They still have to play smart because, again, the tournament, both teams' tournament lives are on the line. The loser of this series will get knocked out of the tournament, will get knocked out of WaterLAN. So this is a do or die situation.
Yep, and now Vincenzo looking for one more hook, kind of just as the zone Lienko evades so that they can get that inner tower. And now all the towers outside the base are gone. It's just the base that needs to be broken here. As Kodito is going to catch that bot wave that was being pushed in by Kriv, as now SC is breaking into the base. The Waterward looking to go in. The Hallowed Mist keeping him alive. The Impale onto 2. Bad Grimes is crazy, but he is going to end up going down. The reset for the Jinx here. And now Kriv flashing in. The Nautilus gets ulted out here. They are going to be able to get out for now as Emma does not land a hook, but it was a great fight by OTSU considering these circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, a 1-for-0 at this point in the game is, or any sort of winning trade is always something you want on the losing side of this game state. Battlegram's actually hitting the Imperial onto Haunted, onto the Jinx, miraculously. However, St. Clair Academy are just not in position to follow up on that Skarner ult, and Battlegrams does end up falling. The Rumble ult, the Equalizer, is not able to do enough damage to Haunted, and Vincenzo actually baiting out Kriv's flash, and Crystal Fang able to ult Vincenzo, ult the support out of that situation, and they actually get Kriv's flash for free, which is, you know, good for the side of St. Clair Academy. But overall, still, most importantly, OTSU stops this siege in its tracks, is able to wait out and delay this sort of daring push that St. Clair Academy has with this downtime. And OTSU, I mean, you have to think they're just waiting for these extra power spikes on their drinks, waiting for if they can get that 4th item before the Elder Dragon spawn, and if they can, they just have to go for a miracle fight on this Elder Dragon. Because I think with St. Clair Academy's composition, with how much damage they have in so many roles, the Elder Dragon buff is just the final nail in the coffin for OTSU.
Yeah, and I think it's important to iterate just how much control St. Clair have over this map. There are wards everywhere for them, just littered in the enemy jungle, and you honestly just can't even step outside the base if you're OTSU, but I guess you can just look to turtle and hope and look for fights like the one before, where they get a little bit too greedy for the tower and you can land some crazy damage onto their front line, get a reset for the Jinx, and try and get that fight going.
Yeah, and I think, like, as we mentioned before, the lack of a front line is very crippling for OTSU. They don't have a very tanky member on their team. The tankiest member is probably the Thresh, or even the Gwen with the W. But again, those targets are, especially, you know, with the gold deficit they're at, those targets are still liable to getting one-shot by, you know, the heavy burst they have on St. Clair Academy, from the Rumble, from the Victor, from the Ballista. So OTSU have to play very, very careful, not only making sure that the Jinx doesn't get hit by a Rumble ult, doesn't get, Skarner ult doesn't get hit by the Nautilus ult, but they also have to make sure they're not losing members of their front line for free. They have to make sure that whenever OTSU has to make sure that whenever their front line is duking it out with St. Clair Academy's front line, they're making space for Haunted to be able to free hit and hopefully get a reset, because that is their only way back from this game.
Yeah, and now you got less than a minute for this Elder Dragon to spawn. If St. Clair gets this, they're just going to march into that base and take everything down. So OTSU, they got to make a decision. Can we look for a fight before they get that all-important Elder buff?
Yeah, Haunted will not have the Infinity Edge completed yet, it doesn't seem, for this Elder fight. Sitting on 3 items, but does have a low dominance low. Vincenzo actually caught out a bit, but is able to get close.
Yeah, they're looking onto the TP here, though. Kriv is going to be looking onto Nagi, and Vincenzo gets the ult onto Haunted with the Equalizer on top. 3 of them are burning down, as now, oh my god, Crystal Fang is shut down, and suddenly this fight is looking doable. Haunted is putting out so much damage. Nagin is burning him down. Nagin is going crazy. He's melting OTSU off the map as a triple kill for him. And now Kodito is going to do the big damage onto Kriv to finish up this game. They're going to march it down mid. It looked doable for OTSU. They got Crystal Fang, but they did not account for Nagin, who ended up carrying that fight.
Amazing play from the St. Clair Academy top lane and Nagin. First, the Equalizer was so well placed because it separated Haunted from the rest. It separated the Jinx from the rest of their team. And Crystal Fang, looking to capitalize off this, dashes forward to Haunted, but Kriv, this Haunted Savior, is able to take out Crystal Fang and get Haunted that reset before Crystal Fang is able to take down Haunted. But then Nagin comes back in, is able to take down the Lulu and the Lux. Sorry, and the, oh my god. Can they even end
Grimes? One more auto? Yep, you know, that was a big rock. Just smashed it down on the Nexus, ended the game there, as now St. Clair is going to end up taking this game. They played it brilliantly from start to finish. It looked a little rough in the first few minutes, but they had the strong mental. They brought it right back, and they played it beautifully the entire game. And it is going to be OTSU going out of the tournament, sadly, but they played a brilliant game. They tried their best in this tournament, and a great showing from them, honestly.
Yeah, great showing from OTSU. St. Clair Academy do complete the revenge match against OTSU for their loss against OTSU yesterday in Swiss. And I mean, I think very well played by both teams. I think OTSU bringing out that lane swap very creatively to secure that early game advantage. While, of course, you know, it's hard to look back on that failed dive and say, you know, they played the lane swap well. But I think overall the idea was there. You know, the creativity was there. And I'm very proud of OTSU for the dominant showing at this tournament. And, of course, very proud of St. Clair Academy to be able to, you know, beat their demons from Swiss stage yesterday, being able to defeat the ones who defeated them in the round 3 of Swiss and advance in the losers bracket.
Yeah, and I'm just really impressed with the drafting and the playstyle from St. Clair, right? They drafted an excellent dive comp with so many options to engage, and boy, were they engaging. Grimes and Vincenzo were just looking for engage after engage, hook after impale, and they just did not give OTSU any chance to breathe. And just like that, they were just encircling around OTSU, taking objective after objective, and finally just closing it out in just a clean manner. So I'm excited to see how their future matches will be looking, because they are looking strong.
For sure. But for those of you at home, stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. The next match will be the winners finals between Warriors Gold and the St. Clair varsity team. Stay tuned.
In Waterloo Region, we founded the Waterloo Region Esports Commission in 2021, and now we're at a point where we have this wealth of knowledge, of leadership, of different organizations and institutions that are invested in esports.
We have a lot of people that have esports backgrounds, understand the industry, understand the wants and needs of the community, and that's probably the key.
We have a variety of different part-time staff that are already trained on how to run esports events specifically that companies and different stakeholders can take advantage of. So it's a direct way that the institutions can support the region, and in return, the students can also benefit from these opportunities to further their career.
Although we have an airport, we have hotels, we have restaurants and nightlife, we're still small town. So when you come to Waterloo, you're really going to feel the support of the whole region. And that's not necessarily the case in other places.
We've seen an explosive growth in support systems, student leadership opportunities, in streaming, in commentating and marketing. There's a path for almost everyone, and it expands beyond the university and the college campus into the region at large, which is incredibly encouraging to see.
Events is always going to be a key point of focus, but I do think as a short-term goal, it's how can we make sure that we're helping the people who are helping us as we're developing this model. And I think a big player in that for sure is post-secondary.
Waterloo brings in a lot of international students. It allows first generation, second generation immigrants to be able to integrate within the scene with other people in Waterloo. Because at the end of the day, when it comes to esports, race doesn't matter, class doesn't matter. We're all here to just play and compete in the same game.
Over the next few years, the more that high school demographic starts to understand what's happening at the post-secondary level, the more likely we are to see that local interest finding their way into our local institutions, getting involved with broadcast teams, and how we can develop the Canadian esports system at large.
Just incredible to see in Waterloo the whole community embrace something new and make it part of who we are, because it was there, but now the world gets to see it.
Hello, everyone. We are back for a quick little interview with the Callista prodigy himself, St. Clair's Crystal Fang. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I am very happy to be here. The games were very close, really intense. It was very nice. It was very good.
Yeah, that's really great to hear. So far, like, how has your experience been at this event? Like, it being a LAN compared to just, like, playing online or anything like that?
Honestly, this has been my dream, so it's really nice to be here. Coming from Windsor all the way over here, I also have family over here, so I'm able to spend time with them. So it's amazing being at this LAN. This is what I always wanted to do, competing and playing with everybody else. I make some friends here. It's been fantastic.
That's awesome. Is it your first time, or have you done other LANs before?
Yeah, this is my first time. It's a great experience.
Oh, that's really cool. How does it feel to represent your school in an esports tournament like this?
It's really cool because it is something very special to be able to represent your school like this and be able to do well, show off your skill. It's really important and very cool that I'm able to do this for my team.
Yeah, that's really great. How do you feel about like the impact and importance of having like these LAN tournaments like these on just like the esports scene in Canada?
Oh, it's fantastic because you might have kids who see this and kind of wish that they might do the same in the future, and it brings a lot of passion to them and inspiration to them. And you know, this is the future. We see this happening more and more with schools, and like they're giving out scholarships to people who play these types of games and compete at a high level, and it's fantastic. It's only growing, and this is a great way to show it off.
Yeah, for sure. Really wise words coming from you there. I got one last question. It's really difficult, okay? What league character would you fight 1v1?
Yumi.
Yumi, okay.
It's a cat. It's a cat. You can just like kick it. It's over. It's over.
All right. Well, you heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to end it all for here. Thanks again, Crystal Fang, for joining us. We're going to head to a short little break before we get to the next match between Guelph and St. Clair. Hello, everyone. Welcome back after that little break. We are back on track for the losers semifinals. We got St. Clair Academy versus the Guelph Griffins to kick us off.
Yeah, and hello everybody. I have replaced somebody again in continuation with yesterday. I just show up in the middle, that's what I do. But as somebody who has arrived fashionably late once again, I just want to ask, what were the matchups today that you found really interesting, really exciting? What kind of teams, have been showing a lot of potential and, a lot of explosive power to make it to the finals?
Yeah, honestly, it's a hard question to answer, right? These teams have honestly been playing so well. I think one team I really want to point out is this St. Clair Academy team. I think the draft and the style that they've been playing, they've been on a roll in that losers bracket, and they'll be looking to kind of all the way to the top here. But you can see here, right? St. Clair, they took down Wisteria. We saw that. They took down OTSU on stream in a very convincing fashion as well. They've been playing so cleanly to make it all the way to the semifinals, and they want to keep going. But on the other end, we saw Guelph take down Shockwave, who had an elimination match that they won against Conestoga, and now they'll be looking to get another win on the board today against St. Clair. And honestly, these were all best of one so far, right? So anything can really happen. It's so hard to predict what's going to go down.
Yeah, and it's all going to be about management, of your resources, of your drafts, of your picks. Being able to get to the finals is important, but, you want to run a marathon and not a sprint necessarily. Also, you don't want to use all your picks, spend all your energy, reveal all your cards, and then get to the finals. And then it's a best of 3 in the finals, so you don't want to just flop over tired at the end there as we hop right into Champ Select.
Yeah, this draft is going rapidly here as we see Ash, Akshan on the first, and Viego on Guelph side, while on the other side we see Wukong and Ilawi so far.
Yeah, and I think especially what we've seen from yesterday too is the Ash prio is something we've been seeing in the new meta. I talked about this yesterday too, but we were kind of debating how is Ash still that strong pick, the strong blind double ADC, or even just something that can be picked for lane dominance. And we did agree that while it was a little bit weaker than before, it's still definitely a high priority pick, especially in a meta like this where you need priority in basically every lane.
Yeah.
Ash is definitely, especially if somebody can pilot the Ash properly, I think definitely that's a strong pick. As speaking of ADCs, our B1 pick finally is going to be Jinx on the side of Guelph.
Yeah, once again, Jinx is taken as she seems to be that safe staple ADC that people are okay with picking, Maybe everyone's just been watching Season 2 of Arcane. They just see Powder all the time, and they end up taking her. Last time it was responded with a Callista, and the Callista did so well and took over in that early game. But we see the pick didn't really show here, but it was actually Varus being picked by St. Clair here.
Yeah, a lot of ADC prio being shown in this meta especially. And yeah, the Callista, I think definitely, if the Ash is banned, that is definitely, more grounds for Callista, and especially if you consider historical combos like Callista Renata, Callista Thresh, a lot of lanes where you can take strong prio and take really good in skirmishes. I can definitely see the priority in Callista, but yeah, Jinx is another pick I wanted to mention that we see a lot. I think yesterday too, we saw a lot of Ash Jinx, Ash Jinx, Ash Jinx. Partly, I'm not exactly sure why that would be the case, because it's a new meta, things are being researched, but the global ultimates, the amount of prior in lane, the amount of skirmish potential they have with resets, well, not Ash, but Jinx, a lot of things we've been seeing.
Yeah, and St. Clair respond after the Varus with the Graves, really looking to show their early game power here, right? They show Varus always just is going to have bot lane priority if he wants against this Jinx, unless there's some weird support matchups happening, but Graves is going to, it's so vital for him to use that priority, get those objectives, get into the enemy's face here, as it's going to be Lulu running it out in that bot lane for Guelph.
Yeah, and right now, one thing that I'm not sure about is who is going to get the first blood. I feel like in some matchups, you have to, look, if it's a really volatile bot lane matchup, if it's a really volatile mid lane, top lane matchup, right? If they pick Cassante, and then they pick Darius, right? If they pick, if you're picking a ranged top laner, I think there's going to be a lot of cases where, especially now, with the feats of strength, we have to look out for the volatility in those kind of matchups. So I think right now we're not sure because especially with the Sejuani locked in and St. Clair might go for this Maokai. We have to look for, I think, or turn our eyes to where are these junglers going, right? I think especially in these kind of lanes that we see right now, there's not too much skirmish chaos potential, but so it's gonna be all about the pathing of these junglers.
Yeah, and with such a volatile matchup of the Graves into the Sejuani, Graves wants to get into Sejuani's face, wants to duel with her, and he also just has such good setup with this Maokai, who has just, if Maokai has flash, he can just go for a pick, force and engage so easily. So Griffins have to be ready for that. As we look into the bans here, it's going to be Annie going to be the first ban.
Annie, interesting ban. I can't really say that I know too much about why that would be the case, but I guess the Annie, if you pick Annie, it's so you could flash W, or sorry, W flash, that's a proper combo, or you can flash R, look for those surprise engages. So I think St. Clair want to kind of get rid of that lockdown option. Guelph responds with a Jax ban that's going to be, I think them probably targeting top lane. We saw yesterday that split pushers are still split pushers, right? They still do their thing, new meta, new me, but still split pushers are a thing. We see things like Gwen, even if they lost, or Quinn, like, had a lot of potential to, you know, flip a game, like, back on its head. So I think they're going to go up for those kind of split push options, as the final ban on St. Clair is going to be that Ahri.
Yeah, 2 solid safe mid laners being banned out by St. Clair here. So we're probably going to see what mid gets picked up in this R4. But on the other side, it's going to be Hui being taken out. So don't worry, you're going to have to not remember all those 9 different ability names this time.
The one, the Q, you're right. It's very confusing sometimes to remember all that. So thank you to Guelph. Shout out to them for saving us the trouble. But yeah, Hui, we're talking about mid lane picks and bans. Hui was definitely a pick we saw yesterday that really seemed like a standout pick. I don't know if you saw, but there were so many games where Hui was almost the sole reason why teams were able to mount a comeback, because the team fight potential of that champion is insane. Especially, you know, they basically use a rumble equalizer every 5 seconds, and the ult, and with everything, it is really hard to deal with a Hui, even in a coordinated setting. So I like the ban. I like that kind of ban, and all these safe mages being banned out. I think St. Clair definitely want to go for more of the lockdown, single target burst, CC chain combo as they draft the Galio.
Yeah, I honestly really love it. Whenever you have something like the Graves and the Kindred that wants to engage, get into the enemy's face, just having the protection of a Galio to ult you while you're like caught out in enemy jungle or something, just you can play with so much more freedom.
Yeah, I mean, we saw last Worlds too. I think that's what BLG were known for. They were known for the Kindred Galio combo, and I don't think any team really managed to beat them actually when they opted for that Kindred Galio combo. So like you mentioned, the Graves Galio combo, something definitely to be watched out for. But on the side of Guelph, now they're saying, okay, I'm not gonna be CC'd. I'm gonna pick Olaf. I'm gonna go Ragnarok, and I'm just run at them.
Yeah, and Olaf Orianna kind of follows that same vibe of having just a very aggressive. Actually, I guess it's Olaf top, so scratch all that. It's going to be Olaf versus Mbessa in the top lane here. Any experience with that kind of matchup?
I can't say. I'm just a simple mid laner. I go to lane and I throw my range skills at each other, so I don't really know, the bloody world of top lane.
Just axes being thrown, chains around each other.
And Mbessa, I think we saw this pick once yesterday, and I think it did pretty good. The amount of Mbessa did get slightly nerfed, but at the end of the day, the engage potential, the ability to come out on these skirmishes with these surprise ultimates onto the backline is always good. But I think one thing we'll have to see on the side of Mbessa is how well they can play into Olaf, as those short trades might not go in her favor if she's not too careful. And I just want to say that this game, like the rest of the amazing games you saw today, are brought to you in part by Gamer Advantage. Level up your gaming experience with Gamer Advantage. Gamer Advantage's clinically proven blue light blocking glasses. Play harder, sleep better, and dominate the game. Thank you again to Gamer Advantage and all our sponsors.
Yeah, thank you for them. And with that, we're going to get into game here. We got Guelph on blue side versus St. Clair Academy on red. And it's just going to be a simple 5-point from both teams. Not looking to do anything crazy. Just going to get some vision boards down.
That's 5 gold there. Did you see that?
Oh, yeah.
They spotted
so
that
good.
Yeah.
They're going to win now.
They're going to win now, yeah. Nothing too chaotic going on at the moment, I think. It has been a toss-up of level 1s throughout this tournament. We saw 5-man stacks. Level 1 cheeses through out of vision, but both teams right now seem to opt for a 5-point, which is maybe in these kind of more high stakes games you want to just play it safe. You don't want to introduce more variables into the game, because yesterday we saw a Vladimir had 7 kills at 10 minutes.
Yeah,
and then the WaterLAN managed to flip it and win, but it was also extremely scary.
Okay, sounds good. And Actually, a really important noteworthy thing here. Crystal Fang, who we interviewed, the Callista player who had been popping off so far, has actually been subbed out. We're not sure why, but this is drastically going to change how this team plays, how they're going to look to play on the different people on their team as well. So we'll see if this does end up making a difference. This all-important game that will prove who is going to win the loser semifinal.
Yeah, exactly. This is if there is a chance to prove thyself, then this is the chance in this high-stakes lower semis. As you know, we see Olaf throw the axe around pretty common sight. I think what we have to look out for, is the level 2, level 3 when Olaf gets really angry and turns the ghost on, and investment takes a bad trade. Yeah, speaking of
we're not waiting.
Devil, we're not waiting for the level 2. Olaf just flashes forward and cuts Mbessa in half. This is exactly what we were talking about.
Yeah, Jorge heard over there's like, you think I'm gonna wait? Nah, as he gets right in there, flashes for the kill. And yeah, I think this is how this matchup goes, right? Olaf is always just going to be so strong in this early game, and Mbessa kind of just has to try their best, get the CS that they can, and scale up. But for now, Codito going for just a little trade here.
Yep. I think historically this matchup is always going to be like a classic Galio Oriana lane. I think, again, the thing to look out for in this matchup are the ganks, because Galio's gank response, as you may know, is historically good, especially in something like Grave where you can layer the smoke tree on top. Oriana just has to do a good job of towing the line between getting the prio and getting the poke onto Galio, but not stepping up too far where Grave's going to just show up and get a free kill.
Yeah, and it's actually surprising that Guelph has so much prio in the ball lane, right? The Jinx Lulu having, I guess, the range from the Lulu compared to this Maokai is just giving them so much advantage. Wander lands the W.
And the Rockets are going to be popped. The Lulu flashes forward. Crater Soa is going to go down. Vincenzo is here to get another clean kill, but that's going to be Wander with another kill. Vincenzo tries to get the flash away, tries to get to safety, but that's not going to be enough as Fiesta after Fiesta top lane. Nagant flashes back onto Sick George, and that's going to be revenge, the Avenger for himself right there, as the wave is going to crash under turret. And with Sick George not having teleport, that's going to be the lane kind of evened up again.
Yeah,
or not evened up. He has more CS.
Yeah, it's not over yet. Grimes looking for Toothbrush in the mid lane, but Danny Quick is going to be there to help it out. Just going to try and push the wave in, but nothing's going to happen. Just got that Dark Harvest proc real quick.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, honestly, Nagin is in a really good spot, He had a good death at the start, was able to push that wave back in and punish the Olaf for not backing and gets a kill back for himself.
We're all in Nagant's big picture. The good death TM, right? That's what we were witnessing at the level 2, sorry, the level 1. But now it looks like St. Clair Academy, it looks like bot lane went, obviously the bot lane play was unfortunate for them, but, Nagant turning that play around at the top, managed to equalize that lane a little bit, means that they do still have a fighting chance. I'm still interested, because it's hard to really predict for these matchups because, this is such a volatile matchup. Olaf's fighting him again. But, such a volatile matchup. And actually, Sick George is going to pop the Ghost. The Axe is going to get the slow onto Nagant. They're going to be on the run. The cooldowns for Mbessa are not coming back yet. But with the dashes, it looks like Sick George is going to be unable to get that finish kills as Rick Grimes is here to back up the top
This is
laner.
a fun lane. They were so far from each other, and Jorge's like, you know what? I'm popping Ghost.
And Sick George just keeps going. He doesn't care if Rick Grimes is full HP, but Rick Grimes knows that he knows better than to turn onto a fighting Olaf. He has fought a lot of zombies before, but definitely not one like this.
Yeah, that's a mad Viking there for sure. Gonna have to keep our eyes on him if he makes some crazy plays or just ends it. It's a fine line that he's walking.
Yeah, and a fine line indeed. And, we can't keep our eyes away from the top lane. Shout out to our cameraman who has to keep pivoting back, back and forth. Because this game, right, it looks peaceful for a moment, and then Sick George decides to pull the trigger and we go home.
Yeah, and it's actually going to be Guelph getting prio on this dragon due to the immense prio that they've had in the bot lane pretty much the entire time. So it's good to have them get the first dragon here and get some objectives despite having to face into a Varus and a Galio who are so strong in the early game.
Right, and it looks like St. Clair Academy are now engaging in a lane swap where you send the spot lane to the top. Maybe to get some more prio for this objective as well. But it looks like Guelph are opting for more of an objective trade to get the dragon down. They want to push the mess out of bot lane. So I think that we'll just see the grubs go over to Academy. I think Clair Academy at this point, unless Olaf has something to say about that. But I hope it's that trade.
Yeah, and now you see, now he's going for a trade onto the Lulu, but Oh, actually, ult in right there.
Yeah,
the Galio is behind.
Is gonna be channeled.
Yeah, she's running for his life. Can he do anything?
I don't know, but the Galio, the Justice Punch is going to land onto Wonder's face, and with the amount of chase and stick that these champions have, it's going to be really hard for the champion of Wealth to get away. Asu managed to walk away with the help of the Lulu, but this is the Mbessa Galio power we were talking about.
That was crazy, the execution from downtown. The Shockwave flashed in the mid lane, but I mean, I didn't see that play coming. He's like, oh yeah, let me do some damage onto Lulu. I'm going on Jinx. Galio from above, and they get the kill.
Exactly. This is kind of the execution, the public execution, one might say, you want when you play this character, Mbessa, such a decisive character that when you're split pushing, when you're skirmishing, you need to find those moments, and then you have full faith in your team to follow up behind you. You know, you believe that your mid laner is Faker's Galio, and it's gonna land on your head, and that is exactly the kind of decisive power St. Clair need to get themselves in the game, get themselves in the proper game state. Come mid-game, come late game.
Yeah, St. Clair definitely prepped this combo ahead of time, and we're looking to use it as soon as they both hit 6, right? You kind of just get a free ferry for a Galio into the backline, you know? Just get the public execution onto one of Orianna or Jinx, and suddenly you got 2 people onto one of their carries.
Exactly. You know, step aside, Camille.
Yeah.
Now it is the age of Mbessa, right? It is a Noxus themed patch. Arcane was last time, even if you weren't in Arcane. Sorry to all the Korean names, but now is the age of Mbessa, and yeah, like you mentioned, this is a combo that is really inevitable. If you're a carry, you stand in the back lane, you get caught. You stand in the front lane, you get caught. A little bit hard to deal with as now Galio is looking to do a little bit of punching onto Orianna, and this is how the matchup actually goes. As the Galio gets more tanky, as the Aftershock is proc, the trades get harder and harder for Orianna to just bully out Galio in lane.
Yeah, and we've seen a bunch of different types of Galio builds, but in this case, it is actually full tank Galio from what I see, which is really interesting because he is the only AP threat on his team. So this Sejuani is just going to permanently armor stack as,
Yeah, the public execution channeled onto Wander, but with the amount of utility that Lulu have, it is going to be too hard for Nagan to make a play against the bot lane, but now we see has to make a flash backwards. That's the power of the Galio we're talking about. But at the end of the day, that is Orianna flash, but that is a death by Mbessa in the side lane, which means that this is so much, this is Eastside Mario's all-you-can-eat pasta in the bot lane.
Yeah, and Jinx is just getting plates on plates, kills on kills, and it's scaling so well as the Shockwave onto Codito, but Tutu doesn't really have any mana left to do much more here. But I just want to point out, this Jinx is getting so fed already.
Yeah, and this is what we saw yesterday too, right? I think Waterloo or some other team opted for the Jinx pick, and it is just so lethal in skirmishes that, with the Get Excited, it has so much potential to turn a play around, especially if comboed with ultimates like Shockwave. You combo the Super Mega Death Rocket, the SMD. Sorry, but if you combo the rocket on top of it, it can be so lethal to start off a fight or just end a fight. And yeah, with a Lulu behind him, it's gonna be really hard for St. Clair's to get a pick, even if they have the immunity, they have to use their combo.
Yeah, and they do have some experience about it. The game that just happened before this, St. Clair, they were against the Jinx Lulu, and they were able to find the picks onto the Jinx, find the kills, make sure that in that former game it was haunted, but we'll see if Wander can fare better.
Yeah, and they do also have a lot of frontline lockdown as well in the form of Verisol and Maokai. One thing we might be seeing is actually the Maokai ult is going to be channeled, is going to be Lulu locked up. Danielson is going to make a run for his life with the ult. Lulu also chopped up, but the Sejuani is here. The Galio ult is channeled. It is a complete chaos as Lulu gets away with 1 HP. We see Creator Soa flash forward to finish off Danny quick, as it's now going to be Badrook Ram's going to be taken down by the Sejuani. Onsi uses the flash over the wall to get the safety, but the snipe by Creator Soa means that that's going to be an engage exchange favorable for St. Clair's Academy, and that was such an amazing fight from them. They looked for the angle, they used the Maokai ult, they get the bot lane caught out, and it looks bad for them as the Sejuani re-engage, but Creator Soa is able to turn that play into something gold.
Yeah, great close down there by St. Clair to pick up 2 kills for their ADC, who direly needed to get onto the board, but he finally is. And now we'll see if anything happens. Now he can just getting a few trades here, making sure to not miss out on any minions as well.
You have to keep in mind that before you dive that Mbessa, that ability exists, right?
Yeah.
St. George doing his due diligence not to make too much irrational plays. Against an Mbessa with W up. Ooh, ouch. Down cutters.
Yeah. Yeah, he's out of mana here. He looks at his shoulder, doesn't have any more axes to throw. He's like, just going to head back in base and get a few more.
Yeah, when does he need mana to throw these?
They're magical.
Yeah, you have magical axe. Garen can swing his sword for free, but you throw the axe and it's magical as oh, now Wander is actually the one flashing forward. This ADC has completely no fear, and that turns out to be the correct decision as they manage to just cut out Rick Grant from the fight instantly. And that means that Guelph are going to have the priority on the grubs. Creators of Koa doing their best to do an UC impression, but unfortunately, that's going to be, for them, that's going to be 3 over the side of Guelph. And for St. Clair's, that feels pretty bad.
Yeah, I just love the decisiveness here. The ADC flashing forward shows how committed they are to the engage calls being made by their team, and they just don't even allow St. Clair's to have any time to react. They grab the grubs, they're heading straight to the dragon, they're taking control of this game.
And now Guelph are feeling a little bit greedy. They want both objectives. They don't want to stop at denying the 6 grubs. They want the dragon, they want all the prio. And what that means is also the feats of strength.
Yeah, they should be able to get the feats of strength. They're going to hopefully have the upgraded boots. Yeah, they do. And now you got Toothbrush actually in a lane matchup against Nagin. If Nagin lands the public execution, Toothbrush does not have flash yet, so it could be a little bit dicey, but nothing happening for now.
Yeah, they don't want to risk it. I think George is going to be the one beating on Galio now. I think he's saying, I am not Oriana. You cannot do the same things that you were doing to Oriana to me. As you throw the axes and walks away. Yeah, that public execution angle was looking a little bit dicey. The jump scare out of the bush. But luckily for Guelph, that's going to be not too much action after, they feast themselves, they gorge themselves on some objectives, and now they look a little bit more happy than before.
Yep, and now we've got a little bit of a reprieve here. Wander is just, he's out for blood, Jinx usually, I'm 1 item, let me just farm get 2-3 items. Now Wander's like, kill, now, let's go.
Yeah, kill. And it looks like, everybody on the side of Guelph has adapted that mindset. We saw Sick George flash level 1, we saw Wander flash forward. Now we need to see it from you, Tooth Boots. Are you going to flash forward and shockwave 5 people? That's exactly the fight that we will be looking. We will watch your career with great interest.
Yeah, hey, he might not have been flashing forward, but he has been using those shockwaves repeatedly just to even chunk the enemy out, send them back to base, get prio in the lane. He has not been afraid to use it.
Yeah, and after such a game, after a lot of skirmishes and a lot of objective fights going on, it's going to be a little bit of a reprieve, like you mentioned, as teams are looking to just use their, on this, there's both sides, has things to say if they come late game or mid game. Obviously, St. Clair's Academy has the power of the late game Grave as well as the Bearers, but I might have spoken too soon as Maokai channeling forward. That's going to be too many people for Danny Quick to really deal with it. Run as quick as he might, that's not going to be enough to deal with all of that pressure. And now Creator Soa has, the St. Clair's Academy, transition on his back, transition to the mid game on his back as he picks up 3 kills. And Toothbooth looks like he's getting caught out by Bad Rick Grimes. The Shockwave is going to be channeled to try to live, and with the support ult over the wall, the Q ult is going to go wide, and now it's Sejuani with the turn. The Heartsteel deck gets the finish, and now Nagan is the one in trouble. The tables have turned, and Toothbooth is going to be caught out by the public execution. That's why you have to be careful against the Mbessa. Nagan flashes over the wall. One rocket almost did it. The red buff is not enough. Though Sejuani just bonk. what a little bit of an anticlimactic ending.
Yeah,
fight
just just go into them. It just falls over.
Exactly. That's what I say all the time. Just blow on them. Just sit on them once. And okay, now Wander has no fear. The cleanse is actually channeled as well as Creator. So what? This Jinx. Calm down, Wander.
No, don't calm down at all. I want to see more of this. The action coming down here. St. Clair looking for a pick, but Guelph is ready to turn the tides instantly as Azu across the wall, helping them get out. Toothbooth, he was out. He could have lived, but he's like, wait, maybe I can do a bit more, and then gets publicly executed.
Sometimes I understand you, Toothbooth. As a mid laner, sometimes I get traded down to 20% HP, and my jungler comes to gank me. I'm like, just a bite, please.
Just please.
A little bite, and then I got killed, and then it's like a missing thing.
Yeah,
right?
and then they take your cannon.
Exactly. so I understand Toothbooth, and obviously, Toothbooth, they were just, looking to contribute as much as to the fight, unlike me, who was just trolling. But overall, the exchanges seem like they're going in favor of Guelph. They do burn the summoner spells on the side of the Maokai and the Vincenzo as well. So, in terms of gold, it's not really a significant lead, but I think right now it definitely feels like Guelph are the ones who are in control of this game. speaking of control, like George is just. I'm getting deja vu from this top lane here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot easier. Like, Jordan can beat on Perdido for a long time, but this Galio is so tanky, just has the base stats, has the tap eyes, or the steel caps now as well. They were kind of waiting to go into this matchup in the side lane. Even though he was into the Orianna, he got the steel caps instead. He knew that he wanted to face Olaf like 5-10 minutes later, and it is really working out as he can just chill in lane and keep him at bay.
Yeah, and the amount of power Wander has in his hands with the Lulu at his disposal, you know, that actually looks like the key to, you know, well being able to, you know, make ground mid lane, maybe try to pressure this mid tier 1 a little bit more, just because of how powerful a Jinx is autoing with rockets when they actually have items. You know, hello old friend. You know, hello Galio, Olaf top. Hello Orianna and Vesa bot. As now Noggin knows better than to mess with somebody when there's probably a Sejuani nearby.
Yeah, and got the dragon coming up in just a few seconds here. As Vincenzo going in, Toothbooth is collapsing on him.
Yep, Vincenzo looks like he's a little bit too vigilant about going in there as pretty bad ground falling, locked up, and succeed. And Jinx is just picking up all the kills. Shockwave is going to get a secure onto the Galio as well, and that is an absolutely devastating fight for St. Clair Academy. They looked like they wanted to find something with Vincenzo, but unfortunately for Vincenzo, you know, as he was going in, he probably saw, right, like, sometimes life goes in slow motion. He probably looked over his shoulder and saw Graves falling and went, oh no! Yeah, and then the Jinx cleans up with the resets and with the amount of follow-up throw path. That's going to be another dragon over to them.
Yeah, just sometimes you just are not synchronized, and that was an example of it there. They do end up going down, but the main worry is that the kills went onto Jinx, this late game monster. She's going to take it back now, finish up her second item, and she is online.
Yeah, Utah, Runons, there's probably getting an IE and an LDR messenger somewhere soon, and you know, at that point, you really have to wonder, right? Like, who is, if you ask me, you know, who is the one taking over this game, it has already been Wander, and it's gonna be even more Wander after, you know, the Infinity Edge comes online, after the Lulu gets more items, and you just can't forget that with the feats of strength boost too, it's just so much gold efficiency just stacks onto one character that it's really hard to, you know, find a fight where this Jinx is not going to matter unless you get a really good engage. And that might just be up to this Mbessa, up to Nagi.
Yeah, exactly. And they do have the tools, right? But Jinx does have the cleanse. I feel like this has to come in layers, right? Before an objective fight, get an engage onto Jinx, get that cleanse or flash, or both hopefully, out of her. And then in that next objective fight is when she'll actually be vulnerable, because she has a Lulu to keep her alive, a big Sejuani in the front line too. It is not going to be easy to get to her.
Yep, and St. Clair eyeing Keith boost a little bit, but nothing found on that end from the bot lane. Yeah, and if things keep going like this, like you mentioned, St. Clair need to really do something, right? Like you mentioned, they have to find the cleanse, they have to find the fight, and especially if Lulu goes something like the tails as well. After,
yeah, oh my god.
It is going to be insanely difficult, you know, to make a play happen. And the thing is, right, Sick, George, and Toothboost are no slackers, right? They have gold, they have income in their own way. So at the end of the day, St. Clair just have to find these like miraculous engage angles, and their champions aren't actually the best for the counter engage. I would say they're really good at engaging, but enough for the counter engaging them. They also invested to try to dissuade this mid lane turret being put in, as well for spawn with the Rift Herald. As ouch, that turret looks like it's gonna go down very soon, but they don't want to risk it.
Yeah, nothing too crazy here. They still got Olaf pushing in that side lane. He's back into the matchup with Nugget, where Olaf does so well, as you can see. But
and Sick George actually looking to channel the Ragnarok and finish up Noggin. No, this is truly and as I was mentioning, the True Frost Bola is gonna fly forward, get the kill onto Vincenzo, and Jinx Wander has just flashed forward over the wall. This man knows absolutely no fear. Reset after reset. And that's another Varus shutdown onto the Jinx. And while we were talking, and actually the Galio wants to go back in, want to get the kill, but remember, this is a Jinx you're up against. That has no mana.
Oh my god.
That has no mana. Oh! Too smooth!
Koricho gets the kill on the back. This is just such a fiesta here. that top lane fight, I just gotta go back there. He thought he was dead. He survived. He just stood there in tower range and just like, oh no.
Sometimes he definitely saw his life's best moments flash before his eyes. Like this is he remembered. Oh, I remember getting traded by Galio 4 minutes in. He saw his moments flash before his eyes before that turret shot ultimately led to his demise.
Yeah, but overall here, Wander is still just getting kills upon kills here, right? This Jinx is 6-1-4. Oh, Grimes is, moving on. Nothing to see there. Just a little unfortunate mistake. It is actually pretty important. It's going to lead to taking Otacon.
Exactly. Yeah, that is honestly a very, anticlimactic way for this Otacon objective to happen. Rick Ryan's trying to look for this early business for the Otacon spawn, try to get a little bit more control. But, with Guelph coming back so fast, I don't think he expected that speed, which they were going to collapse on him, and that's going to be the end of Walking Dead.
yeah, pretty much. Now that they got this buff here, they're going to be looking onto this inner tower here. They're just also, like, the bot outer tower is still just completely alive. They're eventually going to come down to get that pretty easily as well.
Yeah, and with the objective being taken, that's going to be also Dragon's Soul. Now coming up in 40 seconds. And if you're St. Clair's Academy, you really got to ask, at what point do you stop giving everything over? And maybe the answer is not right now, because that Galio is taking a whole lot of damage from the Jinx. Has to use the flash. And these are just key cooldowns that are being used actually, and it's gonna be Sick George taken down.
Yep, Olaf is just gonna get resurrected in his base here due to Otacon, and
sometimes you gotta try those, You go, I have that Otacon buff, I'm gonna try it, guys, I'm gonna do a limit test.
Yeah, I mean, it does show the power of Ambessa, like, she was able to take him down by herself, so that does bode well for this upcoming Dragon fight, and we talked about it. Jinx, no cleanse, no flash, it has to be now, St. Clair. It's Soul Point, you need to kill Wander now.
Yep, or they might look for 2-3, but they have to really care for the Otacon is here. Knockout is going to be used preemptively for the engage. Is coming up behind. The Ragnarok is channeled, and this Olaf is absolutely melting everybody in the front lane. Olaf in the front, Jinx in the back. It is just complete pandemonium, but only for the side of St. Clair's Academy, as it is just a complete wipe. They are aced off of the map, and this is exactly what we're talking about. They have to run the gauntlet. They have to get to the Jinx, but
they can't.
But the final boss is just in the front line, just hitting them with axes, and it's just impossible to get through this thing.
Yeah, you would think they have a lot of damage on their team, but it just was not enough, as the damage was powered through by Guelph. As they pick up the Dragon, they get the ace, they get Infernal Soul, and are getting tower after tower after tower.
Yeah, and I think the way that fight happened too, I think, I don't know if this is the right term, but it was a bit honest for the St. Clair's Academy. I think they just wanted, obviously they want to look for the fight, but I think this engage was a bit too strict. Fast recall.
True. Fast recall. I don't think he has a fast recall though.
Yeah, I don't
yeah, he thought.
This is I don't know. I think there's like a syndrome name for this.
I mean, it's yeah.
If your friend fast recalls, like, are you gonna fast recall too? Like, yes. Yes, I will.
Sure, buddy. Okay. Whatever helps you sleep.
That's what my parents say. Are you gonna jump off the bridge too? Like, yes, like, right, like if your friends, right, like. It is a saying, right?
Right.
It is a saying.
So moving on, Baron is spawned here. You see Toothroot looking for Vincenzo here in this bush. Nugget is nearby. They are in a bit of a tricky position here. You actually see Guelph collapsing a lot faster. The public execution into Galio from above. Gets the 4-man knockup. Lulu gets a kill onto Ambessa. And Kodito's going down. Vincenzo is next.
Yeah, the fight looks marginally better than before, I suppose. But
just marginally.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Yeah, and it's going to be a quadra kill from Wander here. They thought about doing the Baron, but they're like, hey, let's just end the game right here, right now, as it's 20 to 30 second death timers on the side of St. Clair.
Yeah, and the attempt was better. How better, we can't really say, because at this point, if they have soul and a lot of gold, it's really hard to turn these fights around. St. Clair definitely.
Oh, you gotta try.
You had to try, of course you did. But yeah, St. Clair are going to be the ones that are going to fall as Lulu dies for fun, but now it's going to be the Guelph Griffins making they're making their advances to the losers finals as the Nexus is taken down.
Yeah, what a match here. It was so tight, but in those mid-game team fights, right? Guelph was able to get those front-to-backs, I think, that really allowed the Jinx to thrive. You had these combos of the Ambessa Galio, the Varus, and the Maokai knockdown. They weren't really able to get onto the carries, and with that, Guelph was able to close out the game in a pretty convincing fashion, pretty clean. Just some random deaths here and there that we won't talk about, but in the end, it's going to be Guelph going on to the losers final to face the victor of the next match that we're going to see. But on the other side too, I just want to give it to St. Clair Academy, right? They played so well. These matches, they were streamed back-to-back before, and they just put on such entertaining, amazing gameplay, and it was so amazing to see that out of them. But for now, we will have to bid adieu to them.
Yep.
Conestoga College is setting the stage for a new era in gaming. In 2025, we're opening a state-of-the-art esports venue, a premier facility for high-performing gamers in Canada.
In this 10,000 square foot facility, we're putting you in the center of the action. The facility will have 50 top-tier PC stations, 5 console stations, immersive VR stations, a team operations room, a full production suite, and a premier competition stage.
Esports is a rapidly evolving industry with global viewership of 532 million in 2022. This initiative goes beyond esports. It's also a platform for forging bonds, making memories, and creating connections.
Since 2020, Condor's Esports continues to evolve, providing industry-leading facilities and experiences to the esports community.
Conestoga's esports venue expresses a sustainable and intentional future to compete, play, and work, all powered by gaming. Conestoga College is setting the stage for a new era in gaming. In 2025, we're opening a state-of-the-art esports venue, a premier facility for high-performing gamers in Canada.
In this 10,000 square foot facility, we're putting you in the center of the action. The facility will have 50 top-tier PC stations, 5 console stations, immersive VR stations, a team operations room, a full production suite, and a premier competition stage.
Esports is a rapidly evolving industry with global viewership of 532 million in 2022. This initiative goes beyond esports. It's also a platform for forging bonds, making memories, and creating connections.
Since 2020, Condor's Esports continues to evolve, providing industry-leading facilities and experiences to the esports community.
Conestoga's esports venue expresses a sustainable and intentional future to compete, play, and work, all powered by gaming.
Hi everyone, we're back here with an interview with the Oriana player himself from last game, Tooth Booth. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. How are you?
Yeah, pretty good. How's your experience been at this event so far?
So far, it's been a lot of fun, honestly. Seeing a lot of people that I've played with before online, seeing them in person for the first time, it's been a great time.
That's awesome. Yeah, does this feel like special? What are you feeling about representing your school at a LAN event like this?
Feeling a bit unappreciated because they have not really been supporting us as much, but we're excited to put Guelph on the map, to be honest.
Yeah, that's really great. You know, hey, maybe you win this event, get some trophies for your school, and they'll start appreciating it, right? You gotta put your team on the map. Well, we're excited to see these upcoming performances from you. You know, but yeah, like in terms of like LANs like this, do you feel that it's like important to have these LAN? What's the impact that it has on the Canadian collegiate esports scene?
It like really puts like a face behind these gamers that you're playing with. Helps a lot with the socialization aspect for sure. If there were more, I would 100% be joining more. They're really fun.
That's the plan. Yeah, it's been so great to see you play in these games and actually have a face to the names that you see on the screen here. I got just one last question for you. I have to think really hard about the answer, okay? If you could have any League Champions ability in real life, what would it be?
Twisted Fate R for sure.
Okay, yeah, we want the teleportation going, yeah. All right, that's a solid answer from you. Really appreciate you coming out here, having talked with us. For now, we're going to send it to a short break before we head into the upper finals between Waterloo and St. Clair. We'll be right back in just a little bit. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. It's time for the upper finals match between University of Waterloo and St. Clair Varsity.
It is time, indeed, right? What more can I say? These two teams have been the titans of the tournament. Waterloo, St. Clair. Waterloo is currently 4-0. St. Clair is 3-1, and they've only lost to Waterloo. And I don't know if you've seen that match, but that match was a crazy upset comeback, by Waterloo. And I think both teams are definitely raring to go. They're both like, we could definitely beat the other team now, and they're just ready to fist fight it out in the next upcoming match.
Yeah, it is so exciting to see what will go down today. As you can see in the bracket here, these teams have battled it out. You got the first and second seed finally facing off each other in the upper finals. The winner goes straight to the grand finals, and the loser will be facing off against Guelph to figure out who is going to face Waterloo in that best of 3 grand finals later tonight.
Yeah, and it's definitely something that I think before we expected, right, like St. Clair and Waterloo, these were the rivals to look out for. And I just can't stop talking about that game from yesterday because of just how insanely close it was and how insane that comeback by Waterloo was. But in the first place, how insane, St. Clair were also to get to that position. And what I really want to see from the match today is I want to see some adaptation from yesterday, where in the sense that, we saw Waterloo pilot the Hui really well. We saw that Aatrox was a really key pick for the side of Waterloo. So thinking of what's St. Clair going to do about, an exhaustive champion pool, what their answer to the mid lane is, how they're going to, maybe change up their macro a little bit, because their early game macro, by St. Clair was, that was masterclass. They dominated Waterloo in the early game. Even till the early mid game, the amount of snowballing they had, was absolutely insane. So I'm wondering, are they going to go for that same kind of pace, or will they try to, take it a bit more stable, try to focus more on the mid game and the late game? But yeah, definitely something to look out for.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to be like, we had what we wanted, the draft was good, we just need to close out our game, or if they're going to change it up, maybe ban out that Aatrox from Inexhaustive or any other things that can hopefully give them more success later on in that game.
Yes, and we're jumping right into draft.
Aatrox ban.
Aatrox ban. Boom. Boom. I think this is the type of draft approach I like. No need to overly try to think of complex ways to play around, someone's champ pool. If they have a really good champion, just ban it out, right? Like, I think, even in the LCS and the LCK, we see, coaches go, maybe we can play against it. Maybe we can, make some, Astro Brain comp, and draft around this pick. Just ban it. And it probably works.
Yeah, and after the Aatrox, we got a few jungle bans coming out with the Viego, the Nunu, and the Lilia, and finally capping it off with that Vladimir and Lissandra ban.
Yeah, and we talked about this Hui too, actually, and like we mentioned, this Hui was the key pick in the instrumental pick in Waterloo's comeback against St. Clair yesterday, so this is going to be actually their B1 pick for now, as maybe they're the ones, looking to take away that pick from Waterloo, but also, make the best use of this. And now, what I'm wondering from Warriors is, Hui, if you play into Hui, if you're team fighting against Hui in corridors, in jungles, it is an absolute nightmare. Right? There's napalm raining from the sky, right? There's so much things happening all around. There's people in the bushes just jumping out at you, and there's just Hui, QW, QE, QQ just flies out at you, right?
Yeah, so I got a solution for you.
Ooh,
he's putting everything in the corridors. What if you go in the walls?
So
That's
true.
why they pick the Skarner, go through the walls, and get onto the way, impale him, and bring him into
Exactly.
your team.
If they live in the bushes, then you simply have to go one step further and then live in their walls instead. Maybe we'll see a Kane and a Skarner. We go for the full, jump the wall comp. As now, we see a personal guard for the Hui in the form of Sinzhao. Obviously, very strong duelist, very strong prio in team fights. Especially
Oh my
with
god,
guard and,
that's an Elise.
That is an Elise, and that just might be the Elise support that has been, plaguing solo queue recently. And we'll definitely have to see, how this plays out. But yeah, this Elise support pick, has so much potential. The amount of base damage, the amount of prio they can have in lane. It's like playing with, a mage support, but with a bit more utility at times. So, St. Clair definitely opting, to pull out that pocket pick.
Yeah, and I like this answer of the Braum to make sure if someone does get cocooned, you can just get that shield in front of them and make sure they're all safe. I also want to point out Xin Zhao is really great, Hui can always get the shove, and Xin can always be so aggressive, invade, and try and put that Skarner behind, keep him uncomfortable in that early game.
Yeah, and Hui and Xin Zhao, these are characters that are so good at making space. I guess to say, since with the ultimate, with the amount of area he controls and the amount of AOE Hui can lock down an area and just control so much of the space, and so that's why you mentioned you have to maybe go through the walls or find alternate angles, because if you go for a very honest to god straight up team fight against it's a comp with Hui, it's gonna be really difficult for him to make something happen.
Yeah, and now as we get into this ban phase, we see Olaf and Cassante, some good old bans going out there. We saw the power of the Olaf in some of our previous games here, and Cassante is just such a great blind pick. Just looking at these comps now, we have to see how they round these out with what ADCs they pick. We've seen first pick Jinx almost every game, right? But she's not showing up here. She hasn't been banned out. She's still left up. We'll see which team grabs it.
Yeah, and both teams targeting top lane pools for the second round of bans. Olaf Darius on the side of Waterloo. Camille Cassante obviously on the side of St. Clair, which means that now it's the time that you might have to flex your top lane, top lane brain a little bit. You have to, go for these picks. Are you going to go for the strong split push comp? Are you going to go for, for the side of Waterloo Warriors, right? We have Skarner, Braum, and Corki, which means their arms are really short, right? They're unable to really take a team fight that's crazy. So exactly, that's why we might need a pick like Mbessa on the side of Waterloo, where it helps you get that unstoppable engage. But, the thing about first picking top lane is there's always going to be a counter pick.
Yeah, when you pick Mbessa, the Crocodile is what everyone wants to pick against you. So if that gets locked in, great counter pick to see there. And you see that they're still saving that bot lane slot for last. That's because Corki can technically go bot, Hui can technically go bot. You can flex those around to try and figure out how you can round out your comp in the best possible way. And I think that's just great drafting by both of these teams.
Yep, always keep your draft flexible even until the last pick. Sun Tzu.
Yes.
But
the art of drafting.
The art of drafting, exactly. And yeah, we see the Renekton locked in from the side of St. Clair, which means that it is going to be St. Clair, they have the counter pick in the top. How are you going to use the prio, right? You have the prio. Maybe you go for the grubs. Maybe you want to make more plays with a roaming Elise, right? Elise, obviously, as a support, is a very lethal roamer as well. And speaking of roaming, Ziggs, you can just throw a Q onto the wave and just he's just a low key chill Yordle, in the bot lane. He just throws the bombs onto the wave. He gets the shove, and that gives more room for Elise to do more things.
Yeah, and it's interesting that they picked the Ziggs here, right? This is such an AP-centered comp with double AP carries coming out here. And on the other side, you have a Skarner and a Braum that can just stack some MR. On this side too, Corki's at least AD. He can go bot while Orianna goes mid. There's some AD damage coming out from Waterloo. We'll see if this lack of AD damage from St. Clair does come back to bite him in the late game.
Yep. And yeah, I think Orianna, pretty standard and solid pick. Especially with Mbessa, there's a lot of ball combos that can be done with Skarner and Mbessa. But obviously Waterloo opting for a more stable comp, right? Front to back team fighting, or just big boys, big guys and big guys in a backline. It's the comp that they're going for. This is actually a perfect time for us to thank our sponsors. WaterLAN 2025 is brought to you in part by Odyssey Interactive. Experience the thrill of competitive gaming with Odyssey Interactive, where innovative free-to-play titles like Omega Strikers bring anime-inspired action to players across all platforms. Thank you once again to Odyssey Interactive and all of our sponsors.
Yep, and with that, just a little pause. And we're going to be hoping to get into games soon here. We've got an exciting match here. Waterloo and St. Clair. Just got to reiterate the impact of this rivalry we have here. These teams have faced each other countless times, and it has always been close. And now we'll have to see what unfolds in the next chapter of this exciting book.
Exactly. There was the old-time rivalries. There was the Cloud9 versus the TSM. There was the Gen G versus T1, and now we have St. Clair Varsity versus Waterloo. This is the new age rivalry to watch out for in WaterLAN. As now we're looking for a 5-point start again, I think.
Yeah, as you get into the later points of the tournament, you don't want to be the one that makes the mistake. So just trying to play safe, not be given over some stupid advantages or anything like that. So yeah, also you're gonna see with the different flex picks that have come out, it is going to be the Ziggs bot and the Hui mid here. So ladies and gentlemen, that is the Ziggs Elise bot lane that we're looking at. Isn't that just great?
Yep, I mean, traditional ADC players may not be too happy about seeing this matchup in their games, but if it works, right? I think the amount of lethality, that's kind of a funny thing, lethality is a real stat. But the amount of kill potential that Ziggs Elise has in lane, especially if Elise takes that Ignite, is going to be really lethal. On the side of Corky's a champion where you want to infight. You know, they want to look for an angle where he gets to turn on the E and just auto attack and do true damage to to the opposing laners. Which this kind of goes against what Ziggs at least really wants to do against you. So it's gonna be up to Waterloo's bot lane to figure out how to really play this one out.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see how this goes here. And we are right into it. You see Skarner starting on the top side while Zin starts on the bot side. So they're going to be knowing where each other's paths, but it's going to be away from each other. So it should get a little bit chiller of an early game this time around.
Yep, a little bit of trading going on in the bot lane. Plots bomb lands onto 2. As, yeah, this is the Renekton. He even has Conquer, so it means that, you know, Mbessa isn't going to be able to get too much ground in the early game. So you have to really watch out. I think last game we talked about how top lane was a volatile matchup. It might be the same thing this game.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, Mbessa has also opted to take the Ignite to try and get some edge in lane, even though it is already such a hard lane matchup for her. So we'll see if the Ignite does end up paying off, or if she's going to end up missing that flash later on in the game.
Yep, and with the wave safely shoved under the turret, looks like both top laners aren't going to miss out on too much farm. As right now, it's like we mentioned, it's a bit of a calm game. You know, you don't want to make a risky coin flip and throw the feat of strength. Early game, especially in such a high-stakes game.
Yeah. Weirdly enough, in the high-stakes games that we've watched, where if you lose, you're out, these teams were not afraid to just throw everything at it. But in the one time where if you lose, at least you get a second chance, everyone's like, oh, okay, we got to play properly.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of, what makes the greats great, right? The nerves of steel, to be able to say, I'm gonna go in, and then you look like you trolled, but at the end of the day, if you make the play happen, that is what makes the great players great. So this is definitely kind of what we have to see. Speaking of playmaking, I think Mbessa definitely gonna be one of them on this Braum Corky bot lane. He's gonna get a little bit of trade onto the Elise. That is the potential of obviously a Corky. You cannot trade. This is the stat check king.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Using that aggressiveness to make sure they get. I think it's like a 10 CS lead. Might become a little bit less as the wave crashes, but already a really good CS lead.
Yep, and they're going for a one more time, but the satchel target is going to dissuade any further engage. And we noticed that wave after wave is crashing top, but they don't want to necessarily dive the Mbessa. They just want to use trap cryo, force Sins out to get control of the top side. Though they've actually split the map a little bit right now. Top and bot. Skarner going to look for a little deep ward as well, as we're going to channel the back. Teleport back. So now it's about to get interesting.
Yeah, the junglers, they finished up their first round. It's going to be looking to try and see if they can get some gank angles now. We see that the bot lane is just trying to push this wave in. Probably going to go for a back. They don't want to stick around when Jin Zhao might be hovering nearby.
And Ricky has been doing a really good job of hitting these Qs.
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, you would think that typically in this bot lane would be the Ziggs being the bully, but Braum is saying, I'll throw my
And when they want to fight, Corky can just deal out so much damage in the early game as well.
Yeah. And we actually see the trades going down with the grass. Mbessa is going to get, I think, a little bit more out of that trade. But at the end of the day, it's going to be about when the trigger is pulled, what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think Skarner is looking in the top lane here, looking for a gang as Nectin. Can he get the kill? Yes, he can. First blood, but he's going to end up going down.
Yep, the Skarner flash is going to be invested. However, good play by Play Objective to turn that 1v2 play into at least a trade. And with Mbessa having no teleport at the moment, that's going to be into the top lane. So Skarner has to do a good job of making sure that nothing's going to happen there. And with the Swirling Despair attempting to land Oriana, but that is what a good prom player looks like.
Yeah, just stand behind the prom.
Exactly.
Yeah, but for now, you see a little bit of an invade into the Raptors here. Maddie wants some of those chickens for himself. George Bushcamp's going to help him secure those. The Smite is going to get the big chicken while he finishes up the rest of them.
Yeah, left-hand Kane is going to actually stay in lane with the amount of camping that are available near him. 80 Degree going forward with E, but gets caught out by the play Jaws, and that is going to be Maddie taking down 80 Degree. Left-hand Kane is ignited up as well, and at least going to pick up another kill. We see Latuf has engaged on the backline and takes the kill onto the way, but the re-engage from St. Clair Varsity means that this is looking really good with the Ziggs approaching top lane, getting the shutdown. That's going to be suddenly a 5-2 game.
Yeah, this game is just blown wide open as St. Clair are going to be rewarded with the grubs for that fight win. I think Maddie was so huge in that fight, flashing at the right time, getting those knockups, securing those kills. It's just, St. Clair just got a huge lead here. It was even until now.
Yeah, and I just want to say I think St. Clair did a really good job of playing the objectives, timers, and aligning it with a TP. So you see that Flosin gets a really aggressive trade onto the Oriana, and then basically forces the back, and then makes left-hand team stay to contest the fight, which ends up being very disastrous for the side of Waterloo, as they want their revenge now.
And now Flocon doesn't know what he's in for, as here comes Latoof and Ricky, flashes the shockwave. They're gonna burn that summoner just like that.
Yep, and yeah, with the 3 grubs taken down, that's going to be St. Clair Varsity with the control of the game. Play Objectives does not care if there's a missile hitting them. They're just gonna hit the turret.
Yeah, angry crocodile noises.
And you see that now Waterloo don't want to be the only ones without an objective in this game, so they want to go for the dragon. Looks like not much contesting is to be had here, as we noticed that George Bushcamp gonna stay true to his name and camp a bush real quick in the mid lane, but nothing going to happen as Waterloo secure the dragon. The gold lead has actually gone to 2K for the side of St. Clair Varsity.
Yep, just a trade of grubs for dragon, but I think St. Clair will be happier with this one since it is just that first ocean dragon. Not too big of a deal in a long term. As currently I feel like St. Clair really want to try and push this as much as they can. When you have characters like Hui, Renekton, Xin Zhao that really thrive in that early game, you want to push it like they did invading those Raptors and like to just get some vision, get control of the enemy jungle.
Yep, it looks like now Maddie wants to get a little bit of vision for the bot side jungle. He's not gonna find anything there. He's actually gonna spot out Latoof waiting over the wall as Skarner. That's gonna dissuade Flocon from pursuing such an aggressive position mid lane as a left-hand cage. So, looked a little bit doomed for him at the beginning, but with the trades they are finding, it looks like mid lane is going to get the shove out as well. Yeah, what more can we say about top lane? Top lane has been just Renekton pushes in the turret, Ibessa eats all the minions. Renekton pushes the wave in the turret.
One time the Skarner came. That changed,
okay,
yeah.
Okay, sometimes you get you can't have such a mundane routine every day.
Of course. But yeah, there's like 3 tiers being brought in this game. All these guys, they're just stacking up with their abilities. They're happy. They don't want anything more.
The one thing that always gets me is whenever I see an Elise approach a lane, I think, oh, they're getting ganked. I mean, they are, but it's the support, which, if they're like...
It's not the same.
Exactly. They're just returning to the lane, and the psychological damage that Waterloo receives because they think they're getting ganked and there's just not a support coming back is just... It must be insane because I'm getting damage through the screen right now.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. And Elise has honestly that flash cocoon did so much work to start that first fight. Oh, he's going in.
Yeah, the public execution gonna be channeled up by Inexhaustive, forces the dominance from play objectives. The lifesteal and the amount of stats he gets is gonna be dissuading the Ibessa from pursuing any further action, but you have to look out. Latoof is coming around back. I don't think that they're going to pursue this any further, but left-hand Kane gonna be caught out by Maddie. Skarner is nearby. The W is going to land. Maddie going forward with the Crescent Guard. The Shockwave dissuades any further play, and that's gonna be the Impale getting the shutdown for the Oriana. Sends out ouch! That's gonna be a lot of damage by the Hui. Swirling Despair barely out of range, and left-hand Kane is gonna make it to safety as now in the bot lane another fight is happening. The nuke is going to be missing AV Degree. Look for the turn, but that's not enough mana, not enough health. We want to look for more. Play Objectives is actually getting into another scuffle in the top lane with Inexhaustive. Is this W available? I think not. That's going to be Inexhaustive.
Here comes Latoof!
The goal! That's a bit too late, a little bit too late as Play Objectives flashes away, but the last breath of Inexhaustive, he's left a relic for his best friend Latoof. He's left the Ignite on Renekton, which means that's going to be a kill over to the Skarner.
Fights going on from top to bottom to back to top again. There's just fiestas going on everywhere as AB Degree is just running for his life, trying to get minions under tower while these B-bombs are just flying towards him.
Exactly. This is League of Legends. Nothing happens, and then everything happens.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much that. But in the end, I believe you had a trade in the top lane, 1 kill down in the bot lane there. But yeah, currently it is actually the Elise support that is now 2-0 with 100 gold bounty. So we'll see what this character can do and try and snowball that, because Elise early game is just so powerful.
and that's going to be actually. And AB Degree just jumps forward. The Gatling gun is going to be melting the Ziggs. George Bushcamp is running for their life, and you talked about the bounty, but this is the bounty going over. Latouf once more. The Scorpion is absolutely everywhere.
Boulder!
Miracle may have bombs, sophisticated tech pieces of technology, but Latouf just throws a rock into his face, and that is probably more than enough. As that is going to be the Avengers coming down for the bot lane as Waterloo even up the score again to 6-6.
Yeah, you got to be sad if you're St. Clair. You know, you got some kills there, but they all went onto your support, and the enemy just like becomes a tax collector and gets it right back. And now Waterloo's looking in a great position, evened up that gold lead, and looking to scale further into the game.
Yeah, and we talked about how this bot lane was going to look very interesting, to say the least. We saw, you know, at this point, like, these two are dashing around all the time. That like
too many dashes, man.
Yeah, I'm just too used to it, right? Just, like, I'm too used to it. But we were talking about how this bot lane, you know, there was at a point where it was going to be Elise doing the play, but Elise doesn't have something to jump to. Latouf is here. There's some doubt is going to look for the re-engage. Maddie getting the auto attacks off. The Impale is going to land onto Duba. Can AB Degree do any follow-up? No, that's going to be sent down. Getting the shutdown onto Latouf. And yes, another bot lane Fiesta. I have to just keep moving on. You know, I can't talk about something else.
Hey, it's not over yet.
Yeah,
Ricky, the wind becomes lightning, has landed the flash ultimatum to get AB Degree. And I think we're done now. Are we done now? Okay, just for a little bit. Just for a little bit.
I'm keeping my eyes open, right? What if, you know, what if Inexhaustive appears with a steel chair right
of
here?
Course.
Right? We never know. So we have to keep our eyes peeled. We can never be sure.
Yeah, but that is a lot of plates going down, and that's his Ziggs. Miracle can just toss his W, and just like that, first turret is gone.
Yeah, and I just have to keep swinging what I'm saying around. But right, I was talking about that at the beginning. Oh, well, we'll hold off on that for now as left-hand key gonna land the shockwave onto Smokin. The flash is not quite available yet. The Heartsteel proc looking really juicy, and why is Latouf so fast? He just manages to get another jump, and this is a 5-kill Skarner on the side of Waterloo.
Yeah, I mean, you can see how many legs he has. He has, like, I think 6, so this is really fast. Yeah, there you go.
Are those 6 legs? I genuinely think.
Yeah, just speedy little pincers gonna allow him to get the kill onto Flocon, as well as the Dragon here as well. So Waterloo have really turned this game around recently. Getting that kill into mid lane gives them that prior for the Dragon, and now Miracle making his way into the top lane. He demolished the bot turret, going over to the other side of the map, and wants to do the same thing as now the elite support coming from behind.
Yep, and this is exactly what the type of macro you want to play with Ziggs. You want
to
push the wave in, you want to get the macro out. Inexhaustive has no energy, but he's a little bit too tanky as Wind becomes lightning, and Inexhaustive becomes not alive as that's going to be invested taking down for one more time. That's 0-3 as a Ziggs is going to be able to take the turn. And like we mentioned, this is exactly the type of macro you want to see if you have a Ziggs. You want to take the Ziggs everywhere. You want to make the Ziggs see the world. Like, get the waves pushing out, get the dive angles, get the turrets. And that is going to be so much ground taken by St. Clair Varsity that they're just living in Waterloo's jungle.
Yeah, just a minute ago, we were like, oh yeah, Waterloo's bringing it back, and suddenly 5k gold lead to St. Clair.
But Latouf is coming through the wall. We talked about this. We want the wall Avengers, the people that come through your walls, and Latouf has truly been doing a really good job of making these plays happen. And Miracle has to hold out for a miracle, but nothing has come out for it as ABDD picks up another kill. But that's mid lane turret destroyed, which is honestly, from the perspective of St. Clair, that's really not bad at all.
Yeah, that's a good death, honestly. You know, you bait the team while your team gets the turret. As now left-hand Kane is barely going to teleport away with his orb and get back to safety.
You know, I feel like... I just feel like with the new teleport changes, it's just more BM to make those kind of escape plays.
You see the orb.
Exactly. Like, he turned himself into a ball. Like, funniest thing I've ever seen. Like,
yeah, just go slow motion. You're like,
no. You just walk into the bush, and then you see the ball going away, and then you know it was right there.
Yeah. But yeah, now, like, just gonna have a little bit of a break, no objectives or anything, so surely no fight's gonna break out, right?
I'm just giving him the evil eye right now.
Yeah.
Because maybe he's using his caster curse.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that happen, you know. I was like, oh yeah, Lisa's doing so well, 2-0, and then 30 seconds later, she's dead.
And you know, I think now is the time to throw out some raw predictions. You know, your hot takes for the day. You know, my hot take is maybe, I don't know, maybe Inexhaustive brings it all back again. We saw yesterday how lethal he was on Aatrox even when the game state looked a bit dire. So maybe Inexhausted brings it all back. Maybe George Bushcamp manages to land the crazy, maybe shows us the craziest scaling Elise of all time. You know, anything could happen in this game, but I think the number one of the laundry list for Waterloo is getting one outer turn.
Yeah, that's true. I think that's what St. Clair have been doing really great this match. Oh, AB Degree gets knocked up. Maddie uses his ultimate to try and bring himself some space. Volkan is coming in with the damage, but he gets impaled. The bomb from above and shut down going over to Latouv, but it gets traded, or the kill at Debrom gets traded back.
And this is just the power of the Hui, right? The amount of non-committal damage you can do, you can just throw out all your abilities and just casually stroll away, and then it does so much damage. Volkan is going to look for more with the absurd amount of movement they both have, as Latouv manages to get a kill onto Miracle in the bot lane. This Scorpion has been doing a lot of work.
Yeah, Zig's just pushing up to try and get maybe more tower damage, trying to finish up that very low bot in their tower, but does end up getting punished for it. But yeah, you can see the gold is 10 to 10. You would think it's even, but St. Clair are up 5k gold, and I think the Ziggs is a big part of that. The fact that you can demolish towers so quickly, that they've just been going around with their 6 grubs, just getting tower after tower. In that, I think 30 seconds to 1 minute, they got the top outer, inner, and the mid outer tower. 3 towers just like that. So if Waterloo loses a fight again, it might be game over.
Yeah, that's just always the scary thing about a Ziggs. You think that, he looks so harmless. He's a small Yordle. He, is not that lethal in lane. And then
he takes out his bomb.
Exactly. Exactly, right? Like, this is why, this is exactly why you can't judge stuff by their appearance, because you don't know who just has a big bomb in their pocket.
Yeah, and for now, it is going to be Rift Herald being started up by Maddie and the side of St. Clair. But Waterloo, they sniff it out. They're coming over. They want to contest the Herald, but they're waiting for, or Ziggs is going to be TPing to help out now.
Yep, and I think Waterloo are looking to use those 2 smoke pits to make their way into this play, and Exhaust coming down from the top lane. It's a little bit of a standoff, and Hui is getting some good poke down. Rift Herald is going to go down to 1,500 HP. I think Waterloo have opted for not contesting this. Maybe don't want to go in at the moment. Especially the things like Hui and Zig, that's completely understandable. But that is SC Varsity just smiling at the end of the day. There, the Hui W is going to force the 80 degree to go backwards, and with the pullback, that's going to be so much cash, so much damage coming out. Since I'm going to get a double kill, and now St. Clair Varsity, they want more. They still have a Zig alive.
Yeah, it was so huge to get these picks onto the enemy bot lane, because it just sets you up to have the Herald to get the mid tower and the Dragon coming up. The tempo that they gave for this is insane.
Maddie getting the charge, and Pale looking to get the Zig straight out of the Rift Herald charge, but unfortunately Latouv not angling it properly. Maybe he needs lessons from Degree.
Yes, of course. But yeah, they are relentless with their aggression. They weren't satisfied with just the mid turret. They're going to this bot turret now, and look how quickly it just goes 1 or 2 more autos. Oh, the W was mistimed. The Shockwave does catch Miracle, but he should be able to get out for now.
Yeah, left hand game making the best of a bad situation, getting the getting Miracle's flash out and saving the bot turret. I think
teleport
Waterloo
behind.
Are looking to do the collapse. St. Clair Varsity is going to see this happen, and Bessa is in the push. Manages to get the snipe public execution onto Miracle, but he's alive. The Orianna flash on the ball is not enough, and the fact it's now chaotic. It's Latouv taking up all the damage from play objectives in the top lane. Elise gets the shutdown onto the Skarner, and now the Sims out is wreaking so much havoc in the backline of Waterloo. Play objectives is still alive. 4 members of St. Clair Varsity are still alive. They are just chasing and exhausted the last member of Waterloo into their own jungle. And Waterloo, they saw the angle. They saw that how low Miracle was, how there was no flash, but the kills didn't come out just fast enough. And St. Clair Varsity just turn it with Hui, with Ziggs, with Elise. The turn is so lethal.
Yeah, just a lot more damage coming out from their side. That was such a small margin, but it is going to be St. Clair getting the Dragon, getting the kills, and now looking to back and just spend like the thousands of gold that they just got.
You want a Ferrari or a Lamborghini?
I'll take a Lambo this time. Ferrari, I got one last time.
Yeah, I think St. Clair can definitely afford. St. Clair can afford that and much more at this game state. With Atacon coming up, I think they will be eating very, very good, especially if they get the Hui setup and the Zig setup again. And then we just can't forget about Maddie Sims.
Of course. It is honestly, his ults are so great to provide so much space that the entire team is just focusing on him, dealing with him, while his team is dealing with so much more. So it's just great presence from Maddie. Honestly, both junglers are really just doing so well this game. Latouf has had such great engages, and it's shown in the scoreboard as well. They both have, what, like 7 kills or something?
Oh, and the double impale lands onto 2 members of St. Clair Varsity. This might be the fight that Waterloo is losing for. Maddie pops the credit card and makes a run for his life, but Latouf comes around swaying with a long arc, getting Maddie back into the team. And that's going to be a shutdown onto the side of Waterloo, and Otacon is still up. You got to remember the teleport is channeled, but you know, Inexhausted taking a lot of damage. Flows up. The Destroying Despair is going to get the interrupt. George Busham flashes forward, lands a cocoon. The Inexhausted killed by the Stormsurge. 80 degree. Latouf once more. Flowgun lands, gets hit against the wall. The Ricky is here. The Brom just can't get over the wall. Provides some help with the Q. But Latouf with a flash Heartsteel proc. Objective pops the dominance. It is an all-out fist fight at the moment. 2 on the side of Waterloo to the right, 2 to the left. The objectives caught in the middle. It's gonna have to be waited out. Latouf channels over the wall. 80 degree is caught by the W, and Ricky is also gonna go down. George Bushcamp kills from. How has this happened? St. Clair Varsity manages to turn the play around. That looks so bad for them.
It was a 4v2. They were getting collapsed, but they find that one universe where they can make it out. St. Clair pick up the kills, get out with their lives, and now are going to kill Otacon.
Yeah, I don't know how they managed to make it happen, but they've pulled it off. You know, the dominance, the amount of aura that provides.
Yeah.
You know George Bushcamp just walking around with the elite utility. It was a tough fight for St. Clair, but they managed to pull it off at the end.
Yeah, Objectives honestly just played that so well. He had to just space perfectly for his cooldowns to come up and pounce when the time was right. And Waterloo, honestly, they started that so well, right? They got the pick. The impale from Latouf was so good. You thought maybe, just maybe, they could turn it, but St. Clair just denied them.
Yeah, and for the side of Waterloo, if you are the ones looking to make the comeback plays, you have to look for Latouf, right? They've been the one, making all these plays happen, making so much space for the team. So, looking a bit hard. The gold lead has ballooned to 10K, which is a
little bit difficult.
That's a flesh wound maybe, but you have to be careful.
Of course, yeah. And now, got a little bit of time. You can actually see they're looking onto the top lane. Maybe can find an Exhaustion or Ricky and catch him out. Volcon is landing absolutely everything. The Braum has no assistance. He is just going to end up going down.
Yep, Ricky just going to be taken down. That is the sin of a support who wanted a little bit of vision. Trying to tell my support players out there. Public Institution is going to... if that was soccer, that would have been a goal.
True. But now this is a Super Inferno Bomb coming out, just a zoning ultimate, because now Latouf is caught out. He impales too, but his team is nowhere to be seen, and he gets taken down.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a tough fight for Waterloo. They look for the turns, they look for the plays, but at the end of the day, I think St. Clair Varsity have got to a point where they're a bit too tanky for Waterloo now. Stat-wise, we see that, with the Seraphs completed on the side of play as well, it's really hard for Waterloo to pick out a target and really burst them. Are you going to burst the Renek? No. You're going to burst the Zinzao? No. Are you going to burst the Hui? He has a Seraphs and a lot of heal. Maybe not. Are you going to jump George Bushcamp? He has the Elite W, right? So it's kind of Waterloo are forced into a state where they can make a choice, but none of the choices are kind of correct in a way. So they have to make something happen. But at the end of the day, St. Clair's are the ones with a game over 10K lead now. And they're opting to play it safe. Get the inhibitor, go back, maybe play for the objective.
Yeah, exactly. Just like their top laner's name says, they are going to back off, get this dragon coming up in 40 seconds, and make sure to keep their game clean and not make any mistakes. Because, Waterloo came back in their last game together. They are going to make sure it doesn't happen this time.
Well, that's a good idea, to name yourself, play objective. And maybe your team, your top laner should name themselves play objective, and your jungler should name yourselves don't throw Baron.
True.
And then maybe your bot laner should name yourself, push tidal waves.
Yeah.
And it's like having some in-game tips, walking around, and you never forget about those things,
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, you actually see Waterloo stepping up quite a bit here. Wondering if they actually want to contest the dragon, but it is a very difficult position for them to even do it. It is just the second dragon too, so really not worth dying over here. But AB Degree, he's getting caught out, needs to flash away.
Yeah, and that is the power of the way the long range engagement with Latouf. It's a bit too short, but it's going to be caught up. And that with the Seraph, that's not enough. Latouf has picked up another kill for themselves. as can Waterloo look for more? The answer might be no, as Maddie goes forward in the cocoon, landing on the left-hand hand is a lethal blow for Waterloo to exhaust. It's going to come and play objectives, but at the end of the day, it is a fight that is looking really, really one-sided. The teleport arrives with an exhaustive in the fight, but 80 degree goes down, and exhaustive is short to follow. The last members of Waterloo. Left-hand Kane is on 2 HP. I can hear, you know, the red lights going on right now. There's an emergency for Waterloo as St. Clair want to make the march into their base.
Yep, they are marching in. You got 2 people alive and 20 to 30 second dead timers on 2 more, but they're going to take it easy for now. Just going to make sure to close out the claim properly after their recalls.
Yeah, and it's really now St. Clair's game to lose at this point. It is really the amount of mistakes that needs to happen and the amount of precision Waterloo needs to play this fight is crazy. I mean, it's not that we've not seen something like this before, but I think one thing I want to mention is Waterloo needs to land some kind of crazy engage. What they do kind of lack the tools to do so. They don't have, you know, they don't have like a Malphite all coming over the wall or anything. So I think their only hope right now is to land a 5-man Orianna stun, so like a 5-man Skarner impale, and the core he just like machine guns them all over that. But I don't think St. Clair wants to let that happen, as Ricky is the one getting focused down. The shield is up, but that's not going to be enough. As George Bushcamp takes down Ricky, play objective, takes down the Corky. ABD going to go down with 2 tanky, as he maybe is going to be nuked over the head. Bonking everybody is the Sin Zhao with the ultimate. Dominance is channeled. Inexhaustive is forced between a rock and a hard place. And with the amount of utility that is going over the walls, it is going to be St. Clair. You know, the Saints are marching in, and they're marching straight into Waterloo's base, as it's going to be left-hand Kane, the last vestige of Waterloo, looking to make their stand.
Yeah, they're kind of just
There's just so many skill shots.
Yeah, he's doing his best to job them. And oh, there's a little bit more. Bushcamp finishes up the kill, and now 1 Nexus turret down, 2nd one to go. Nexus is going to be the last thing alive, as St. Clair is going to have their revenge. They are going to take another victory against Waterloo in this upper finals, and they are going to send Waterloo to face Guelph in the lower finals.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, that was revenge indeed for St. Clair. I think last time around it was St. Clair with a significant lead, you know, with the champion that they were probably confident on ending the game with, and the Waterloo do manage to come back. And this time St. Clair decisively managed to snowball the game without any accidents this time.
Yeah.
And I think the one thing I want to talk about is that Hui pick. Right, this time Waterloo was on the last time was playing Hui, and that was the pick that allowed them to win the backward team fights. You know, allowed them to, you know, suck St. Clair into these positions where it was really favorable for Waterloo to turn the fight around, even with a significant gold disadvantage. But I think you and I can both agree that Hui pick is really good.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll have to see what happens to it in the grand finals, because St. Clair, they got the win. They're sitting in their cushy seat in the grand finals, waiting to see this next match unfold, see who they're going to face in that all-important best-of-3 at the end. But for now, it's going to be Waterloo versus Guelph in that lower finals. We'll be back to show that game after a short little break.
Stay tuned.
Flame hidden in my heart. Didn't know how to grow from a single fire spark. But let it go when the road was dark. Couldn't wait, then I had it's time to move and make my mark. I gave my pride, left all my regret. I just wish to be stronger, to give it all my best. What do I do to spread this burning courage? Every day, every night I'm stuck inside of my head. I'm gonna stay blind today. Wanna be somebody leading the way. Don't be afraid, gotta be brave. No matter what's coming our way. Strike it
Hey everyone, I am here with the Zinzao himself from last game, Maddie. How are you feeling after that amazing game?
It feels pretty good. Always nice to go to the finals.
Yeah, yeah, it's great to see the performance. What was kind of going through your mind during that game? You played extremely well.
I mean, we played them yesterday, right, and lost. We threw a pretty big lead yesterday, so going into today, we knew not to be overconfident. And we even watched their games versus Guelph earlier today, where they made like a massive comeback. So we know like that's their thing. Like
Yeah.
they might the enemy team might get a lead, but they can always make a comeback. So we knew this time, let's make sure we just close it out. So we even picked champs that helped doing that, and then it just went smooth.
Yeah, I definitely saw that. There were some times you're like, maybe could have ended, but you guys just recall, take your time, and do everything. Seems like the plan's gonna be the same. Just see them watch them play Guelph again, and then make sure you can do it. So yeah, but instead of the match, like, how's your experience been with the whole event so far?
It's nice. It's nice to go to a Canadian LAN. There's usually not many of those. I think this, other than LAN ETS, this is my first collegiate Canadian LAN, right?
Right.
But it's fun, and I'm excited for the next one that will be hosted at St. Clair College in February.
Nice, awesome, yeah. What are your thoughts on like being able to just like represent your school in an event like this?
It's the highlight of being a collegiate player, right? It's going to LANs, traveling, and just having fun at weekend events, right? So it's the highlight of the collegiate path.
That's awesome. Yeah. How do you feel about the impact of even having like these LAN events on like the importance of it for like the collegiate esports scene in Canada?
I just think it gives it spirit, you know? Like that's what it's all about. That's why we play the games. It's to compete, and this gives us a place to do it, not being online, right? Because it'd be lame if you represent a school but you always play online, right? Like it's kind of like the purpose. It's the spirit. It's to do it just like real sport.
Yeah, for sure. I got one last question from you, real thinker on this one. If you could remove one champion from the game, who would it be?
Probably Aurora. My team can't play it. I can't play it. We can't play against it. Just remove it from the game.
All right, there you go. You heard it here from him. We're going to be back after a short break to watch the losers finals between Waterloo and Guelph before the winner faces St. Clair themselves in the grand finals. We'll be right back after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
And then there were 3 teams left. St. Clair, Waterloo, and Guelph, battling it out for who comes out as the champions of WaterLAN. We're now in the lower finals, where one of these 2 teams can go back to meet St. Clair in the grand finals, while the other one just has to walk home.
And yeah, it really looks like St. Clair has stepped up their game in making sure that their macro is airtight, watertight, whatever you want to call that. But it looks like they're a lot more stable than they were yesterday. It looks like they've learned from their mistakes where they have the early game advantage, they have the mid game advantage, and they've managed to just secure that lead and make sure that Waterloo never, gets back that control, and they managed to end the game, which means that I think it's gonna be whoever goes up after the losers finals definitely have to do a good job of dismantling that early game macro.
Yeah, exactly. And taking a look at this match here, Waterloo and Guelph have faced before. A really close match with Waterloo coming back to get the win just barely. So going into this match, I have no idea what's gonna happen. It's just a coin flip, honestly, if I had to make a prediction. I'm excited to see what kind of things Guelph has been looking at when they saw how St. Clair beat Waterloo, and see if they can apply those same things to get the victory themselves.
And I think especially in these kind of tournaments where you have to play a lot of matches over a long period of time, it's all about, it's about the strategy, and it's about, the players, but it's also about focus, and it's about, how consistent can you be, even if you're making a deep tournament run. You have to control your stamina. You have to make sure you're not getting too tired, you're not revealing too many strategies, and how consistent you remain, with your picks, with your plays, and staying focused throughout the game as we go straight into Champ Select now.
Yeah, just like that, we have got the bands instantly. You got the Yasuo, Renekton, and Echo band coming from Waterloo, while Guelph has chosen to ban out Hui that we talked about a ton, Vladimir, and, of course, the Aatrox.
Yep, and these seem pretty standard bans for the side of Guelph we see. The Hui ban, the Vladimir ban, the Aatrox ban. Like we talked about, these are champions that have a very good return on investment from what we've seen. Hui is like, you don't even have to invest in this guy, and then he'll invest in himself, and then he'll come out and come out swinging at the end of the day. So that's why Cassante B1 is gonna be picked for the Warriors. We see this a lot, right?
That's the Warriors staple,
Right.
Aatrox is done. All right, Cassante next.
Right. And kicking into Cassante is going to be the Corki, so pretty standard drafts in so far that we see. The Corki ADC has showed a lot of, even in the game that the Warriors lost, the Corki ADC was a strong point in their game, especially paired with the Braum. The amount of potential to take over the lane in a bad if the enemy laners get caught in a bad skirmish, then that is definitely a pick to watch out for, but even more so now, Alawi.
Yeah, that's crazy to see. Just instantly picking the Alawi there so early. I mean, it is a great matchup into the Cassante. It's really hard for him to walk up into her at any time, but picking it so early, if Waterloo can play this right, they can pick the range characters, get the CC that makes it just impossible for Alawi to play the game, and Lissandra is a great start for that.
Yeah, and the Alawi is going to be definitely picked to make sure that Cassante can't take over. And this is actually almost the exact comp Waterloo opted for yesterday, the Viego-Lissandra comp. The only thing missing, I would say, would be the Hui. But at the end of the day, I think the identity of the Warriors comp is pretty clear, and they're probably going to solidify it through the ADC pick as well. Maybe they go for the Jinx, where they get excited. Maybe they go for the Ashe. Yeah, Ashe is not banned, so maybe they go for the Ashe. But they go for a pick where if they get lockdown and reset on a character, they can take over the entire fight. And that's true for the case of Viego and Lissandra, who are really good at lockdown and resetting. So I think we'll definitely have to see how they round out their team comp, as Guelph really just wants to go in.
Yeah, so far, the Wukong is a good counter into the Viego, has that innate tankiness, hard to just burst down and quickly get a reset, the clone to get away too, and also just has some team fighting power to get in there with. But now that we see, the Corki is actually technically a flex pick, so maybe they'll ban out some mid laners or anything, and it looks to be Victor first on the ban board.
Yep.
Oh, never mind, it's Caitlyn. Wrong arcane character.
Never mind. We get too excited about Caitlyn sometimes, yeah. But I think definitely we see that, and it kind of shows that, especially in the first blue side ban for Waterloo, they ban out the Yasuo, the Renekton, the Echo, the kind of melee threats that have really good follow-up with things, the Wukong. So I think that's the kind of Warriors is hoping for. They're looking to play a game where the Guelph doesn't have such a crazy engage that they can't get swept up in one fight. I think they want to make sure that the fights, a bit more pokey and proddy, where they can pull the trigger, with their point and click CC, and then take over the fight with the resets.
Yeah, exactly. And to round out the bans, along with the Caitlyn is the Ashe. So it seems like the Corki is going bot lane with these ADC bans coming out. They want to ban some of those long-range characters that Corki struggles with a bit and get something short-range that he can actually bully out in lane. But on the other hand, Kai'Sa and Ziggs taken off the board.
Yeah, I mean, Warriors, I think, like we mentioned, they want to take out the picks that, number one, Guelph is comfortable on, but they want to take out the picks that really are good at infighting. Or the ones that can follow up on hard engage, and then just completely win a fight without, like basically I think Guelph's game plan is they don't want to give Waterloo room to breathe in the middle of a fight to get their bearings and find a good target to agree on. And I think Waterloo is really saying, okay, you know what, like we don't want Echo, we don't want Yasuo, we don't want follow up and card CC into engage. We want to make sure that our comp's identity stays alive. And I think that's why the Ashe ban came through for Guelph as well, because of Waterloo's identity as a pick comp, obviously Ashe. Good laner, good picker, and we actually see it's going to be the Kalista that's hovered by the side of Warriors, so if they pick this, right?
Oh, and they do.
And they do. So this is going to be even more. Maybe we're going to see, a Renata here paired with Kalista sometimes. We might see just more hard engage, maybe things like Blitzcrank or Thresh pulled out sometimes. Yeah, we may see the Kalista Renata combo, which I think definitely fits the identity of the Warriors perfectly here.
Yeah, it just allows you to play so aggressively, and the hostile takeover just is so good for these team fights. I like that they picked a range support and like a decent range ADC to kind of be able to kite the Alawi out and not allow her to do whatever she wants in these fights. Let's see what Guelph rounded off with their last pick.
Yeah, and the Victor pick means that there will be and I think Lissandra has to do a slightly better job of playing the lane than Victor just because of the range of that champion is really good at getting prio. And it looks like actually Janna, with the Janna lock-in at the end, Guelph has pivoted their identity from looking like, okay, we're a full dive comp, to okay, like we mix in some skirmish here, we mix in some peel for the Victor. And I think now they've shifted their identity a little bit, made to play the Corki a little bit longer range and play some anti-engage.
Yeah, I like the Janna here. It's actually up to Waterloo to kind of get in there, get a reset onto one of those characters. So I really like the fact that they picked Janna instead of something like Nautilus or some other engage support that goes in, just dies, and gives a free reset, right? Janna can keep your people alive, not give resets to people like Viego and Lissandra, and just act as a really great win condition for Guelph.
Yeah, and remember, this is the quintessential game to look out for before the finals, because this is the loser has to go home, the winner will go on to the grand finals, but both teams want to be very cautious about the way they're playing. And I think, like you mentioned, I like the Janna pick because, I think Guelph, we're looking, like eyeballing, okay, like can we win a straight up fight? Can we engage harder than Waterloo can? And maybe they said no, so we can draft a Victor and a Janna to protect the Victor. And Alawi is obviously one of the best champions. The game they're playing into her. So I think definitely that's what the Guelph team is going for. And on the side of Warriors, I think the one thing I want to see is how this bot lane turns out on this side.
Yeah, and honestly, I think it'll be a really crazy matchup. Corki and Kalista are both so strong early and want to skirmish early, so it'll have to come down to, can Kalista kind of dodge out of the way of the phosphorus bombs or anything like that. Those small things will make the difference.
Right, and it will be an exciting matchup, and like all the other matchups today, I want to thank our sponsors, including Closed Caption Creator. Elevate your video content with Closed Caption Creator, the professional's choice for fast, accurate, and customizable captioning solutions coming from right here in Waterloo, Canada. So thank you to them, and thank you to all our sponsors once again.
Yeah, huge shout out to all of our sponsors here as we head right into game here. Just going to be a typical 5-point, getting some wards down in the river, just 5 gold being collected here and there to start it off.
Yeah, a lot of 5 points today. I think yesterday we saw a lot more death ball, like, but I think now, like we keep talking about this, teams are a bit more cautious. We see the 5 points, and I think
the lands just like get people riled up,
Exactly.
It's just like, yeah, I got to get in there. But day 2, things are calming down.
Exactly. And one interesting thing to note is I think the summoner spells, obviously Janna is going for the exhaust, Renata's going for the ignite. And I think especially Kalista, Renata have so much surprise kill potential in the skirmishes in the bot lane that like I was talking about before, this bot lane matchup will be very volatile. If Corki decides to try to fist fight with a Janna shield, they have to be very, very careful as to not give Renata a perfect W angle.
Yeah, exactly. One summoner spell that I do want to point out is Cassante going for the Ignite. It is taken decently or like frequently by Cassantes here and there. Inexhaustive loves to take Ignite in matchups and really play aggressively, go for the kill, and get the advantage that way. But Alawi in exchange has a lot more mobility, can get out of ganks easier as well.
Yeah, this guy takes Ignite on everything.
Yeah.
But yeah, the K'Sante matchup, obviously with the Alawi character, it's a little bit harder for him, but I think champs like Investa and K'Sante, they do want that extra tick of damage. They have really good base damage, but they do want that extra tick of damage for the lane dominance, so that is something to watch out for as Ricky and AB Degree making their way into the forward bush, managing to get a little bit more pressure onto the side of Guelph. That's for now. Peace, as they're going to be the first ones to level 2.
Yep, one thing that Water's ball lane frequently does is like they want to get prio of the wave, they want to get the push, and with their jungler also pathing downwards, they allow them that prio to get Scuttle Crab and whatever else they want to do. And we see a little bit more skirmishing here in the mid lane, just pretty much even. Lissandra just has good base damage in the early game, so she will come out on top in the trades a bit, but maybe Wukong will have something to do about it.
Yep, and Wukong waiting in the bush. Remember, this is his natural habitat, but on the other side is waiting Latoof. Waterloo is going to be the one to pull the trigger first. Toothless manages to get the flash away with a sliver of HP, but that means that Wukong is going to get the finish off the kill. Latoof gets the victor reset, but this is a pre-6 Viego, so that means no ultimate resets, no sticky engage for now, as it looks like Waterloo are looking to make use of their bot lane prio to sit in Asu's jungle, but however, Toothless canning the teleport, the Lissandra coming a little bit slower. Cade has to make his presence known. This blue buff will be the turning point of this early game, as that's going to be smite over to Latoof.
Huge take by Latoof there. That was just a 50-50, you know. Just go in, see if you can grab the blue buff. And they do, and that gives them a pretty good advantage. They still have the prio with the Scuttle Crab now spawning, so Latoof can really capitalize on this and put himself up in tempo against the Wukong.
Yep, and this is what we like. This is what we like to see if you're playing Post Renata. You want to get the early bot prio. You want to make sure that you're enabling your jungler on the bot side of the map, at least to the best of your ability. And yeah, we saw that Latoof was the one who pulled the trigger first in the mid lane and got him the first blood. Which means I think that would be a feat of strength over to Waterloo by just a hair.
Yeah, getting that first blood is pretty essential for them here. They do end up getting the 1 out of the 2 that they would need. And for now, you can just see that Viego didn't end up clearing his own jungle, so he's not ahead in camps by any means yet. In fact, he probably should go clear it so he can level up his camps too. But as he does, he'll slowly get a little bit of an advantage on top of just the first blood money he got too.
Yeah, and it's now going to be up to Viego to make something happen. He goes for the top side clear, as it now looks like Waterloo want to be a little bit more sneaky with their backs.
Yeah, but maybe looking to just cast him off guard. If Ricky can land the handshake onto Quirky, it could prove to be disastrous. Wander just using his spells, clearing out the wave, Valking in, and here comes AB Degree.
Yeah, the W is invested, and with the the Renata W on him, the barrier is invested. But Wolf is doing a good job of completely waiting out the Renata W. I think Waterloo had a bit too much faith in that ability. They think that they can just run it straight into their bot lane's face. But you got to remember, this is a Janna, this is a Quirky. They have their summoner spells. So even if you have the Renata W, it is really still risky. And if they just if they use the ancient technique of just waiting until the W is gone, it is a really dire situation for the Warriors bot lane.
Yeah, and you know, the exhaust from the Janna just did so much work there. You can't just pull out the spears, it won't kill the target, and there goes all your damage. And they thought they had a good fight, but Gorky Janna ends up victorious here, as that's a double kill for Wander.
Yeah, I mean, I think if the Warriors look for like a quick shorter trade just to get the summoners out, that could have been advantageous for them, but they want a little bit more. Like we mentioned, with the faith in the Renata W, and I think that at the end of the day is agreed that made them bite off a bit more than you chew, as an Exhaustive looks for the one last Q dodge, sidestep by Sick George. There's gonna be one more mini game to play, the tentacle slam doubly, but Inexhausted gets hit by the E. Now he is the one on the run, but it looks like Asu is coming. K'Sante looking for the turn. The Q is going to go wide. One more time, but the grasp is going to get the kill onto the Alawi. A 1v1 of the ages, but Exhaustive, the
bone plating!
It does so little damage.
Yeah, oh my god, Inexhaustive. I mean, George played well. He dodged so many Intofo strikes, but Inexhaustive still ends up victorious. The Ignite pays off as he picks up the kill. No teleports mean that Alawi will have to take the long way back to lane here. And the bone plane comes up at the opportune moment, so he doesn't die to AQ and even burns his flash in exchange.
Yeah, heartbreak for, I think, Sick George there. He's probably saying, I dodged all the Qs, right? But truly at the end of the day,
broken champion.
Exactly. That is why Exhausted takes the Ignite sometimes, so that he gets a little bit more damage in those damage situations. As left-hand Kane, Going to take a casual stroll up to Aku, who doesn't have anything to worry about as they have the Smite available. That's going to be a Void Grubs for a Dragon Trade. Things we've been seeing all game today, as Tooth Boost is the one slightly in danger, as Left and Kane making their way down with Latoof looking to make a pincer move. Yeah, Tooth Boost.
He knows something, so he's not walking up.
Exactly. Sometimes you smell it.
Yeah. Yeah, Lissandra with the ulti means, you know, you got to be ready for anything. And he smelled that out perfectly. Gonna have to send Viego all the way back. Viego's actually pretty ahead of the Wukong in terms of how many camps he cleared, but Wukong is slowly crawling that back as Latoof trying to help out his teammates here and there, but nothing too successful happening just yet.
Yep, and Exhausted going for another trade. The grass proc is going to do a little bit more damage to Sick George as the Tentacle Swing goes wide. And Exhausted in this match feeling a lot more comfortable, I think, than what we've seen of last game from Invest. That he got counterpicked by the Renekton, but now he seems to be having a jolly old time on Exhausted.
Yeah, it's just a pretty even matchup here. They kind of just can't fight as much because it's all reliant on if Alawi can land the Vessel, which he does here, but Inexhausted is just going to clear out the tentacles and look to continue fighting.
Yep, Cassante, one of those champions that have the ability to fight Alawi in her own tentacles, and with the all-out channel, Inexhausted will not yield as Latoof manages to pick up another kill. And that is going to be a top lane gap that is going to be the gold gap that is going to be widening every second.
Yeah, great play by both of them here. Just pulling George back with the ultimate, and Latoof just wasting no time, not letting any of those Alawi moments to happen, which he just heals back a lot of health, using the flash, making sure to secure the kill.
Yep, and that's why you gotta invest those ultimates early. You know, sometimes you want to save your summoner spells, sometimes you want to save your ultimate, and then Alawi gets a triple kill on you and you go, okay guys.
You see Asu here looking to try and get a gank off here, but just going to resort to the Raptors here. Finding a nice time to actually get the invade off as they spotted Latoof in the top side recently, trying to catch up in that CS from before.
For now, I think I highlighted how this bot lane was going to be volatile, but this has been one of the less exciting lanes of the game before that 2v2. But now Aku is going to turn that around. You're going to channel the Callisto ult early to make sure, to be better safe than sorry.
Yep, just got to make sure they're not going to risk anything. The Callisto ultimate is just so powerful in being able to survive the ganks. Your support can just buy so much time for you and then dip really easily, but it's going to be the long teleport being channeled by Tooth Booth, and he's just going to be heading back mid anyway.
Yep, they're going to be looking for a little bit of a collapse onto left-hand Kane, but they also, left-hand Kane also smells out something coming, something fishy, and managed to pull out through the top side as Inexhausted. Whenever the camera is on this man, you can never rest easy because you don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. He's getting some good trades off here as Kane is coming in to support.
Yep, and with Kane coming in Exhausted, wants to land the third Q. I think Alawi has not the ultimate available, so that's just going to be Sick George going down to the Ignite, and that is exactly why you take the Ignite. You want to lock down, especially for Alawi, to make sure that you apply the Greasy Spoons, you go with the all-out, you CC lock him, and you make sure that the Alawi can't do too much to turn a gank around.
Yeah, we're wondering if the Ignite would pay off, and it, boy, has completely paid off here, using it successfully 2 times to make that difference to get the kill onto the Alawi. As we see Latoof just hovering around. We'll see if he does get spotted by the ward in the third bush or if he just wants to kind of help his bot lane push in and leave.
Yeah, and Latoof kind of sniffing out the ward in the third bush there, making sure that they're not going too far, but also Wander and Danny Quick making sure that they're not walking up too far. If you have to read the wave, that would be very, very bad. As Danny Quick lands a tornado, it looks like with Aku in the backline, they go for the Janna insect, but I don't think they expected the Viego. The Renata W is ticking down, but it's going to be a full-on 2v2. Aku trying to get a dive onto AV Degree. Corki, the Triumph advantage. I thought that they were going to get out, but at the end of the day, it is the Viego resetting again and again. And in this kind of skirmish, you can't ever forget, in a counter gank, like you think that you have the advantage the entire time, and then when you get jump scared by the Viego, you realize that you've come a bit too far.
Yeah, and after that, it was just reset city. Latoof picking up one after the other, just doing Viego things, and now is on 4 kills for himself. Oh, well, that was a shutdown in the top lane. George got one back onto an Exhausted.
Yeah, and for the amount of investment and the amount of pressure and Exhausted was putting on St. George, I guess sometimes Alawi with like, the ultimate is a bit too difficult to beat even if you are up gold and up money, and that means that Ashu is going to be able to secure these grubs with not too much resistance.
Yeah, and it looks like they are just going to try and trade that for the dragon here. Should be looking to start it after the crab here. Ricky is just going to be around clearing vision nearby, but yeah, just going to be trading that dragon for the grubs here.
Yep, and with the objectives being traded, I don't believe that either team has a feat of strength, and both teams are getting really close. So I think this next fight with an objective is really, really crucial to what happens next. And we have to look at the items. We have that Calista has the Blade of the Rune completed. Basically, both teams have their first items completed. But at this stage, I think what you have to really look out for is the item, from Calista, the Blade of the Rune King, Diego from the Shattered Skies, and he has a lot. Sundered Sky, he has a lot of fun.
Yeah, I don't think he's back still yet, so he's sitting on the ton of gold here. We'll have to see. Probably can pick up like 1 or 2 components right off the bat here. As bot lane, hey, they might have gone mid, but it's still that aggression of the bot lane that we kept seeing earlier in this game.
Yep, and with Latoof getting the ward there, that's going to be 4 minutes till the next dragon. I have to be a little bit more careful, but I don't think either team want to opt for a dangerous play as of now.
Yeah, and we got a little bit of time here. Nothing too crazy happened, but left-hand Kane, he spots Victor, Toot Boot, just going to be nearing his tower. The Viego-Lysandre combo is so volatile that once you use those ultimates together, you can be so close to his tower, but it still won't matter as he sees the enemy bot lane also just looking for vision in the enemy jungle. They're just looking to be as proactive as possible.
Yeah, left-hand Kane trying to get a bit more information about this bot lane as Sick
Oh,
George.
Yeah, George just...
Another solo
Okay,
kill
where are these
onto
coming
an
from?
Exhaustive. Yeah.
Yeah, he's just turning it around, just getting these solo kills all by himself. The Ignite was used in that fight, but it did not matter anyway. And now an Exhaustive has got to be reevaluating how he's playing these fights, because Sick George, he might have made some sick plays, found the edge to figure out how to beat this Cassante. He's landing the vessel hits, and he's getting his ultimates in the right spots to make the difference.
Yeah, and Exhaustive just has to be a bit more diligent with the way he's playing. I know he's been getting a lot of good plays, a solo kill even at one point. I'm calling the jungle getting the advantage. But at the end of the day, if you allow yourself to get solo kills and the gold lead to just come back naturally to the side of Guelph, and that is going to be a lot of investment on the side of Waterloo for nothing, and that's something you really don't want to happen, especially for the upcoming objectives.
Yeah, exactly. I think that was really big for Illaoi to kind of come back into this game. She's stacking the tier as well once she finishes that whole item. Illaoi is really going to scale into this big lead. There isn't a lot of range on Waterloo, right? You can't kite them out super well. AB Degree kind of just to hop around, just dodge all the tentacle hits. So I'm sure he's got the mechanics for it, of course. But yeah, there's nothing like a Caitlyn or an Ashe that they banned out previously, which can just auto him from so far away. So he can really be in a position to carry this game.
Now it looks like Guelph are looking to make a play onto left-hand Kane, maybe to force down the turret. I think he does have the ultimate still available, I believe, so I think a straight-up dive will not be the best option for Guelph unless he gets a really good trade combo onto left-hand Kane and forces them out of this range. Now, now with Waterloo, they're positioning everybody around mid to try and maybe force down this mid-tier 1 while the bot turret is going down, but it's going to have to be risky.
Yeah, they're looking for it, but Azu and Manny are here real quick to make sure that the tower is going to be okay.
Yep. So a slightly slower piece game than the ones we've been seeing today sometimes, but we talked about it before about this is League of Legends. Nothing happens until everything.
Yeah, we just need one little fight to break out and then all hell will break loose. But once again, we see Illaoi, now that she's picked up this Black Cleaver, those traits aren't really going Cassante's way. He is low-key kind of struggling here, but Latoof is here to help out. The vessel does hit, the ultimate does land, but the part is broken as Inexhaustive gets a kill right back.
Yes, Inexhaustive. This is exactly what you're supposed to do. Sometimes you lose lane, sometimes things are not going well. You simply need to call for your jungler.
Yes, jungle div.
Exactly. Sometimes, I think the real skill of top laner is just calling. You need to call your jungler. How desperately can you call in voice chat? I'm dying, please. Somebody come unfreeze my lane.
It's just such a free kill, man. Just call him.
Exactly. The amount of rhetoric you need to get your jungler to come to your lane, I think, is part of a big skill part of top lane. As with that kill, that's gonna be Waterloo comfortably taking off the Rift Herald, and with the teleport invested from Sick George as well, that's going to be Waterloo very happy with that outcome.
Yeah, I think just matching that TP that Inexhaustive was doing, but it is going to be the Herald going down over to Waterloo. But the Dragon coming up in less than a minute. Guelph have got their eyes on it, going to try and get vision in the enemy jungle, set themselves up well for this objective.
Yeah, and Waterloo managing to get the feat of strength with that objective, I believe. So they're going to be coming to the next fight in some fancy shoes.
Of course, yeah. And you can see Inexhaustive here. I think he can probably take them out. Just going to play it safe. Doesn't want to play too aggressive and doesn't want some random kills going around here and there. But yeah, the tower helping break that vessel, so Inexhaustive is going to take a little bit of a beating.
Yep, and on the side of Inexhaustive, I think one thing to note is that for the Dragon fight, your top laner has teleport. So it's going to be almost a full-on 4v4 on the bot side, as Rick is taking so much damage from the Quirky Rockets. Those things were nerfed, by the way. But yeah, regardless, the objective fight, if Waterloo are the ones who have to play into Guelph, it's going to be really hard, especially with the gravity field, with the Corki, with the Janna, right? It's going to be really hard for them to make their entrance into the jungle. So what they have to do is they have to either, pick one place they can poke vision into and send their front line in and maybe hopefully get some vision, or you could just give up the objective completely.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. They didn't have that much control. They're going to look for the mid turret anyway, but Tukul is going to do a good job to make sure that the Rift Herald dies, so no second charge to break half of that inner turret as well.
Any click. Ooh. Drive by as Sick George is going to find another solo kill on Inexhaustive.
Yeah, but here comes Latouf.
Latouf! He's 1 HP! Kill him! Kill him! Sick George is 1 HP! Oh my god, the life steal on the Alawi looking a bit too much, but the ult is invested for the side of Viego. That's going to be another kill over to Latouf. But yeah, Inexhaustive has been yielding, unlike what he says in his voice, has been yielding to Alawi in the side lane, which is not the best signs for Waterloo. Fortunately for them, Latouf has been picking up the kills. But if I am Guelph, I am very, very happy about the amount of side lane pressure that I'm getting, just solely by Sick George being able to draw in a jungle gank like every 2 minutes.
Yeah, but Latouf has just Latouf has something for Sick George. They definitely have some history because he is not afraid to use his flash. He could have just taken his time, maybe aimed his W, instantly flashes. You're not going anywhere.
So sometimes you want to just cycle your flash.
Of course.
You want to just rotate your ultimate. So maybe that's the mindset of Latouf. 5 kills on the board. That's going to be the Sheen online as well. So Viego doing huge amounts of damage to whatever they get their hands on. As one thing to also notice, gold lead is not that significant for either team as of the moment.
Yeah, it definitely isn't, but kind of just looking at the characters that are on each side, it's coming to the point where Ilawi is scaling up. Kasate can't really fight her by herself. On the other hand, too, Victor is going to scale so much better than the Lissandra. Corki also scales pretty well, too. The scaling side is definitely leaning more towards Guelph. So nothing crazy, but it is worrying signs for Waterloo. They need to kind of take a proper hold of this game before it gets out of grasp.
Yep, Exhaustive going for another 1v1 against against Sick George, and it's gonna be. I think this time he's realized that the Black Cleaver kind of hurts.
Yeah, look at that. With the armor pen applied, that vessel does so much damage to him just because that E landed. All that free damage takes out like a third of his health bar.
Yeah, and with Voracious Otacon on the map, that is going to be one of the most powerful objectives in the game as of the moment with the free Guardian Angels. And it's going to be really, really difficult, for Waterloo to walk into Guelph's team comp. Who is getting the punish and the pressure onto the box with the teleport is still available, and nobody from Waterloo is matching this as of yet. Last in making their way onto lane, but you have to look in the mid side and the top side. Now, what is the situation there? What is the standoff situation looking like? Because Ricky, the Latouf, they have the CC, but it's not like they have crazy hard engage they can start to
Yep, and Exhaustive looking to fight again. He dodged the Alawi E, so he can definitely look to go in, but Asu is hanging around, and Exhaustive backs off for now.
Yeah, Inexhaustive reminds me of like an anime protagonist where they just keep fighting the villain and they keep losing, and then they just and then they just don't ever give up, right? They just keep going back and they just keep fighting, and eventually they win with the power of friendship.
Yes.
Called Latouf.
Yeah, called your jungler. But yeah, Latouf, he is 5-0 in this game right now. Really been doing a great job of picking up kills, having that great reset play earlier, and he's going to have to continue to do that. Sick George is falling lower here, but has the safety of his tower. Lands the E once again. It does so much damage. Inexhaustive, just if one E lands, the fight is just over.
Exhaustive, making his best to do something, but Wander is going to be caught out and chunked out to half HP by Latouf as 80° want to do some hops on Sick George. Nothing going to be happening too hard. Callista is hopping around. This E is sidestep, but it looks like Guelph want a little bit more. I wonder if anything else is going to be invested. Aku on the side can use the ultimate and the dash, and Exhaustive is extremely tanky. You got to remember. So even if he looks very, very juicy, if you can't kill him on the first swing, it might be a little bit too dangerous for Guelph.
Yeah, exactly. Just everyone gathering on this top side. It's just all top lane about this tower, the Ajakan here, and they're going to look to start it up with a teleport coming in from Sick George. He's back, he's bot, and he's powerful.
And Ajakan is going to be taking down quarter of the HP right now, but Wukong, you have to look at his HP bar after the hostile takeover not used yet. Is going to be a lot more on the stakes here. Sick George is going to be in the front lane. The ultimate lands onto so many people. Tentacle absolutely deletes Latouf from the fight. That's one of the pillars of Waterloo going down. They get the trade, but at what cost? And Brady gets the stun onto the backline, but it looks like Inexhaustive lands with a huge hostile takeover. Inexhaustive goes over the top with the Cassandre ultimate, with Aku diving the backline. Waterloo could be dying. Wander is sustaining himself with the honey fruits. Cassandre manages to get the Atobo strike onto his head as Thulbus is the last remaining vestige of Guelph with a lot of power left. Renata W. Callista, can they 1v5? They cannot, as Guelph are the ones taking out everybody on Waterloo and coming on top for the Otacon fight.
What a close fight. Blinking health bars all around, but Guelph just barely come out on top. And they're too low. They can't even take Otacon. They got to take their resets and maybe try again. But there's an objective on the other side of the map too, as Chemtech Dragon has spawned.
Yeah, I wonder what objective both teams are going to opt for there. But that fight was really, really close. And I think that is the problem with Alawi having the kills.
Yeah.
Is that I think if Latouf killed Alawi and lived, the resets from him might have really taken the fight over, and it might have not even been that close. But because Latouf is deleted by the Alawi ultimate and the tentacle slam, in the first cycle of things, that means the fight is a lot inherently worse for Waterloo. Latouf holds so much of his team's gold in his pockets that really, if he goes down, then it's really disastrous for Waterloo.
Yeah, Viego's whole thing is getting that reset. So you actually, they were halfway there. They got the kill, they didn't actually pick up the reset. So maybe next fight, this time, they're going to look to do it all over again. We'll see if Alawi can land the E. It's all going to be about that. Does land it onto Latouf. Gets a 3-man ultimate here.
Yeah, the ultimate is channeled. All out is going to be used by Cassandre as well. And this time it looks like there's a bit too many members on the board for Waterloo, for Sick George to really handle. And that means that Waterloo with the top king are going to go for the Otacon. I don't think Guelph are going to try and contest it. They're instead going to look to put a bit more pressure on the Dragon and on the mid tier 2. But it looks like Waterloo finishing the Otacon on time are going to be able to get the recalls off and the reset.
Yep. There's going to be that trade of objectives. Unfortunately, Sick George, he didn't get the message. He thought they were going for Otacon again. He came back here and he's like, guys, where are you?
Guys, help! But I think Sick George definitely wanted to make more of a last stand kind of play. Maybe I think that was a bit greedy on the part of Guelph, in the sense that they wanted both the Dragon but also Sick George to hold out on top enough for them to maybe stop Otacon. But I think Waterloo, if there's a Cassandre on the Alawi and there's a Callista hitting the Alawi, theoretically that's what they want.
Yeah, exactly. And it's kind of just been about that, Waterloo has really focused on Sick George this fight. There's 1 and 2 deaths on the other members, but 7 on the side of Sick George. And it's not that he's playing bad. It's just that he has been the focus of Waterloo's attention. And when they are not paying attention, he gets solo kills right back. So he's definitely exerting so much pressure on the map still.
And with AB degrees, Gwinsu's completed and on the board as well, going to the Waterloo with a little bit more of something to say with the Otacon. They are actually going to start up the Baron with this. I don't know if Guelph is aware.
Yeah, really quick Baron start here. They do figure it out. The TP is brought here. Alawi matching it as well. So much damage from Wander here.
Yep, so much damage onto left-hand Kane. I don't know if Waterloo are going to abandon ship or just go down with it. The Baron is taking down 2,000 HP. The Callista Red is enough. The fight after is what we need to see, though. But we got to remember, the reason why they can afford to do this is because they have Otacon. So people are dying, but everybody is just withdrawing out of the fight. And that's what that is exactly the play you want to make with Otacon. You want
And
to
they
force
keep the Baron buff.
Exactly. That's why they're doing for the play, and they know that with Kalista and Viego, they have enough DPS to do it. So while it looks like they've killed themselves, throwing themselves at Baron, in reality, it's just them making best use of her buff, and now it's looking a lot more even for Waterloo.
Yeah, just a free little Baron buff and dip right after, They pull off the great heist here, get the Baron buff for themselves.
Yep. And I think that's a play we'll see a lot more in pro play. When Voracious Atacon is available on the map, I think a lot of teams will be forcing objectives. And I think teams like Guelph who don't have Atacon will, come to realize that maybe you just have to rush them down before they can flip the Baron. Because the fight is really not viable, and if they end up getting the Baron, you can't even kill them. As retaliation.
Yeah, exactly. And now they've switched it back onto the other side to get some gold on the map, using that Baron buff, getting that bot auto tower immediately.
Yep, and it looks like the gold lead is slowly closing back, from something like from 2 to 3K back to around 1,000, even under 1,000 even, I think, almost, with these minions and turrets, as Waterloo are looking to do a little bit of sieging on the bot mid turrets.
Yep, they haven't really completely grouped up yet, but probably with the next wave, they're going to look at either this bot or mid tower here. Another fight in the top lane.
Yep, Inexhaustive doing the correct thing this time and just walking out of the tentacles. That is really, really scary to see, but he actually wants to go back in with the Ignite. Maybe he thinks that the Grievous Wound is enough to take down St. George. The Grass Proc, then Topo Strikes, that's going to be enough. And finally, Inexhaustive has taken down the Demon Lord, right? the villain of the story. St. George has killed him over and over again alone. But this time, Inexhaustive is the one who comes out on top with the Ignite.
Yeah, he finally wins the 1v1, and he played it perfectly, Sick George, he used the ultimate, and Inexhaustive just walking away, slowly baits him out of it, and then when he least expects it, goes back in, lands the abilities, and picks up the kill.
Yep, and that means that Waterloo is going to have a lot more free reign over the side of the map that Guelph really wants more vision in. Guelph are doing a good job of maintaining the goldie, making sure not to lose too much with their wave clear, but yeah, Waterloo probably look to set up for this dragon, in a proper fashion now.
Yep, less than a minute to go here. There's not really any wards by either teams around here. Supports are coming in. Danny actually had his wards, but still wanted to back and get a control ward to come back here. Both teams are going to be kind of late to this. We'll have to see which team can get the edge, which team, at least Guelph can get the mid prio and be there first.
And it looks like Ricky is going to be clearing the mid wave of Exhaustive, and Exhaustive is going to come down for the dragon fight. Left-hand Kane is going to be chunked out by the Victor a little bit, but they do manage to get the Banshees off of Tooth Booth. Maybe crucial, maybe not. We'll have to see in the next fight, as Dragon is going to come up in the next 10 seconds. As St. George is still sitting top lane because they have the teleport available, but I think we definitely have to see what they allow in this fight.
Yeah, they're going to be looking to push, and the gold is pretty similar. The items are as well. The only difference is that Tooth Booth has an item over left-hand Kane here, so we'll see if the Victor can make some big differences in the fight. But for now, they have full control, and Guelph is kind of just given the dragon, looking to just enable Sick George to get that tower on the top side instead.
Yep, and getting that tower means that the big gold injection into the side of Guelph as well. Even if it is a Baron power play, I think Waterloo have not been able to get too much the turret that they wanted. Kalista gonna hop away as now it's Guelph trying to force the mid-tier turret down with their superior range. I wonder if Waterloo are going to look for some sort of engage there or not, but it looks like actually St. George has found their way into the backline. The ultimate is channeled, and everybody on the side of Waterloo scatters back into their base, managing to live for a while. Left-hand Kid is locked up, but using self-ultimate, which means that with the hostile takeover, and everyone over Guelph is fighting each other, but that is still, at the end of the day, a 2-for-2 trade.
Yeah, the hostile takeover was insane, but the Chaos Storm was even greater, as it's just going to be a trade of kills here, but there's still good health bars on the side of Guelph, which means they're going to be looking to crack open Waterloo's base.
Yeah, and Waterloo trying their best to make something happen there, but Guelph just end up running over men, and this is just the power of having a Victor and a Corki. The amount of range and rave clear and the amount of damage they do to turrets and whatnot come late game is just so lethal, to the point that Waterloo do make a good play happen, but with Sick George tanking it up for Guelph, it's really hard for them to mount some sort of comeback in this kind of game state.
Yeah, exactly. And Now, like, they did get those kills, they did get the tower, but honestly, this game is still pretty even here, not too much of a difference in terms of, like, how the fights play out. I think at this point, this Alawi is just such big of a problem. That's the main thing that they need to learn how to deal with, but there aren't too many towers outside the base, right? She has to push a long time before she can actually get something going.
And, you know, when it comes to game states like this, you have to look at the objective. One is Baron coming up, there's Dragon coming up, and this time, with this new Baron buff coming up, Waterloo are not going to have the Autocon available, so they're going to have to be a bit more diligent about trying to heist the Baron away from Guelph. And I think Guelph, what they want now is to get a little bit of pressure, a little bit of setup onto this top side of the map, so they can really give more space for Victor to play around.
Yeah, and for now, they've left left-hand Kane to fight the Alawi. They know that Cassante is having a rough time, but Kane doesn't really have to fight the Alawi, just has immense amount of wave clear to just instantly wipe the wave as soon as it reaches the tower.
Yep, and looks like Guelph are doing a good job of clearing out that top side. They know that they do have a lot more pushing power with the Victor and the Corki. The range threats are a bit too immense, and especially with left-hand Kane sitting bot lane at the moment, there's a little bit less of a chance of a surprise engage by Alessandra, so a little bit tough for them there as an inexhaustive, a little bit of damage coming over to them. And Ricky, I don't think that's your side of the map as Ricky uses the hostile takeover to get himself a win, but that's going to be takeover. The inexhaustive following all the takeover. The Wukong is going to go down. AB Degree is flanked by Sick George, and it's going to be Waterloo wiped out in the backline, but Inexhaustive is the one to look out for here. Left-hand Kane and Inexhaustive has rejoined the fight. Inexhaustive gets the third Q on to the side of Toothloose, but at the end of the day, that is Guelph with a clean ace onto Waterloo. That fight looked really, really bad for Waterloo, and it ended really bad for them too.
Yeah, it was honestly just so chaotic. People were coming in from all types of angles and were just split up once the engage started, but out of the chaos rises Guelph. They are going to pick up the inhibitor, maybe look to end the game here. I think they should be able to do it. There's still like 20-ish seconds to see how much damage they can do.
Yeah, and this looks like this is they're really going for the end here. Like you mentioned, there's not much time on the side
Alawi's hurting.
The really, really hurts. These turrets are going down like butter, and Sick George and Danny Quick really want to end the game. You have to remember 2 seconds.
Callista's up
on the side of Callista, but that is going to be GG as Guelph manages to get the win over Waterloo. There was a lot of close skirmishing that game. There was a lot of fighting. There was moments where Waterloo steals the Baron without a con. But at the end of the day, it is Guelph who has the range advantage. They have the scaling. They have the amount of damage to pump out that Waterloo just simply cannot deal with their short arms. Trying to get the engage onto the characters like Corki and Victor, it is really difficult, and Guelph manages to close out the game.
Yeah, Guelph just playing splendidly. Every single player on their team just absolutely performing here to get them to the grand finals. They have fought their way from the bottom of the bracket. Everyone thought it was like, oh, St. Clair and Waterloo, right? But hey, Guelph is in this fight. They've taken down Waterloo, and next they want to take down St. Clair. They are going to the finals.
In Waterloo Region, we founded the Waterloo Region Esports Commission in 2021, and now we're at a point where we have this wealth of knowledge, of leadership, of different organizations and institutions that are invested in esports.
We have a lot of people that have esports backgrounds, understand the industry, understand the wants and needs of the community, and that's probably the key.
We have a variety of different part-time staff that are already trained on how to run esports events specifically that companies and different stakeholders can take advantage of. So it's a direct way that the institutions can support the region, and in return, the students can also benefit from these opportunities to further their career.
Although we have an airport, we have hotels, we have restaurants and nightlife, we're still a small town. So when you come to Waterloo, you're really going to feel the support of the whole region. And that's not necessarily the case in other places.
We've seen an explosive growth in support systems, student leadership opportunities, in streaming, in commentating and marketing. There's a path for almost everyone, and it expands beyond the university and the college campus into the region at large, which is incredibly encouraging to see.
Events is always going to be a key point of focus, but I do think as a short-term goal, it's how can we make sure that we're helping the people who are helping us as we're developing this model. And I think a big player in that for sure is post-secondary.
Waterloo brings in a lot of international students. It allows first generation, second generation immigrants to be able to integrate within the scene with other people in Waterloo. Because at the end of the day, when it comes to esports, race doesn't matter, class doesn't matter. We're all here to just play and compete in the same game.
Over the next few years, the more that high school demographic starts to understand what's happening at the post-secondary level, the more likely we are to see that local interest finding their way into our local institutions, getting involved with broadcast, teams, and how we can develop the Canadian esports system at large.
Just incredible to see in Waterloo the whole community embrace something new and make it part of who we are, because it was there, but now the world gets to see it. In Waterloo Region, we founded the Waterloo Region Esports Commission in 2021, and now we're at a point where we have this wealth of knowledge, of leadership, of different organizations and institutions that are invested in esports.
We have a lot of people that have esports backgrounds, understand the industry, understand the wants and needs of the community, and that's probably the key.
We have a variety of different part-time staff that are already trained on how to run esports events specifically, that companies and different stakeholders can take advantage of. So it's a direct way that the institutions can support the region, and in return, the students can also benefit from these opportunities to further their career.
Although we have an airport, we have hotels, we have restaurants and nightlife, we're still a small town. So when you come to Waterloo, you're really going to feel the support of the whole region. And that's not necessarily the case in other places.
We've seen an explosive growth in support systems, student leadership opportunities, in streaming, in commentating and marketing. There's a path for almost everyone, and it expands beyond the university and the college campus into the region at large, which is incredibly encouraging to see.
Events is always going to be a key point of focus, but I do think as a short-term goal, it's how can we make sure that we're helping the people who are helping us as we're developing this model. And I think a big player in that for sure is post-secondary.
Waterloo brings in a lot of international students. It allows first generation, second generation immigrants to be able to integrate within the scene with other people in Waterloo. Because at the end of the day, when it comes to esports, race doesn't matter, class doesn't matter. We're all here to just play and compete in the same game.
Over the next few years, the more that high school demographic starts to understand what's happening at the post-secondary level, the more likely we are to see that local interest finding their way into our local institutions, getting involved with broadcast, teams, and how we can develop the Canadian esports system at large.
Just incredible to see in Waterloo the whole community embrace something new and make it part of who we are, because it was there, but now the world gets to see it.
Hello everyone, I am here with Latouf from that series. Honestly, great play. Even though your team wasn't able to come up with a win, it was just such a crazy intense match that closed it out. How are you feeling after that?
Honestly, I think the team's feeling pretty alright. It was a close series. We did quite good at the event. We're pretty happy with the results. Unfortunate not to get the win, but pretty good so far.
Yeah, that's really great. What are your thoughts on just how this event has been going so far? How have these 2 days been?
For us, it's been pretty great. Obviously, our 4-0 start, did 3-0 in the group yesterday, sorry. Today started with a win. Didn't end how we wanted it to, but pretty great experience for the first LAN for a lot of us on the team, so couldn't really ask for much better.
Yeah, that's really great. How does it feel to be representing your school in a LAN event like this, to actually be in person instead of just doing everything online?
It's very different. As I mentioned, for a lot of us, it's our first event. It's a great experience. For me personally, I'm going to be graduating soon, so it feels nice to have an opportunity to leave a legacy for the school, and I feel like a lot of my teammates feel the same way, so pretty good experience. I would totally do it again if given the opportunity.
Yeah, that's really great. What are your thoughts on the importance of actually having LAN events like these for just the having collegiate competition in Canada and the esports scene in general?
Well, it's a lot more, I would say, professional, because obviously the biggest Riot sponsored tournaments like Worlds and stuff like that is all LAN, so it gives the players sort of a taste of what the experience is like psychologically, as well as in addition to the gameplay. So it's excellent. It's going to help players grow. It's going to help players improve at a faster rate than I think just purely online would.
Yeah, definitely. I got just one last question to close it out. If you could time travel back to any season in League, which one would you go to?
Well, that's a great question. I would say season 8 because I was a old Mordekaiser one trick.
Controversial.
It was my favorite champ. That's how I started playing the game. My first one trick. So if I could, I would totally play him again. Any role, I don't care. Just for a week, I'm good.
All right, that's honestly such a great answer to hear. Not one of those like boring ones. Season 8 was definitely volatile, but glad to hear that you liked it. Once again, thanks so much for coming out today. That's Latoof, everyone. And after a short break, we'll be back for the grand final series between Guelph and St. Clair to see who is going to take it all.
And welcome back, everybody. It is the grand finals. This is the moment that everybody has been looking forward to. It has been an amazing 2 days of nonstop action, crazy drafts, Ash Arrow, Zigzalts, this and that, whatnot. But now it is the grand finals, which means that these two teams are the ones who've persevered through the fire and the flames, had to crawl over their friends to get to this point.
Yes, I am Karthik, and I am joined by Puffball here. We are your casters who have the pleasure of commentating this intense match between Guelph and St. Clair to figure out who is going to become the champion of WaterLAN.
And yeah, champion of WaterLAN. This is a prestigious title to be going after, especially after the caliber of teams that have been playing today. We've seen so many teams pull out so many different strategies, and I've been so impressed, especially about how they've adapted to this new meta. All of the, especially in a fearless draft too, right?
Yeah.
Like the amount of things that have adapted over time for these teams to eventually make it here, and even the teams that have dropped out by now, those teams have shown so much of an impressive performance that I just want to give a quick props to everybody, that joined us at WaterLAN, because you have truly elevated, the collegiate esports scene today.
Yeah, and that you mentioned Fearless, because the Fearless is now being reset. So all the champions are now available, and Fearless starts once again in this series. And let's just take a quick journey through how these teams have got here, right? Let's talk about St. Clair first. They were the number 1 seed coming in, placed second in the Swiss stage, and they've kind of just been on a rampage, taking down OTSU and then Waterloo, and just comfortably sitting in the grand finals waiting for Guelph to come. But Guelph, they've had a much longer road, coming in from the losers quarter, beating Western Shockwave, and then beating St. Clair Academy, and then beating Waterloo, and now they want to take down the second St. Clair team in a row to make themselves the victors.
Yeah, and we've had a bit of an underdog story from Guelph here. St. Clair's have been looking dominant the entire tournament. They've been, smashing through group stage, smashing all their matchups, and they've made it to the grand finals with only 1 loss. And Guelph, they've been doing a really good lower finals run as well, but I don't think it's definitely an understatement to say that they're the underdog. But that doesn't mean they're necessarily disadvantaged or they're less likely to win. This just means, because how many times have we seen these kind of games where we think, oh, the game is already won, there's a huge gold lead, and a team has just flipped it around with amazing team fighting or an amazing macro. So even if either team goes up in the early game, we cannot really count out one team until that nexus explodes, as we jump right into Champ Select.
Here we go. We are in it, as the first bans are going to be Annie, Vladimir, Skarner, Jinx, Echo, and Renekton. Just shot back to back to back. These teams know what they want gone.
Yep. And one thing I want to point out is the Vladimir ban. This has been a pretty big constant. I think the amount of pressure Vladimir exerts, especially, the St. Clair player showed a lot of prowess on the Vladimir pick yesterday as well. So I think especially for Guelph, it is a pick that can be strong in lane. It is a pick that scales well in the late game. And especially these days, Vladimir is not even that bad in the mid game. So I think especially putting the prio on a champ that can carry this hard will be a really big focus point for Guelph. And like we mentioned before, there's no Hui ban in this first half, so I do want to know if they want to pick a Hui into any of the matchups here.
Yeah, and Corky has had one of the highest presences in this tournament, and St. Clair, realizing that, seeing the power fit, have locked it in. But on the other side, Jamie, we've got Yasuo Talia.
Yeah, and this is the kind of spicy matchup you want to see in the finals, right? This is at the point where all the teams have shown most of their cards. They've seen, okay, we can play this, we can play X, we can play Y. And, if there's any place to pull out, these Joker picks, these picks that people don't expect, then it is now. And Guelph just go for Yasuo and Tilly, both picks that we've never actually seen throughout the tournament. And I think that Yasuo has, a lot of say against especially Corky and Hui, the champions that, want to, throw non-committal abilities from far. I think Yasuo has a lot of potential to just win wall one side of the fight and try to burst down a carry on the other side.
Yeah, you mentioned the Hui, but we've got Nunu and Willem coming out from St. Clair here. Spicy pick after spicy pick. This finals is delivering so far.
Yeah, and the Nunu, this really makes me think that, St. Clair, their early game setup has been doing really good for the entire tournament. They've been doing a really great job of snowballing their leads and making sure that, their early game micro and macro end up transitioning to a good mid game to a good late game. And I think Nunu is something that fits into that identity pretty well as well, because St. Clair's junglers, St. Clair has been doing a really good job of making use of, no matter what happens, they're pretty good, stable in the mid game as well. And if the Nunu can get if the Nunu can get, a lane to explode, I think that'll be a really big thing, especially in the finals. That can put them up 1-0.
Yeah, exactly. And we see Braum, Wukong, Kled, and Olaf being the bands that come out here. And Guelph are going to pick up Zin's out in the jungle for them. So we'll have to see where everyone's going, right? Zin's probably in the jungle, but it's Talia going mid, Yasuo going bot, maybe Yasuo top. We'll have to see what they have in mind, as the Cassante is looking to be locked in. Just a solid blind pick that can deal with all the flex picks that come from Guelph.
Yeah, and I think Guelph is kind of responding to Hui's potential to deny a huge area with his spells with, the Talia pick, with the Zinzao pick. I think they're doing, I think that is the point. I think that is the right direction. They want to go for a comp that does not have to, suffer when Hui's just, throwing abilities. You can block it with a wind wall. You can use the Zinzao wall. You can prevent people from walking with a Talia E. And I think that is something that we've been seeing might be a bit more effective against Hui than trying to just outright team fight him. And with Alawi,
I want to see it
for the Griffins. This worked last time. Okay, like this was the matchup that they were very confident in playing last game, and they proved that this was something that you have to watch out for.
Yeah, it's so interesting. I mean, I'm sure St. Clair have seen this. They saw what Ilawi did, and they were completely fine with it. They banned out other champions and said they were okay with it. So we'll have to see what Objectives can do, or if Sick George is going to pull out some sick plays once again.
Yeah, and get ready and get excited, because this is game 1 of a best-of-3 finals versus Guelph versus St. Clair. As is it going to be another level 1 5 point? It's going to be a level 1 invade. You'll have to see what they have prepared, for this moment. But it is extremely crucial that no accidents happen in the early game, especially I think if you're the side, of the Guelph Griffins, just because Yasuo is such a dangerous pick, and that it just sometimes it just expires, right? Like if you're not careful enough in lane. So I think if Yasuo Nautilus' bot lane gets a really bad trade into Corgi, they could just stay stuck under turret, no prio, like no ability to make the game happen. So I think Guelph have to be a bit more cautious about that fact.
Yeah, and just looking at what's happening here, right? It is going to be Yasuo in the bot lane. He's got Flash and Exhaust, and Yasuo Nautilus is just, you got to be aggressive in this lane, right? You got to get into Miracle and George's face. But I love the Alistar pick, honestly. Alistar is so good at negating any engages that come their way. You can use your Headbutt and the Pulverize separately to knock 2 people up, keep your Corki safe. And we'll have to see how they'll be able to manage that. But in the mid lane, the Talia into the Hui, I'm personally not too sure of this. I feel like Hui can just completely outrange the Talia, and Talia cannot really do much, can never reach Flocon to do anything about it.
Yeah, and that's the problem with the Hui pick is always it's so much harder to deal with the Hui, as as the opposing team against Hui, it's so much harder to deal with him than to just play him. In a way, it seems like sometimes you have to do so much work to negate the kind of playstyle, and I think Guelph is doing the thing where they're trying to make it work. I mean, I said, do you just ban it sometimes? Because, and the thing is, that's why in best of 3s especially, the game 1s are really important, because if you end up winning against the Hui with this comp, if you end up winning with it, that means that you've demonstrated that you don't necessarily have to ban the things the enemy team is good at to win, as now we see a little bit of a trade with a Nautilus.
Yeah, I like the aggression for both teams here. That's how you got to play these games. No sitting around and farming. This is like grand finals. Come on.
Yeah, come on. Oh, we have to make sure that we don't see too much aggression from the side of a Miracle level 1, especially when they don't have the E up. But Corki with E up, however, is a different story.
Yeah, Alistar level 1 is pretty pathetic, so they're just going to chill for now, wait for a few more levels here before they get the action fighting. Another thing to note, both the junglers starting top side, coming bot side, so there's going to be some skirmishes happening there's skirmishes happening in top lane already.
Yeah, and this is I'm getting deja vu, because Inexhausted was in this angle last time. Last time it was a lot of jungle calling, for for the Viego to walk up and try to get kills onto Sick George. And play Objectives, I am interested in to see how he's going to try to play out the Alawi matchup. Because again, that was one of the key points of Guelph's victory last time, was that Alawi, with the amount of gold, getting the cleaver early, getting the items early, managed to really secure the team fights, on the side of Guelph, especially when Waterloo's trying to engage. So I think, again, we have to see if he's going to solo kill play Objectives 5 times again.
Yeah, we'll have to see. He's clearly just got some experience with the matchup, so we'll see if Objective can have a better time than Exhaustive did. And honestly, if Maddie was watching the game, Nunu can gank a lot better than Viego, so maybe you just do that same thing over and over again before that Ilaoi scales up.
Yeah, and now it's the now it's the bot lane being pushed in for the side of Guelph. Obviously, especially in this stage of the game, we have to look out for where the junglers are. We see that Sindao and Nunu are both playing on the bot side of the map, which means that, you know, Guelph, no dives on the top side, no crazy plays going on. Actually, Nunu's going to roll a snowball, a little bit of a drift looking, you know, sometimes you got to try for those. The hook lands onto George Bush Cam. This could be a little bit of a trade under turret, so St. Clair Varsity not going to contest that too hard, as now Fosun maybe walking a little bit, you know, being cautious. Always got to be careful. That wind becomes lightning can be absolutely lethal sometimes. But this is the Nunu trademark, the repeat gank with the snowball. The CC is going down onto Danny Quick and George Bushcamp with the CC. They're looking to put the kill onto Miracle, and that is first blood over to St. Clair.
You wouldn't want to have it on anyone else. Miracle picks up the first blood. Danny, he just got caught between a rock and a snowball there, you know. Tried to anchor out, but couldn't really get out. He burnt the flash and ends up dying anyway. No sums at all burnt on St. Clair, most importantly, so they can look back on this Nautilus in the future too. This Nunu is doing work already.
Yep, and that's what you have to look for. And they're pushing him off the counter king. I don't think
you can't contest that Smite.
You can't contest a Nunu with Smite and Q up. It looks like Aku is very actually angry about that ordeal, but that means he's kind of locked himself in the jungle side of St. Clair Varsity. Tooth is right behind. The fear is actually going to go wide. The Sinzao skirmishing potential. The flash is going to be invested by Maddie to do the sidestep. Flowcon is actually caught here. The flash is still available. The Talia W is actually going to knock Flowcon over the wall as Aku limps away with a sliver of HP. A lot of fighting, no kills. But at the end of the day, I guess Nunu did eat the Gromp. So.
How did no one die there? I mean, okay, we'll take it, but a lot of flashes blown left and right here so far.
And Wander. The way of the Wander. It makes sense.
He's a Yasuo man, I guess. I can see why it's coming out.
Yeah, I mean, that fight, I think it was especially an example of why St. Clair's picks are dangerous in a way. I think the way Nunu is really good at skirmishing, and especially if Xin Zhao is a character that really is good at skirmishing compared to some other champions, but I think Nunu is a champ that doesn't have to necessarily engage in a fight to get these objectives.
Yeah.
So they can just go, oh, and they just run.
Yeah.
And then with the phasers available, it's really hard for Sindao to get the stick, especially if there's some backup, coming from Flowcon, and they're looking to start up grubs.
Yeah, and they can just do it so quickly here. You see George rotating to the top side as well. Danny's also coming, but a little bit late on the rotate. Gonna freeze that wave for his mid laner, and they're pinging onto that dragon. They want to trade it immediately before St. Clair has any opportunity to retaliate.
Yeah, and I have to mention the level 1 kill, the first kill of the game on the St. Clair Varsity is the result of the Nunu pick, right? So I think it is already, the investment has paid some sort of dividends, as that is the thing you do as Nunu. You go, you roll into lane, and then you roll again into lane. They don't expect it.
Yep.
As there's a little bit of a trade going on top side as Sick George invests all of his mana into dropping play objectives down to
taxes a minion.
15 HP.
I'm just helping push.
If Graves walks into somebody's lane and then just cues a minion wave and walks away,
pretty much. Just securing that priority, that's what the junglers will say.
Yeah,
but
the MS, the minion secure. As a little bit of a clear fest, I think Talia and Hui, that's inherently how the matchup goes.
Yeah, this top lane seems to be like a battle of attrition as well. It's kind of just Kasante's health versus Ilaoi's mana to see what can survive most, but they're on a ward, but do they know the wall is coming through?
Yeah, Aku was actually on a ward there,
Oops, some technical difficulties here.
And
we're back, and Ilaoi's dead!
That's
just how we go. Oh, their bot lane just completely died as well. A great gank.
Yeah, I mean that is something we call we have to inject some more drama into things at times. Right?
Yeah, what's gonna happen? We don't know.
Like if you watch like a late night TV show, like a reality TV show, and someone's getting booted off the show, you go, the person getting eliminated is, and then they cut the commercial, right? So it's kind of the same effect.
Yeah.
But yeah, what transpired in those events that we can see was that Miracle and George Bush do end up going down to the Great Talia Rome here by Tooth Booth. But on the other side of the map, objectives, I'm pretty sure just Cassante'd someone over the wall in the top lane and ended up just killing them on the other side of it.
Yeah, that's always something you have to watch out for when you play play into Cassante, is the kidnap combo. If he just grabs you and just dunks you under the turret, no matter who you're playing, it is really hard to beat both Cassante and a turret. And you know, the Cassantes that are really good at kidnapping, you can do it so brilliantly through some really weird angles. So I think you know, it's really hard to expect.
And Volcon with the beautiful combo, they're forcing the flash out of Tooth Booth here, really showing what that range advantage on Hui can do.
Yeah, Tooth was kind of paying for staying, you know, a bit over his time with the amount of mana he has. You know, with that flash, they have the teleport still available, so they're going to be able to catch the next wave. But yeah, Flocon getting that flash out could be huge, you know, for the upcoming skirmish, as Aku going to make their way into the mid wave. But I think Flocon knows better than to overstep his boundaries.
Yeah, Hui can honestly just play so safe, just rupturing the entire wave and just killing it so easily, so safely. Really hard to gank him.
The objectives going to another third queue onto Alawi. No, not too much action at the moment. As I think Tooth Booth now is at the point of the game where with 2 kills, with the item up, they need to look for more ult plays. That was obviously really good ult play they did, you know, bot lane, but now they have to push this gold lead and snowball it around the map. And speak of the devil, here comes Tooth Booth, but it looks like Maddie is ready with the snowball. The phase rush is not going to pop here, which means that this 2v2 fight bot lane is a little bit isolated. Miracle getting the Gatling gun onto Tooth Booth, slightly sidesteps the W, and with Flocon coming down, they have to be really, really careful. And the top side play objectives take down Sick George. This is like exactly the opposite of what was happening last game. But right now, the bot skirmish is continuing, but slowly edging off as Wander lands the cube. Sometimes you take those, right?
I was like, oh, he wants some Yasuo syndrome there. I just got to take those. Yeah. But he resists.
But, you know, Tooth was looking for the roam there, but I think St. Clair do a good job of reading that early position that they do there, so they can't have too much influence on the fight. As, yeah, Sick George taken down once again, and this is, like we mentioned, the opposite scenario of last game.
Yeah, and objectives, he has completed the Thornmail now, so at least until Alawi gets the Cleaver, he's going to have a huge edge in this matchup. So George gonna be looking to try and get it back off sometime soon.
Yep, and now Sinzao is the one with the gank find onto mid lane. I think Tooth gets rooted up, and with the despair, that's going to be Talia actually taken down, and that is the dangers of playing against the Hui. You know, like people say, right, you have to, the rules of League of Legends, there's don't chase after Singed, right, something, but one of the rules is you never count Hui out from a fight, because the amount of long range burst damage he has can be quite insane. As now it's going to be Maddie and play objectives running down to contest the Grubs. I don't know if they can do this alone.
Yeah, they do have the numbers advantage here, so Moon's going to secure the Grubs here. And honestly, this is in part to Flocon as well. Getting that 1-for-1 right before he died means that Guelph doesn't just get that easy access to the Grubs either.
Yep, and despite all of that happening, the gold lead is still at basically breaking even. It's going to be a Miracle that is put a little bit behind by the Talia game, but at the end of the day, there's not much. I think Guelph are looking for the ult combos late game. You know, with the Yasuo, with the instant engage, as now it's going to be Tooth making their way down, and Wander taking so much damage as Yasuo is taken down, and Danny Quick find the re-engage onto the Corki. It's going to be a battle of kiting, and with the exhaust popped onto both carries, it's going to be Wander that's going to go down first. Danny Quick is trying to finish off the play all by his lonesome, but that is merely a Nautilus. That is not enough damage to get through so many members of St. Clair Varsity, and as Maddie comes down to secure the kill onto Tooth Booth, that is a 3-for-0 exchange. Sorry, maybe it is a 4-for-0 exchange as play directions. Kidnaps Sick George over the wall. He contemplates flashing over him, you know, for him at the moment, but I think he's pretty happy with that. And St. Clair is going to pick up another kill, and another 3 kills and a dragon.
Yeah, St. Clair have just blown this game wide open. We can count that he got his flash, but not the kill. We'll say 3.5, right? So got those kills here. St. Clair are taking a momentous lead now in this game, really using the power of their early mid-game characters and getting those important fights for themselves, getting the objectives for themselves.
Yeah, and it feels like really at this point, Guelph need an out. I think St. Clair have been doing their thing, as they say. They've been doing their thing where they have the early game leads. They have the winning top lane by themselves. They have the winning mid lane. And now it's just up to them to snowball the game out of control. They have the objectives. They have the feats of strength completed already, which means that, well, if they want to make something happen, they have to make something happen side lane. But I don't think anything's going to happen in a way damage. Oh my god, I could have to force the ultimate to do that. But Wander just dives into everybody, and he's just locked up by the Alistar. This is the problem with the Yasuo pick. It is so hard to deal with the copious amounts of CC. And
Maddie?
Maddie just charges straight into the enemy. He does not care. He just does. Yeah, he just he was a little bit too ambitious in the moment. I like the spirit though. I like the spirit.
Yeah, like, ooh, fancy Hex Gate. Let's see who's on the other side. Oh no.
Oh no. Oh, there's a Yasuo with ultimate.
Yeah, goodbye, Maddie.
But yeah, Maddie, we know, has been doing a fantastic job throughout this entire tournament. So we can excuse that little hiccup for him. Maybe he thought that his team was a bit closer than they were, but at the end of the day, that is still St. Clair losing the jungler, but no objectives up for now.
Yep, and now you can see St. Clair, like, they are 8 to 4 kills, but they are only like 1.5k up. It's really nothing that bad. So Guelph are still completely in this. We'll have to see if they can kind of turn around, get the gold lead back to their side as well.
Yep, the end play objective is looking for another trade on Sig
Ooh,
George
lands.
this time. The E lands, so I think this will be overall a positive trade for Sig George. You have to be careful though, because play objectives has the Sheen Spike along with the Thornmail completed, while Sig George doesn't have an item completed, I believe. Which means they have to be a little bit more careful unless Sig George is the one using the secret technique now of calling the jungler.
He may be doing it. No flash on the Cassante here, but he is able to dodge out on the Windbreaker Lightning, and he's going to be able to go back for now.
Oh, I think play objective was actually looking for a kidnap right there.
Yeah.
I think George, if he walked forward a little bit, play objective could have W them back to the turret. Yeah. It was a bit risky. The play objective, I think, is trying to make best of his teleport as Danny Quick makes the gank mid happen, and Miracle trying to get the barrage on Maddie with a strike with the bowling ball. Means that it could be Danny Quick taken down, and Toothbooth is taking so much damage from the Corki. Aku flashes forward with the Sent Out engage, but the exhaust is doing so much for them. I think George Bushcamp just wants to end the fight, end the engage, just push them out of the fight. The Toothbooth is looking for the long range re-engage. I don't know if Aku is going to look for the Wind Comes Lightning for this next fight, but during all of that, Wander did manage to get the bot tier 1 turret.
Yeah, that is honestly huge for Guelph here. More important than anything we saw on screen. The 1-for-1 was traded, but the whole tower going down is crazy. Objectives is also looking to get this tower here, but the teleport is coming in to save it for now.
Yep, Sig George managing to defend the turret, but I think also, if you didn't notice, play objectives got another solar on the Alawi.
Yeah, he's showing how to play this matchup. We were wondering. They know Alawi's going to be picked into Cassante. Are they ready for it? And boy, are they.
Yeah, and I think the build choice was pretty interesting as well. I think last time it exhausted went for the Iceborne Rush into the Bramble Vest, but I think play objectives actually went for the Thornmail first this game.
Oh no! Driving test failed.
Armor, and yeah, that driving test. You're gonna have to go back to the exam center, buddy, because that was not the angle that they were looking for. As I see the spirit, right? We see the angle.
Just didn't quite get it around the wall there. It happens.
Right, and if your buddy fails to bail you out of driving, if your buddy, can't bail you out with his car at that point, Wander and Danny Quick doing their best traffic stop impression. Getting the quick kill, and Nunu drives the snowball, lands 2 decent members of Guelph are knocked up in the air as Tutu is going to go down. This fight is looking multifaceted, but at the end of the day, it is the carries of Guelph locked up by the Cassante in the backline. The exhaust is invested, the Alawi ult is invested, Sintao is going to the next one to fall. Play objective is taking so much damage, but at the end of the day, Wander has to walk away from the fight, limping. Sig George is on the front line by themselves. Alistar knocks them back into Floco, and Sig George is making a run for their lives. Is going to land as Danny Quick licks his wounds and walks away from the fight.
Yeah, what a skirmish there. Maddie missed one snowball, but he's like, I'm not missing this one. Gets a 2-man knockup to start it off. They do get Guelph do get the Herald before they end up going down, but it is going to be St. Clair picking up some kills on the back, only losing objectives in return. And for now, it is just going to be a little reprieve before we get onto the Dragon that Guelph is immediately rushing towards right now. Toothbooth wants to get it started before St. Clair can even get back onto the map.
Yep, and that top skirmish really meant a lot for St. Clair there. They started off really weird. you know, with the Yasuo getting the pick, but at the but regardless of what happens there, you have to remember that this Alistar come late game is such a lethal CC for it, and with Miracle following in the backline, Aku actually jumped the backline. The Hui is being taken down. Floker, the Seraph is popped and Toothless. The Avengers have assembled on top of Hui. That's going to be Hui taken down for the support, and this fight is going to continue. Wander looking to do a little bit of a sick move, play objectives is in the backline. Toothless going to get the shutdown onto Nunu as well. Miracle and Dakota Justice, they're caught in a crossfire. Toothless is using the ultimate, but Aku actually doesn't have any backup. The members of Guelph are not entirely there. Sick George is still top, and Toothless is going to get a trade, but it is not going to be enough to take down Miracle just yet, as we see Wander walk down from the top side, but I don't think this fight is going to continue.
Yeah, I think overall that was a 2-for-2 here, and just let's take a quick look at the items of the Nautilus. What do you see there? What is that first item there?
I don't know. That looks a lot like a Malignance to me.
Yeah, you know, some AP Nautilus coming in here, because just having the Talia isn't enough AP. You just need to sprinkle a little bit more in there. So, you know, Danny Quick, he took it upon himself, adding a bit more damage to the team and trying to get more capability with his ultimates in the game.
Yeah, and I guess it kind of makes sense because if you follow the Nautilus ult up with a Yasuo ult, I guess you are fighting on top of the Malignance.
That's
area,
true.
So maybe it's
just so big brain.
And especially when St. Clair have, you know, the carries, the Hui and the Corki that really need to be shut down. That combo can be good. Toothless with a nice W to shove Natty away, but I don't know if this is enough move speed to get away
from
a fast as frick Nunu, who ends up running down Toothbooth. And yeah, that is something that you know will have to... It's one of those things where you see the Nunu on the minimap, but it's already too late to respond.
Yeah. I mean, that's just Nunu, you know. Even though Toothless did a great job of knocking him up to stop the snowball, that phase run, he is just the flash. Gets onto you, roots you down, and she ends up going down.
Nothing is scarier than pushing a side lane, and then the number one scary thing is hearing a Nocturne ult, and the second most scary thing is seeing the Nunu, and he still has Blue Smite, and he still has Phase Rush.
It's like, oh no.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Toothless has really just been involved. Like, he's been the focus of attention so far, but he's still been able to do so much work. 5 and 4 in this game, has more kills than the rest of his team combined. 2 items already. But see a little skirmish once again breaking out. Here comes Maddie. Nothing happening from him.
Yep, will become landing onto Maddie, but for now, Guelph is dissuaded from pursuing a further avenue, as now Sick George has turned the tables on play objectives. Finally, this is the kill they were looking for.
Yeah, and it's getting to that point, you know. Ilaoi, she's got that Black Cleaver. Once she gets 2 items especially, it is so difficult for Cassante to really play against them. Even now, that was a 5-1 Cassante against a 1-5 Ilaoi. And still, Ilaoi wins. That's just how the character is.
Yep, and George Bush kept looking for a bit of an insect onto Danny Quick, knocking them back into their team. And even if that is a tanky Nautilus, that's not much they can do, as Corki, they opt to go for the forward play. Lookwood is engaged on by the sends out. The time start is going to be paused, but actually, it has to be very, very careful. You have to look out for Sick George. You have to remember,
the cow is alive!
The cow is alive! How is that alive? But Sick George doesn't have the ultimate. This fight is a lot closer than we expected. The teleport is channeled by play objectives. But wow, what just happened?
Yeah, somehow that ended up with a 3-for-1, even though the fight looked so close. Guelph just wasn't able to finish off everyone, and here goes Maddie once again, but it's going to be dissuaded by the other rocks being thrown at him.
Yeah, the fight starts with the George Bush camp looking for the insect Alistar. They get the pick on the Nautilus. They run down Wander. Looks really good for St. Clair varsity, but with the joining of Sick George in the fight and the kiting that's done by Toothless, it is really hard for St. Clair varsity to over chase and get away with it scot-free. So they're getting punished a little bit, you know, on the back foot. And here comes Maddie once again. This time he is not getting that license revoked. They are charging straight on Danny Quick once again. They are not afraid to burst down the Nautilus, as now it is the Cassandra looking to kidnap the Yasuo back over the wall, but with the exhaust truck, that's not enough damage. Play objectives is the one going down in this top fight.
Yeah, they bit off more than they can chew there as the teleport comes in to support them here. And now George lands another vessel, slows down Miracle, and they're going to grab Prio. They're going to get the Herald charge onto mid, and now they're looking at that top wave.
Yep, and looking at that top wave, indeed, Wander is going to shove the mid wave out as members of St. Clair are assembling slowly near the top river. They want to take the priority. They want to get some sort of vision so that this next fight is not looking completely doomed for them.
I mean, there's no fight there. I think they just want to fight, honestly.
You know, that's true. Sometimes you just feel it. Right?
Yeah.
You just want to fist fight. You go like, I'm Hui, I'm strong, right? I want to go. I
think one of them just looked at the other funny.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
So, yeah.
Exactly. No, it does feel bad, though, you know. Like you ever see a Lowy that looks at you funny? You want to kill her, right? You want to make sure that you get the shutdown on her. So.
Yeah. And now we got less than a minute left before the Mountain Drag, but they're looking at the Flocon.
Yep, and Flocon, it looks like they're a bit caught out. The flash is available, but the Wander ult combo. That is the exact reason why you play Yasuo comps. The amount of surprise engage you can do is a little bit too intense, as play objectives is going to manage to buffer the W on top of Talia CC as Guelph take control of this top side once again.
Yeah, the Flocon will be dead as the dragon spawn.
Maddie's rolling the snowball around the corner.
He crashed. Like, unlucky. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, they're looking at Otacon here. They have the priority with Flocon being dead, and they're going to take full advantage of it. Maddie is not going to be allowed to come in and deal. He's going to try, but...
George Cam with a huge WQ. Maddie is going to come over the wall.
He got it!
Looking for the steal. They get it. The Lowy ult is huge. However, the tentacles are just pounding away at everybody on the side of St. Clair. It's going to be a crazy fight. But at the end of the day, with the Otacon up, that is not actually real kills.
Yeah, no kills going over. They get out scot-free, and they got Hex Gates. They're going straight towards the Hextech Dragon. They have pulled off a heist right under Guelph's nose.
Yeah, I mean, I think overall that looked good, but you can never underestimate the Nunu and the Nunu's ability to Q and smite and just steal an objective for completely free, as Guelph is going to be on the sack foot for the... Okay, they have Otacon. Okay, well, you have Otacon, so, but I guess they don't want to use it
Not just
now.
yet.
Right,
Maybe now, though.
Okay, maybe now.
Yeah.
Maybe now. The Hui will withdraw. But burning the Hui Flash could, be instrumental. Maybe with 8 seconds left, on the dragon, maybe something will happen. But
True.
But yeah, I think St. Clair getting that. I think St. Clair, that wasn't a game-turning moment, but I think that could have prevented a much bigger disaster, right? It could have been like, if Guelph gets the Otacon, and then they get that huge Lowy ult, they kill everybody on St. Clair, they walk the dragon, they get that with Otacon, and if they save Otacon, they could get another objective with it. So I think that play wasn't necessarily St. Clair's, decisively winning the game or something, but Guelph really getting the foot, something stopping them. Wander. Soriaga done.
Yeah. Yeah, just flies in and easily dismantles Nunu and Willem there. They've really found great catches with Boot getting those knockups and Wander following up. Really resulted in a lot of picks for them so far, and we'll see if they can continue to keep doing it, There is a lot of frontline as these characters get tanky. Nunu has the Dead Man's Plate now. Started off with the Leandries, was still kind of squishy, but in like 5 minutes or so, Cassante, Nunu, and Alistar with ult, that is a hefty frontline.
Yep, Flocon is going to actually keep the Danny quick down, but it's going to be Miracle also taken down. Wander manages to get escape from the fight, and George Bushcamp gives him a little bit of an encouraging bump out of the fight. But now Guelph is going to look to encroach on this mid-tier 1. I think Quay might have something to say about that, but they don't want to risk getting engaged on by a Talia. And this Talia Yasuo combo has been doing so much work for Guelph.
Yeah, I also want to give props to George here. So many objectives being taken. Guelph is currently 5 kills down, but they are 3k gold up. They are doing a great job of getting all the objectives on the map, even getting lucky with some bounties here and there to ensure that they are still in winning hands here monetarily.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, George, they've had a bit of a rough early game, right, with the Cassante getting a lot of solo kills and a lot of pressure on the top wave. But now, St. George has turned the tables. They are now the ones exerting so much pressure on the map, forcing Cassante to sit under the tier 2. And especially in a team fight, with the teleport available now, we never know what's going to happen, as George Bushcamp is forced to flash away, afraid of the retaliation from the Yasuo.
Yeah, forced to use that flash defensively there. You hate to do it as an Alistar, but it's got to be done here. You got 2.5 minutes until this next dragon comes up. Both of these teams do not want to make that mistake. And shut down once again. Not sure what exactly happened, but
this time, Cassante comes out on top.
Yeah, and if you're Sick George and Guelph, you really don't want that to happen. You want the pressure to be keeping up, and especially 27 minutes in, the death timers are nothing to sneeze at. There's 40 seconds until Sick George come back into the fight, and Toothmouth with a knockup onto Alistar. Maybe they'll look to make something happen, but a huge play CC combo makes sure that Guelph can't follow too much else. Nunu channels the ultimate. Danny Quick is taken solo, and that is the power of the Hui to get those long-range kills. Now there's going to be a little bit more action. Wander channels the ultimate. George Bushcam manages to get the CC and is knocked up. Miracle trying to make something happen. 1 HP taken down by the Hui in the end. Tooth was trying to make something happen in the sideline, but play objectives is so tanky. They can just stand in front of the Talia, make sure none of the rocks get to hit their teammates, and now Guelph the Guelph are pushed off of the Baron as Sinclair look to make this objective happen. But we see that Sick George is actually channeling the teleport.
Toothmouth is out, but the teleport's coming in. Sick George is in a bit of a rough place, but has the ultimate to try and deal with the situation. He has a sliver of health, finally gets taken down. Oh my god, okay, eventually gets taken down. Talia ends up going down first, even though, you know, tried to come back, help a little bit, and then eventually paid the price for it.
And yeah, that's why the bot death by Sick George was such, you know, a devastating blow for the side of Guelph. Because that means that, you know, without Sick George in the fight, a lot of Guelph team fighting potential, when the Nunu and Cassante run in, is really diminished, because Sick George is the one who's using Black Cleaver, who's using all of his tentacles to dissuade the play from happening, you know, if a fight starts with these tanky frontliners. But now without that available, St. Clair are just free to look for any kind of engage they want. They get the Hui, use those AoE skills over the wall. There's no pressure on them either. And that is St. Clair managing to secure Baron side vision with you know, 30 seconds remaining on the Dragon as well.
Yeah, and with this, St. Clair have once again equalized the gold lead here and actually have taken it forward in the past 30 seconds. Now, Dragon is the next objective to take. Both of the teams are going to be rounding out around it. You can see St. Clair clearing out the vision, getting control around the Dragon's pit. Toothboot waiting for their team to join in. They're a little bit late to the rodeo, but you could bet a fight is about to brew.
Yep, and brew it is as teams are going to have to make their decision. Do you go for the Dragon fight? Do you go for the Baron? Do you want both? Sick George simply avoids this snowball with his presence right there. But I think it might be a Dragon fight we're looking at. And the first thing that Guelph needs to do is avoid this play as Sick George is taken for a ride in the bouncy castle. But that is a huge Talia W to knock everybody into a Yasuo ult and an Alawi ult. The wombo combo from Guelph is really powerful. But that is George Bushcamp barely going down. Aku in the side lane, fist fighting the Nunu. Toothmouth Esports flashback. Danny Quick is feared away. Play objective is so tanky. He is tanking up the entire DPS line of Guelph. But the unstoppable is channel, but that's not going to be enough. Sick George getting the kill on to play objectives. They want more. Guelph is hungry. They want objectives. They want kills, and they make it happen. And Toothmouth with a huge W to follow up into an Alawi ult, into a Yasuo ult, wins Guelph the fight.
That last breath drew 3 lives, and Guelph comes out on top and is rewarded with Dragon Soul. We'll see if they continue to push their luck, go straight to Baron right afterward as well.
Whew. Right, like this is League of Legends, baby. This is why people watch and play League of Legends. You never know, you know, even if in these disadvantageous scenarios, you know, where it looks like St. Clair Varsity are the ones in control, if you land an amazing ult like that, sorry, an amazing W like that on Talia, the whole fight can flip.
Exactly, but so it looks like they're not quite going to Baron. It's actually Maddie looking to get some vision around the place. Honestly, when these fights start, they are so chaotic with so much dive and random movement abilities on both teams. It's just people going left and right and up and down. And, you know, this time Guelph came out on top, but we'll see what happens next time.
Yep, and Sick George back on the bot lane again. The teleport is available as St. Clair are the ones hitting the objective first. Now I think Guelph is well aware that this is happening. They see the Baron is going down, 8,000 HP. Channel Sick George is not channeling his
Bushcamp
teleport.
is dying.
Just said Bushcamp is going down. The teleport is channeled now as play objectives dives deep into the backline of Guelph. The Wander does the same exactly to the way. Now the fight is looking like it could be anyone's game, but the swirling despair takes out so much in the front line as play objective manages to make the grand escape. Last time, it was Guelph on top. Now, it is St. Clair Varsity who found the fight. Everybody on St. Clair is so low. I don't know if they're going to pursue anything, but Toothmouth is still full HP and healthy. Oh my god, the shutdown onto Corky. Miracle bit off a bit more than he could chew. That's play objectives, channels the teleport back. They want to continue the fight one way or another, but wow, that was close once again.
Yeah, that was insanity, and it's going to be a 3-for-1 to end it off here. Maddie looking for Tooth Boot, has the Banshees able to avoid the knockup, but the root is still present, flashes out of the way.
Yeah, Talia flash that early is huge. The team is not even respawned yet. Tooth Boot is going to be able to use her rocks to dissuade this dragon being, this Baron being done for a little bit as Sick George coming back down. The ultimate almost off cooldown, and St. Clair is going to be forced off the Baron once again.
Yeah, things are just calming down just a little bit now. You know, everyone's just catching their breath, waiting for some ultimate cooldowns to come up. But nope, never mind. We're back at it again. Tooth Boot looking onto objectives.
Yeah, play objectives, channels the W forward, and Tooth Boot looks for the angle, but unfortunately for them, that is going to be a Cassante, right? Yeah, I think even if the knockup goes through, it's really hard for them to kill. But now Danny
back at it.
is finding the angle onto Cassante. Play objectives is going to have the Malignance! Okay, the W blocks the channel, but as Cassante, he is trying to make his grand escape through the rocks. He does not care. He is so tanky. Alistar looking for the re-engage. It's going to be Sick George channeling the ultimate, swirling the spirit going on. He has completely bursted down 100-0 as Guelph. Actually, Miracle also kills Wander in the mid lane. I think that was a collaborative effort between the Nudu and the Yasuo. But this means that they can now turn themselves onto Baron.
Yeah, Baron is next up on the table, but Aku is here. He can use the Wind Victim Lightning to easily get over the wall.
Oh, that's a huge burst from Talia to secure the kill onto Miracle, and Aku jumping in over top with his teammates with full faith in them. Manages to secure a kill onto play objectives as well. George Bushcamp gets the exhaust onto Toothless, but without any follow-up, that is going to be only delaying the inevitable. Maddie is rolling away in the top lane, trying to make the escape, and this Baron has taken so many lives. This is like the One Ring. People are just fighting, dying. Nations are being conquered. You know, so many things are happening just for this one objective.
Oh my god!
Almost dies.
Yeah,
again to Flowcon.
Dodges the bolt from above and barely gets out. Oh my god! What a roller coaster of a game we have it, and the gold lead is tied neck and neck. You got Soul Point for Guelph here with Mountain Dragon coming up in the next minute here, and we're just gonna get another fight just like this one.
This game of League of Legends is not for the faint of heart. If you are cheering on either team, you're definitely taking your heart medications, clutching your chest at home, because that is exactly what I am doing, because these fights have been so close every time. It looks like one team's going to win. I let my guard down, and suddenly a Nunu snowball rolls in, and then suddenly Talia lands a huge W onto 5 people, and then suddenly Cassandra kidnapped to carry over the wall. You never know what's going to happen in these fights. And this Baron, this Siren's Call from the Baron has been the point of contention for both these teams. But now they turn their eyes, both of them, to the Dragon as Guelph is looking for Soul Point. Varsity St. Clair looking to deny it.
Yeah, you got 4 of each team on the Dragon's Pit here, with the top laner still duking it out. The key thing is that Ilaoi has TP.
Yep, but they monster engaged by the Nunu onto 2 members of St. Clair. The Yasuo all these channeled into board push camp, but that is a support. That is an Alistar with Unbreakable Will up. That is really going to be hard to kill. Miracle looking for the chase onto Wander. I wonder if St. Clair want to look for more. The snowball going to land straight onto Talia, but the way, a utility, the follow-up, the amount of combos that St. Clair Varsity pulls out to win this fight and secure the Dragon is going to be intense. Play objectives taken down so low by Sick George as well. But that is going to be another fight now in the favor of St. Clair Varsity as they get with themselves on Soul Point, which makes every objective so important now.
Yeah.
It could be Dragon, it could be Baron, next it could be Elder. It could be so important as play objectives going to get the knockup onto Sick George. He finally decides to use his abilities. The shielding from Cassante is huge. Turrets firing.
He's still alive!
Sick George, he's still alive! He's still alive!
Here comes Nunu!
Run!
George!
Oh, he's dead.
Oh, he's not dead! Well,
oh,
okay, he had no mana.
Okay.
You never know.
You never know. You never. This is why you don't ever count yourself out, because oh my god.
Oh, guess where we are now? The Baron, maybe, and here comes
the
Aku.
Baron. Oh, let me guess. Let me guess. Toothbooth is gonna hit a 5-man W and flip dust. Let me just guess. Okay, but now for real, the Baron is being taken down to under half HP, and looking like a real possibility that St. Clair is gonna be able to take this uncontested. The W is not going to land, which means that Nunu finally doing Nunu things to secure the Baron. Oh my god, Sick George and play objective. These are the true rivals of today.
Yeah, oh my god. Just such close fights throughout the game.
Cassante versus Lai matchup just has so much to offer here. And right now you see the Baron buff from St. Clair helping them to push through. Here comes Nunu. He's going in. Great knockup.
Yep, and St. Clair Varsity has opted for the full-on engage. They just ram their heads straight into Guelph. They don't look back. They don't care. They know that with the Baron buff, with the amount of stuff they have. Oh, Sick George jumps in with the middle of the fight. The ultimate is channeled. Can he take down any more than one person? They're so tanky, and Miracle follows up. Sick George tries to be the hero. He tries to make up for his sins earlier, but at the end of the day, it is going to be a 1v5 situation. Danny Quick taken down. That is going to be the ace for the side of St. Clair, and they're going to look to end the whole thing later.
Yeah, they're looking for it right here, right now. They got Baron minions coming up beside them. Nexus Tower standing in their path, but those two are going down in 2 seconds. Nexus is next on the table, and just like that, the first game is taken right here. St. Clair takes game 1 of the grand finals.
And what a game to start off with. It looked like both teams definitely have something to say going forward. The amount of team fighting potential that Tooth Boost is Talia, Wanders Yasuo, and versus the Nunu, all these and Flokeland's way. It is such there's so many angles to every fight that could have turned things either way, but at the end of the day, it is St. Clair who gets that last Baron secure, and they manage to snowball that last objective, the one ring, right? The objective of Doom, they secure it, and they manage to end the game with it.
Yeah, this game was a roller coaster that belongs in Canada's Wonderland, honestly. It was just so insane with twists and turns and highs and lows. But in the end, St. Clair finally came out on top. And if this is any indication of how the series is going to be, I hope you guys are glued to your seats, because after a short break, we're going to come back to game 2 and see if St. Clair can close it out or if Guelph are going to bring it right back.
At the University of Waterloo, this is where I began my esports career. One of the most amazing opportunities I had working in esports is going to LA and playing on the LCS stage. I remember running onto the stage after my team had won and seeing the confetti fall from the sky. This was the place that had offered me so many opportunities I wouldn't have otherwise.
And once again, welcome back. We just had a banger of Game 1 in the finals, the grand finals, let's say, versus St. Clair's versus Guelph Griffins. We had such a back-and-forth match just now. It was so much fighting, first of all. There was just so much fighting, for all these objectives in the game. But ultimately, it was St. Clair who managed to pull off a pick into a Baron, into an end in that game. But we certainly cannot count out either team moving into our next Game 2.
Yeah, we'll have to see if St. Clair can close it out or Guelph can bring it right back. This is Fearless Draft, so all those characters that you thought worked really well for them, yeah, throw them right out. We got a whole new cast coming in, all new characters. We'll have to see who can pilot them better, who they're going to pick, and who is going to come out victorious.
Yep, and remember, the Fearless Draft makes it so that you can't continuously just use the picks that you're good at. And one thing I always have been saying is the Hui is so good. People, the Hui is so good. Like, all I'll have to say. But I think, that being off the table definitely makes it so that, St. Clair have to pull out more creative team comps, going into the next game. Because last game, I think it was a lot of engage from the Nudu into so much follow-up, AoE follow-up. So if they want to stick with that identity, if they want to stick with an engaged tank in the jungle along with, an AoE mid laner with a mage in the mid lane, they might have to opt for, an Orianna, or even in this meta, I'm not sure which mage, might be viable, but something like a Talia was we saw from the Guelph Griffins as well. So now they have to be a bit more flexible about what they're doing.
Yeah, and as we head into draft here, we got some mid lane bans with Vladimir and Annie, some arcane bans with Victor and Jinx, and to close it out, Ashe and Skarner, some really high prior characters taken out, but Caitlyn is being first picked.
Yeah, Caitlyn being the first pick is certainly very, very interesting. I don't know if it's the arcane influence these days, but I think Caitlyn B1, a lot of things to say about that. I think Caitlyn is a pick where if you draft it with something like Lux or a Karma, if you draft it with something that has a lane prio that has a lot of destructive potential, for the prio, but it's something that you have to be really careful because St. Clair is known to play these, hard engaged jungles or like these pick fighting jungles, and if they manage to get, the early. If the early game snowballs out of control for St. Clair, Caitlyn's going to have a really hard time getting back into the game.
And I like the picks coming out here from St. Clair. Ziggs, if it ends up going into that bot lane, is good against the Caitlyn. You have the wave clear to kind of stop that pushing power and not let Caitlyn get that many plays, get that really quick tower. And it also can just go mid, and you can bring out something else later on too. So love to see that so far.
Yeah, really certainly love to see that. As Viego was a pick that we saw utilized by many teams this tournament, and I think it has been utilized to great potential, to its great potential, because the amount of resets, the picks that Viego can do, even if it's, especially I think Viego is the jungler. If you're in a disadvantageous game state, Viego is the jungler you want to be playing, just because of how much the resets can get value for, and especially in the meta where we see so many comebacks have been happening. I think Viego definitely can be the foundation for that. As we see a face that we haven't seen before too much, it's gonna be the Udyr.
Yeah,
Guelph.
We saw it being banned quite a bit earlier on in this tournament, but after that it kind of just disappeared in favor for other picks. But Guelph had brought it right back, and it is just such a versatile, great jungler to face into Viego specifically, because he does not go down easily. You're not going to go over an easy reset.
Yeah, and that's going to be the first round of picks done for both teams. We'll have to see what they ban in the second half. It looks like, especially for St. Clair, they have to think about what they're going to play in the mid lane, because that has been so crucial this entire tournament. Same thing for Guelph. I think both Toothbooth and Flocon has been the ones that have been making a lot of these plays happen. So especially when, because of Fearless and the bans, the mid pool is drastically reduced, we have to see what they have ready. This is, if there's a time for some pocket picks, now might be the time. And we talked about the amount of synergy that St. Clair can pull out with a jungler and something like, an AoE mage mid, and that's why I think Guelph is just banning a Syndra right away.
I mean, I get the Syndra, but there's a problem. Why are they banning Nautilus?
I don't know.
I think they know something we don't.
Yeah, they definitely, maybe, have you seen the Nautilus top?
Clearly they have, and they don't want any part of it.
Yeah, Nautilus top apparently is really, really annoying to deal with, especially when you go grasp and take those short trades. So maybe Guelph with a little bit of foresight. And St. Clair has been consistent with the Kled bans also top, I think, Guelph. Very comfortable pick for them, so I think something St. Clair want to keep out of the tournament as much as possible if they can afford to. And yes, Aurora, another mid lane mage banned out for the side of Guelph.
Yeah, and we'll have to see what they end up picking here. Will they choose to break the flex with the Ziggs, or just look to get a top laner out and still maintain their flex and have a great ending to their draft? And looks like you need a good top lane blind pick. It's Renekton.
Yeah, St. Clair is gonna. I think St. Clair have been demonstrating a lot of potential with this Renekton. Obviously, the amount of potential it has to just get free prio top lane is really huge. That's why Renekton is the pick. I think Guelph have to make something happen. Is Udyr going to be going top and facing the Renekton? Are they going to flex a jungle and try to pick counter pick top laner like the Darius, right?
Yeah.
So this is something that we have to see from Guelph. But last game also, it was a lot of fighting between Alawi and Cassante, but I think at the end of the day, Cassante got some key kills, like especially when Alawi couldn't afford to die. So I think Guelph have to make sure they still have a strong top side this game.
Yeah, I'm just happy they picked something like Darius. Nothing like Ornn Malphite to wait out there and actually fight him, beat him, use the Darius. And with the Darius comes the Ahri to give them even more early game presence. They want to make the plays in this game. And I just like the Ahri also being a hard reset for Viego to get to. She's so hard to lock down, makes it hard for this jungler to do what he does best.
Yeah, and St. Clair without the Vladimir available are going to have to peruse some options, maybe the Orianna, maybe the Lissandra. Exactly.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yep, these are the kind of picks. So we see this combo utilized a lot. We see Waterloo plays this comp too with the Lissandra Viego combo, the lockdown, especially with something like Ziggs Thresh, where the Ziggs can throw the bomb over, like CC target, and Thresh can continue to provide more lockdown support. We see a lot of teams opt for this identity, and obviously, Lissandra Renekton, great gank response for the Viego as well.
Yeah, I'm just a huge fan of the Viego with something like Lissandra or Malzahar, where you can just instantly get him that reset, right? Just imagine this combo here, right? Lissandra just gets an ult onto someone, you put a Ziggs ult and Viego's Heartbreaker on top of it, they just can't survive. It's just not possible. And you can get that snowballing of Lissandra's thralls and the Viego turning into every single character as he goes one by one. Guelph cannot let that happen. They need to shut the Viego down before he gets going.
Yep, and Wander has also opted for the cleanse this game, potentially. Like we mentioned, the lockdown, very scary from the side of St. Clair. So definitely a pick that makes sense. Braum hoping to alleviate a little bit of that pressure off, the kiting. Really cool, guys. We have a quick dance off in the mid lane.
Yeah, just some cute little Yumi cats here before the action starts.
I would break the honor. I would throw the key right here. I would walk away with a.
They're nice people. See, they have a few too many Yumi emotes. It's a bit concerning.
I agree. I'm still waiting for someone to throw the skill shot. Come on, people.
It's not gonna happen.
Fight. Okay, maybe not. Maybe they will peacefully wait until the minions spawn to make something happen. But for now, it looks like a pretty standard start. No lane swaps. No funny business. Gonna be an Udyr top start versus a Viego bot start. So 3 minutes in, look for the Renekton gank response. Top lane, maybe the Viego path that way. We'll see something happen.
Yeah, this really indicates how the jungler is going to play the game, right? Viego wants to go and help out Renekton top side. Renekton has just such good gank assist that it's so easy to focus a lane with them, even if it is someone as strong as the Darius early. Meanwhile, Udyr, you're with a Caitlyn, you got to make sure she can push without trouble, so just staying near her, giving her prio, and letting her get plates is their play.
Yep. And a Caitlyn that doesn't have level 1 prio is a Caitlyn that is really sad. So they're going to look to get the level 2. This is what you play with Caitlyn, right? You push out the wave, you hit 2 first, you push them on the turret, and then if you have a Karma or a Lux, you can apply even more pressure, but usually you just put the traps around to try and get a lot of good trades under the turret. That's exactly what Guelph is doing, and Viego is started bot side, so they're not going to look for a gank as of right now, so Caitlyn is going to feel a little bit more comfortable with making that play happen.
Yep, and does mean it's going to be a pretty chill game here. There's not much that Ziggs and Thresh can do, especially when you pair the Braum up with the Caitlyn. It isn't as much of a kill lane like the Morgana and Lux, but you make sure to keep that Caitlyn safe. And, not as safe as that Darius. He almost went down, but he'll just dribble away.
I mean, they had to use the Ghost, which might be crucial, come 3 minutes in, as now Toothbooth is going to make their way sneaking up slowly in the lane. And with that Lissandra Q landing, Flocon is going to be able to put Toothbooth dangerously low. The W is going to be committed. The charm is going to land under the turret. The return Q doesn't hit. That might not have killed Maddie, but that was a risky play on both ends, both jungler and mid laner. But that is Toothbooth going to be investing the flash to get away there.
Yep. He has to use his flash, and he also just misses out on a whole wave. He's going to TP back, but it is a bit longer now with this whole animation, so maybe miss out on a few minions here and there.
Yeah, and I think now it's a little bit of an awkward spot for 12 in this bot lane as well. Big player wants to control the wave, so it's frozen a little handily outside their turret. They want to use Miracle's long-range wave clear to make sure that Wanderer can't get away with having too much HP against a Ziggs. As now we see that Maddie clearing towards mid again. Maybe they go for a little kerfuffle in the topside river with the Scuttle Crab. But it looks like Aku and Maddie are going to look to trade Scuttle Crab top and bot as we kind of see which lanes both these teams are playing for.
Yeah, exactly. And hey, Maddie's back at it again. No flash there, but Maddie does. But Asu is ready for it, and they're listening to me look to get out. Viego can just go invisible and dip out of there.
Yeah, Asu looking for the counter gank. Good attempt, but then with the charm going wide, there's really nothing that can be continued to pursue. And Maddie,
that was, you know, it's all about egoing the enemy jungler, just showing that I can get this, and just flashing out for fun.
Crabber?
You know? Yes, Crabber.
But, you know, I think, again, that is all about the psychological damage, right?
Yes,
Asu, you know, has to watch the Rift Herald being taken, Skull Crab being taken in front of his eyes as Maddie just flashes backwards. And Yang's top lane, so it looks like, yeah, with Sick George being, having vision of Maddie, there's not going to be too much that happens. Asu constantly shadowing, making sure that Maddie is not getting free reign over these lanes with the counter ganks. But yeah, the Scuttle Crab is really, you know, it's there, and that was the result of a flash.
Yeah, and Falcon is continuing to have dominance in this matchup. He just forced to boot out of lane once again by himself, looking to maybe punish a little bit more, but actually gonna take tower shot, unfortunately.
Ouch.
But as the TP if they need, so they're just gonna push that out and back.
Yeah, and Flocon looking very, very good in the mid lane, getting a lot of pressure as the Lissandra. 47 CS versus 27, and you know, it's not like Toothbooth has teleport. That's another wave crashing into the turret. Top lane trades are going down, but you have to look at that CS difference mid is very, very significant.
Yeah, exactly. And now the junglers are circling around this dragon. They both want the mountain dragon. We'll see if there's going to be a fight for it. Caitlyn actually does not have prio for once, so there is a decent chance for Sinclair to work here.
Yep, and with Miracle, Miracle has a Dark Seal and a Tier, which means that they're not the most lethal thing right now to face. A little bit of a standoff here. You have to notice that Lissandra has 6, Ari does not. Viego, no flash available. The Thresh is going to invest the flash death straight into Asu's face, and try as he might, that is not enough damage to take down Maddie. That's going to be first blood. Utilizing the mid pressure, utilize the bot pressure. The bot prio. That is going to be St. Clair picking up first blood, picking up the first feat of strength. And that is going to feel really, really good for George Bushkin here too.
Yeah, and I like that they gave it to the mid laner as well.
But when they're going for it once, again, the stun is going to land, but a little bit of anti-synergy you know, from the two players of St. Clair. But they're not too unhappy about that. They get the first blood. They have the prio for the grubs now. They move the support up. And with you know, Sick George being in such unhealthy state, I think they might actually just go for the dive.
Yeah, 4-man dive onto the Darius, but he does clear the wave super quickly, so I think he is good for now. But on the other side of the map, you see that Udyr is already on the dragon. They're going to make sure Hora does not back here. They want this dive to happen right here, right now.
So they want to make something happen right now. They want to make sure that this bot lane and the Ziggs being pushed out of lane is not going in vain, and they certainly do. This Darius is taken down. The whole wave is being crashed under the turret. So St. Clair making moves early, and it's definitely paying off dividends. It's going to be a 1,000 gold lead up to them right now with some objectives in their pocket as well.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty volatile matchup too, so being able to get Renekton ahead, make Darius lose some CS as well is really important for them until like around the 2 items by Renekton continue have dominance in this matchup still.
Yeah, and Flocon doing a really, really great job. I think one thing to note is St. Clair has been doing a really good job of utilizing their support. Right, this Thresh is literally everywhere.
Yeah.
He shows up mid half. See, if I'm the mid laner playing against the Thresh, I'm just my face is turning red because the amount of times Thresh can just show up and just commit and follow up on the CC by the Diego, you know, it is so dangerous. Even if you're Ahri, even if your character with dash is having to invest something for such a low commitment ability like Thresh Q is a really bad feeling at times.
Yeah, for sure. I like how much CC that St. Clair have to play with too. They have a lot of playmaking options from almost everyone on their team other than the Ziggs can really start to play on their own. So it's really great. And the fact that Ziggs got a play back against the Caitlyn, I think is so huge for them too. I feel like Caitlyn has to be accelerated more in this early game.
Yeah, and the Caitlyn in the mid game, I think definitely I would say is one of the worst ADCs to play in the mid game, but it looks like dominance is going to be channeled by play objectives. They're going to pull out Fist Fight before he is going to channel the Ghost. The Q is going to get the life steal. Ult is invested early. The flash away. He is hoping that the bleed ticks will kill play objectives, but 1 HP. I think play objectives will life steal with the Q as well. But now it is the age of Viego. Maddie is here. Heartbreaker is available. I think they're going to look for the W. Doesn't even use the ultimate, and Maddie gets a kill onto Sekhore as Azu has to just run out of his top side. And that was a really, really close fight with play objective coming out over top, and the Thresh Flay forces the Braum. A series of unfortunate events for the side of Guelph. They want to make something happen, but no, Lissandra. But it looks like in the bot lane, Danny Quick is caught out by the utility of Thresh. Once again, the dash barely unable to make it out of the wrath of the bomb, but George Bushcamp is going to go down. Wander able to get a return kill. That is the first kill of Guelph on the board. And again, there's going to be another skirmish. The Tooth Booth is looking to catch up to Lissandra. I don't think the Frozen Claw is available just yet. That is a long cooldown. It is available now. And Flocon, calm and collected like the champion, ice cold, and making sure that they use their abilities properly. You know, sometimes you fat finger those, right? You got to be careful.
Yeah.
But Flocon using the best of his ability to get out of the situation. Maddie, they know that Maddie has Heartbreaker, has Flash. It's going to be really hard to kill him. The Charm is going to go wide. Flocon does not have the ultimate available, but it does not matter. They are being baited into a fight. Danny Quick retreating into the team with the Heartbreaker backwards means that the slow is going to go down. George Bushcamp wants more. The Flay, the Charm is to be delayed. He steps on a trap. However, Wander is looking to clean up. They have the flash over the wall. The Caitlyn E net Q combo gets the kill onto Flocon. They want more. The Charm is going to land on to Miracle, and that means Maddie, the last remaining member of St. Clair Varsity, scatters away into the jungle. Wander, you have to carry this, man.
Yeah, what a series of events here. St. Clair, they were doing so well, but they just pushed it too far, and Guelph punished them instantly. They got 3 kills onto Wander, who was direly needing to get ahead in this game, and certainly this has helped them get back in, almost equalizing the gold lead here now. And Aksu also coming back and helping just clear out the wave, make sure that that top tower does not go down just yet.
Yeah, Sick Jorge not having a good time once again. The Renekton pick has been very, very effective in shutting down so many of these, you know, pocket picks and so many of these picks, you know, in top lane. This entire tournament, honestly, the Renekton is such a good neutralizer that ends up winning the lane. It's like a Gragas, but if the Gragas was a little bit more focused on winning the lane, instead of just completely neutralizing it. But, you know, play objectives have been looking very, very good on this one.
Yeah, for sure. And now looking into the future, you got Ocean Dragon coming up in a little less than a minute here, as Braum just distracting Flocon, making sure he doesn't get more of the tower. But look at this, the hit squad in the bot lane. Braum is mid, so they have free reign to get as many plates as possible.
Yeah, the name of the game right now is macro. It's about how many teams, how the teams can rotate their members properly, you know, put the right people in the right places so they can get the plating, they can get to the objectives. And with the grubs spawning this early, it might mean that Guelph might be able to take this and then go contest Dragon as well. They have to be, not Guelph, St. Clair can take this Dragon, take the grubs and take the Dragon. They have to be very, very careful. And Guelph really don't want to give these up for free.
Yep, and now here comes another play onto Sekhore. This is a Darius, though. They're going to try their best to collapse on him.
Yep, the Q is not going to be able to land on anybody. They do a good job of stepping into the Darius. The ult is invested! The double Q! The life steal is huge. Play objective is going to be taken down to a sliver of HP. And Sekhore gets attacked by 2 thugs, you know, on a rainy day, but manages to pull out, making the best use of his Q. But they want more now. They just want to take the turret straight up. They want the feat of strength. They just want the objective, and they know that Sekhore doesn't have the ghost. Sorry, has a ghost available and not a teleport.
Yeah, and it's going to be traded for this dragon here. It's just plays being made on one and two sides of the map here as well. They're going to pick up the second dragon for themselves.
Yeah, and Sig Jorge, props to him for making that play happen. But at the end of the day, the teleport, the amount of force damage onto him makes sure that they can St. Clair can secure the top lane prio, and that is exactly what we're talking about, putting the right people in the right places as Maddie just commits the ultimate raw forward onto Sig Jorge. I think he's looking for a turn now. The ultimate is not quite available yet. Maddie flashes away from the Q, and the Caitlyn ultimate coming over top. Ace in the hole supporting the kill onto the objectives, and St. Clair looking a bit too giddy. Looking a bit too kill happy, trying to take Sig Jorge even behind even more. But that does end up going a little bit south for them as Dubu.
What was that? All right, well, there goes half his health.
Yeah, I know Ari had a Tino passing.
Yeah, interesting. But yeah, Guelph, really, they're capitalizing a lot on the mistakes of St. Clair, who are starting to lose control in this game here. And we'll have to see if they can kind of pull this back into their reins. Maddie has been doing such an excellent job creating plays for his team, so I'm looking at him to try and continue to push the pressure.
And Wander has the kills available, has 4 kills. Collector and BF Sword are online. I think this is going to probably to go into an IE next. And Caitlyn, I think I mentioned this before, you have to escape the mid game as Caitlyn. You have to get over the period of time where you don't really get too many plays happening on the map, where you don't too much damage. So you have to transition yourself to at least 3 items, 4 items to make something happen. But I think Guelph definitely have something to say still in this game. St. Clair have been a little bit ahead in terms of the tempo of the plays, but Guelph still has 2 dragons, not too far behind in kills. Again, it might be just about the side lane, and Danny Quick is denied by the satchel. They want to make their grand escape. But
Miracle is so good at using the Zig satchel to push them back into tower to start a play.
Yeah, and Tufu's landing the charm onto Flowcon. It looks like Flowcon just wants to ignore the RE here. I think they're going to be trying to clear the wave as fast as possible. But St. Clair is really putting heavy pressure on all lane turrets.
Yeah, they're looking onto this bot lane. They need a little bit more damage, and the satchel can just take it down just like that. And there you go.
And there we go. St. Clair, play objectives limping away from 5-stack areas in that moment. But I think what's next for St. Clair is they're probably going to rotate the Ziggs mid. They'll get this turret and then play for the next objective. And as Guelph, what do you really do in this situation?
I think you gotta try and read it. Maybe you can bring more numbers mid lane than they expect, try and catch them off guard, because they want that turret so badly.
Yeah. They're currently looking like they might just look for the bot lane play, but I think what ends up happening there is Danny Quick is trying to land a solo kill onto Flowcon. Toothbooth tries to get the kill with Malignance with the W, but a tick of damage is missing. Maddie has the ultimate available. He wants to use the Heartbreaker. The charm is going to dissuade that. However, as Miracle does want to make a miracle happen, Toothbooth with the last charge of the ultimate. That does so much damage with the Malignance online for the Ahri. Maddie sneaking around to the left. The Udyr flashes forward. That's not going to be enough damage, however, without follow-up from Toothbooth. As the Heartbreaker lands onto Azu's head. That's going to be the stun, and the reset makes sure that he's going to stay alive. The Caitlyn Ace in the hole is blocked by George Bushcamp. Toothbooth without the Spirit Rush, without any other abilities available. That is going to be the fight in favor of St. Clair Varsity. Again, it's so close every time for Guelph, but it's not enough.
So close. Yeah, the Maddie barely staying alive, and he's barely going down, and that little thing is what made the difference. Is now Flocon looking onto Wander from behind. Danny Quick is here to support, though.
Yep. Good reflex by Wander to barely eat out of the range onto a side engage there. But again, St. Clair, they've been doing such a good job of juggling the aggro play objective, channeling the dominance early as the fight breaks out top lane. St. Jorge manages to land the first tick of lifesteal onto play objective. 5 stacks now online. It is going to be all about how Jorge can kite this out, but with Maddie
that's
online,
just a solo kill.
That's just insurance as Danny Quick is next to fall in the mid lane. It looks like Guelph is a little bit crumbling at the seams here as St. Clair Varsity are slowly dismantling their opponents in the side lanes, in the mid lanes, making sure that they secure the objective and get the macro.
It is so back and forth, St. Clair, Guelph, and then St. Clair again taking the advantage here as they're looking to take the Herald with the Ocean Dragon spawning in 30 seconds as well. They're having a controlling lead in this game right now.
Yeah, it looks like St. Clair really have improved upon their mistakes from yesterday. of throwing the mid-game, of having a little bit of a problem with securing the game. And while there have been skirmishes, it looks like St. Clair has been in control the entire time. And now this is the turning point, right? I think the turning point in League of Legends games you can measure. But if one team has been stacking dragons and one team has been stacking grubs, but one of the teams start contesting the other objectives, you know that that is a turning point. And you know that's when St. Clair is feeling a lot more confident.
Yep, and now they really want to contest with this dragon. They don't want to let Guelph get to that soul point, right? So they're all grouped up here. They're waiting for objectives and Toot respectively to join the rest of their teams. And it looks like they're looking to give it, trying to get this mid-turret bounty maybe, or looking onto objectives.
Yep, play objective manages to get the slice and dice away from Darius's pull, as it looks like St. Clair Varsity is going to be able to get away with eating this dragon scot-free. Guelph looking to do a little bit of a death ball mid lane, maybe to force the turret down. That's going to be a nice turn onto Miracle. I don't think Toothless wants to invest the ultimate as well, but that big being chunked might mean something, might not, but yeah, they don't want to risk it. They don't want to risk it.
Yeah, just playing it safe. But they still do need to look for some opportunity here and there. Currently, St. Clair is doing a great job of using their mid-game spikes with these mages, the Viego, and even the Renekton, who spike so hard in these 1 and 2 items. They are just able to win any fight, and they're looking to take anything they can get.
Yeah, I think Guelph really just wants to grow the Caitlyn and make sure this thing can start one-shotting things as soon as possible, but I don't think St. Clair has any intention of letting that happen. They have so much lockdown available, and I think play objectives. Right. Play objectives is a problem for Guelph. The amount of pressure this this player exerts on the top lane and the side lanes, and in team fights as well. This Renekton isn't even close to expiring yet. As speaking of side lanes, looks like St. Clair Varsity want to make a play onto St. Jorge. This may be a Darius, but
that's a dead Jorge.
Yeah, that is dead.
But on the other side, yep, Miracle also ends up going down.
That's
Oh, look, bot lane. There's a turret going.
There's a crocodile. Is it Renekton is a crocodile?
Yes.
Alligator, crocodile? Yeah, crocodile. But this croc really wants to secure 2, and Toothless are looking to dissuade this from happening. I think play objective is completely content with getting this turret, even if it means forfeiting their life.
Oh, he's going.
But yeah, they're greedy. They want more. They pop the dominance. They get the.
Wow.
Oh my God, Ari is just executed. And I don't think this Udyr stands a chance either, because this Renekton still has dominance up. The lifesteal is going strong. The W has come back on cooldown from now. And actually just run for their lives. And on all facets of the map, St. Clair is dominating. Viego taking a
driving
nice
test?
drift.
What? He's so good!
He went close to the first one for style points.
Yeah, Maddie's showing you how it's done. You know that he's got his G license. And yeah, he takes it home, gets the crash, and gets that mid turret with all the outers going down now.
Yep, and all outers down mean that St. Clair Varsity have so much free reign over the map. It is going to be extremely difficult, especially for a carry like Caitlyn, which relies a lot on positioning yourself early in these fights to set up the traps and set up, for your utility and for your carries. It's going to be so hard for Guelph to make something happen, but they do have to. They try to do something.
They're trying.
Runs it in to try and do something, but the lockdown from Lysandra, the amount of damage they have, is too good. It's too strong.
I just feel like this topside combo on their team is just extremely well drafted in this game. Viego benefits so well off of the CC provided by Renekton and Lysandra, who each have their own burst to finish the kill too. It's just really great, and now Danny he's quick enough to get out.
Yeah, and Play Objective has been doing such a great job of exerting pressure this entire tournament.
He's in their base.
Yeah,
there's a croc in their base.
Maybe if he pretends to be a super minion, that they won't attack him. Maybe this is a oddly shaped minion.
He's TPing.
Oh,
no way! He's out. This guy
real?
is too good. Play Objectives is just playing with Guelph right now, walking into their base, taunting them, and getting right out while the rest of his team takes down the Voracious Anakai.
That's gotta be a tilter. They say that Reddit rains and pours, and it is certainly pouring for Guelph. That is just so heartbreaking. That is so heartbreaking. And to top it off, Play Objectives goes straight next to his team as if that teleport was intended to bring him to the Otacon fight in the first place. Wow, that sucks for Guelph.
And now they have their Guardian Angels. They've all bought up and are marching down their base with the dragon coming up. There's just no way in hell that Guelph can even contest this.
Yes, 50 seconds left on the dragon, but with full Otacon, St. Clair really have nothing to lose. And then now going to be Flocon looking to cycle the Frozen Claw onto Toothbooth. The Spirit Rush
Spirit
not
Rush is
quite
almost
available yet, but the ultimate is going to find its way onto Toothbooth a millisecond earlier, and that ultimate might have saved his life. At Danny Quick, the fate of a support on a losing team is to die securing vision, and Danny Quick is falling victim to the age-old trap of so many players in your own jungle.
Yeah, and with that, I just love how St. Clair is just continuing to accelerate. They're not happy with just being ahead. They're continuing to push it in a safe and consistent way, looking for picks on these side lanes again and again and again on to Toothbooth and Jorge. And now they're looking for this tower next.
Yep, and this tower should be relatively low effort. They have Ziggs and 6 Scrubs after all. So this tier 2 is going to go down. What is next? Probably Dragon. Can Guelph contest it? Probably not. I don't think that Guelph really have an opportunity to make something happen in the moment. The hook is going to land onto top. If you look for a turn, Flocon is going into his ultimate, but you gotta remember they have Otacon available. They're maybe looking to make the fights happen using the Otacon buff to the full extent of their ability. Danny Cook is gonna get hooked up once again. Death sentence, finding Danny's 5th death. This is so heartbreaking, especially, you're just a Braum, right? Like, you're just a Braum trying to find your way. You're just a support player making their way to the jungle. And it looks like Toothbooth is the last vestige of Guelph trying to make a play happen. Everybody on Guelph is just running for the hills. The fight is going so tight.
Oh my god.
But St. Clair
They're all withdrawing
to their Nexus.
Oh no, he's in there. I
don't
swear to God, not again.
Do not teleport out again. Do not do it.
Guys, please, this time, surely. Okay. Asu gets the shutdown onto objectives, finally. And now St. Clair, after a little bit of trolling around with the soul, they're going to go and grab their second dragon.
Yeah, St. Clair have been just overall been doing such a great job of they know exactly where to be and when to use their power spikes, and that's something I really want to praise for them this entire tournament. They know exactly, what to do in terms of macro. If you look on average, how their macro plays out in the mid game, you'll notice even against really good teams, they're consistently up in turrets. They're consistently up in gold because of those turrets. And yeah, like every game St. Clair has been dominating on looks like this. There's no turrets remaining basically on the side of Guelph, as St. Clair varsity have taken out basically every objective they've wanted in the game. And partly that is because they're so good at using Ziggs.
Yeah, they really are. This Ziggs has done so much work taking down all those towers, even though they didn't have that many kills specifically. And with that gold lead, they are using it to win these fights.
Yeah, it's going to be rough. Really rough for Guelph now to come back at this stage of the game. Gold lead has grown to an almost 7k, 8k difference. I mean, not impossible, right? We've seen it happen
It's
before.
never impossible,
Exactly.
yeah.
We've seen it happen before, but I think the first step is Wander needs to go crazy, and Sikore needs to find an engage of all time. Floson is going to sustain their own life a little bit longer with the Frozen 2.
Oh, the Zhonya's.
The Zhonya's, and now that might have bought enough time for Blade Jackson to jump into the front line with Dominus, but you gotta remember, Wander is still alive. The damage for Necton sticks so closely to Caitlyn, and if that Caitlyn was alive,
he's still alive.
Could have gone somewhat differently, but play objectives manages to stick onto Caitlyn, get that crucial kill, and now we are living in Maddie's world. Maddie is the king of the Ruined Isles, but he is also the king of this game, as he is free to do whatever he pleases as Viego free reign. Toothbooth making a run for his life into
I mean, Toothbooth is pretty fast,
but Maddie's faster. Oh, and
the flash hook from George Bush to finish it off.
Yeah, and that looked like the best Guelph could do, to a certain point. They get the charm, but Flocon basically waits out 2 centuries.
The stalling that he
holds
did.
on so long, using the ultimate, using the Zhonya's to last so long. Guelph invests
They're
everything.
getting a bit low.
Oh, they're getting a bit low. Yeah, this Baron is fighting back quite a bit. That is also a problem with running a Ziggs,
Yeah, they're
is
running
that
good.
they don't have the DPS, to this kind of Baron burst. But it's not like I don't think Guelph is going to try and start this up right away.
Yeah, they're playing it safe. They don't want to make any mistakes or throws around the Baron. You would hate to see that happen. They're just going to take it nice and slow and continue to break down their base. And they got Ocean Dragon in 2.5 minutes as well.
Yeah, and one thing also to notice, the gold distribution on the side of St. Clair has been very even. It's not like there's one character that's been sweeping up all the kills, and if you kill the raid boss somehow, Guelph has a chance to flip the entire fight. St. Clair has been doing a good job of distributing this gold to all their carries. So it's like fighting a Hydra. You know, you have to kill one head, 2 more grows back in its place, and you have to make sure that you can end the Hydra permanently. Toothless is looking to make that happen with the Charm. Spirit Rush is going to go wide as George Bushcamp is just going to walk his way out of there. Sick Jorge looking to make something happen as well, but Toothless has already invested Spirit Rush, and that's a lot of damage from the Ziggs mines. Viego is going to channel the W forward. Is this Floken going to use the Frozen Tomb? No, the Charm, the trap. That is going to be the Zhonya's.
Here
but
comes
that is
Jorge.
really careful. Jorge's there. That's why you don't Zhonya's against the Caitlyn. That is really, really dangerous. Jorge, however, is being bursted back. Natural Charge is going to pull him back, but the ultimate shuts down Diego with the bleed. It is now Guelph's fight to win. Toothpaste is using the ultimate. Toothpaste is looking at the Charm. The Charm lands onto the Renekton Sick. Jorge goes down after a while in the backline as Wander picks up another kill to fight. The Bromq lands onto Miracle as Asu just flashes forward. They want more. They want to make the best of it. You go.
The stun lands.
You want to make the best of that situation. If you go to an all-you-can-eat buffet, you are stuffing yourself with the best food possible, and Guelph is trying to go and make the best value combo out of St. Clair, because that is really, really the best they could have done.
Yeah, Guelph just pulling a Miracle out of nowhere and killing 3 people while they are so far down in gold. They're almost 10k down, but they're slowly bringing it back. Guelph saying, I am not done yet. This is not over. I can go all day, and they are looking to bring it back.
Yeah, and that is the fight. That is the fights you need. That is the fights you need. You want to use you want to fight where Caitlyn is consistently landing the traps. And if Flocon, Floson ends up using their Zhonya's or Frozen Tomb in the front lines, that is just a death sentence against the Caitlyn. Who could just set up the traps, get the headshots, get the reset combos. And I think the last fight, sorry, the last fight, it was the Renekton with the Dominus who was able to go in first and make sure that Caitlyn couldn't get an angle to just free hit members of SC Varsity. But this time, Blade Vexus was a little bit far from the fight at the beginning, which means that Caitlyn had a lot more room.
Yeah, for sure. But for now, St. Clair, they still are stronger, they're richer, and they are going to take this next dragon. When Guelph, you're like this far behind, you can give up one more Chemtech dragon and then look to just fight for that soul maybe in 5 minutes.
And you have to remember, Baron is up at the moment, and Guelph is employing one of the strategies, one of the ancient strategies of League of Legends, the Death Bush. But they're going to be fun enough.
Yeah. And also, just as an item check, Caitlyn is 7-1. She's got 3.5 items right now. I believe by the time the next dragon comes up, she'll surely have that 4 item spike where Caitlyn is reaching that apex of the late game where she actually becomes really threatening.
Yeah, and while Guelph was posturing around top lane for some pressure and some vision, St. Clair actually decided to call their bluff and run it mid, potentially getting the inhibitor down. That is not quite enough damage. I don't know how much Guelph want to commit to saving this inhibitor. And I think, yeah, St. Clair don't want to overstep their boundaries. They know that this fight can definitely be lost if Guelph makes some moves. A surprise engage perhaps by Udyr, perhaps a free angle by Caitlyn can be very, very dangerous. So they opt for retaking the vision topside.
Yeah, exactly. And now, after that losing that fight, St. Clair is like, hold on, wait a minute, let's not do it. They're playing very carefully to make sure that they keep their lead. And this next fight they take is going to be extremely calculated.
With the members of Guelph slowly pushing out the lane, it means that they have to be careful of St. Clair. This is a common engage tactic we see from teams. Sit in the line bush and jump out. The Lissandra is going to be the one showing their face first as St. Clair look to poke and prod around, but it looks like Floquan is actually getting onto the back line. The Frozen with the Flash Frozen Tomb combo.
They need to get Wander.
So low. Maddie is going to try and get the Caitlyn down, but at the end of the day, it is Sick Jorge running back. Maddie is taken down. The kite, the assassination attempt on the Caitlyn is unsuccessful as Toothbooth is going to be the one chased by my play objectives, but that is a bit too much move speed. Zanya's invested hook is going to go wide. It looks like Maddie, Asu is going to look to do the Udyr damage. The ace in the hole, bang, into Lissandra's head. That means this fight is flipped once again. Guelph has flipped the script. Asu going to get the kill. Oh, maybe not. The Raptors the jungle friends of Udyr coming in to help secure the kill onto the Thresh at the end there. It is only Miracle and Play Objectives who's gotten away with their life here, and Azu does not care. The satchel charge is not going to be able to come out in time. He is unstoppable. This Udyr is a monster. Danny Quick looking to contribute to the group project with a Q, with the Renekton showing up late to the party. They have to run for the hills. That W, that empowered Renekton W is really, really scary, but I think Guelph might be looking to set up and take this Baron.
Yeah, but their front line is pretty low. We'll have to see. They pulled out a Miracle of a fight, but Miracle is still alive, and they're going to be raining poke down on him from above. But they are looking for Baron. They need to do this right now. But Renekton is behind. He's looking onto him. The Dominus is popped. The bomb from above. They're so low, and Miracle is looking. Objectives gets 1. Objectives gets 2, and the Baron is stolen from beneath them.
This Renekton is a hero for St. Clair. This is exactly the kind of play they need. Guelph, I think, had a moment of a lapse, in which way to go. Do you go up? Do you go down? Do you take the red pill or the blue pill? And they hesitate for a second too long. They don't hit the Renekton as early as they should have, and they manage to pop the Dominus and get a double kill onto the bot lane. And with Wander down, that's exactly what you want from St. Clair, and they end to march into Guelph's base to try and end the game. Tooth was trying to make everything happen to stop that from happening.
Yeah, there's 2 people left. Asu has to do so much work, but there's Baron buff minions. 1 tower is down. They're looking on the second. They want to win right now. It's just the Nexus left. It's going to be Asu going down. There's going to be 4 people looking to take down the Nexus. The Braum is here. He puts the shield up. Will it matter? No, it won't. St. Clair are going to become the champions of WaterLAN.
GG.
Yeah, what an excellent series. What a roller coaster of a game 1 and 2. Honestly, it was just such a great honor casting it all. We are going to have an exciting bunch of interviews and award ceremonies coming up. We'll be right back after a little break, and you can get to meet the teams.
Hello, everyone. I am here with Lacan, the St. Clair mid laner, the champion of WaterLAN. He is the MVP of this tournament. How are you feeling right now? What are the vibes?
I'm feeling good.
Yeah.
Definitely good. It was fun to play. I think it's my 5th LAN.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of experience. I can see why you're the champion right now. But how's everything going with your team? Is everyone feeling good? Was this expected or was it difficult?
I think my team is really nice and they have like good attitude going into the game, so it makes it easy to play. My top is really nice guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Throughout this tournament, was there any play or one game that was really memorable or really cool for you?
I would say probably how we won the 5th game, like when we got Nash and ASM.
Yeah.
Like we were kind of struggling and then we just aced them like that.
Yeah, that was so close, honestly. Yeah, really great to see that. One last thing. This was a Fearless Draft tournament, right?
Yeah.
Do you think Fearless Draft was helpful for you? Do you think your champion pools helped you win this?
I think for some of us it was definitely hard to play. Like, it's much harder to draft, but you know, it also helps us. So.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, that's really great having you on here, and congratulations again with the MVP. Before I let you go, are there any final thoughts or anything you want to say?
Well, thank you to everyone for organizing this event. It was nice to play and it was simple. So yeah, thanks to my team.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, that was Lacan again. We're going to have the rest of his team here in just a little bit. We'll see you after a short break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. It is time for the award ceremony. We're going to get right into it because I know it's been a long day. I know you guys are waiting to see who are these WaterLAN champions. So, to start off, in the top lane, we have got Sama. And in the jungle, we've got Maddie. In the mid lane, we've got our MVP, Flacon. And for ADC, we have got Miracle. We've got also another ADC. We've got Ricky. And last but not least, the support himself, Alonzo. All right, and with the medals handed out, we can have a couple people up here. Let's get that WaterLAN trophy up here. These are your WaterLAN champions, St. Clair Varsity. Yeah! All right then, I just wanted to give a thanks for everyone watching this stream here. There's been a plethora of people that have made this show what it is, and we couldn't have done it without them. A quick thanks to all the staff of WaterLAN, all the team staff, the players, and all the volunteers that could have made this show possible. And on the other end, there's a bunch of sponsors that really helped us make this show a reality. I just want to give a shout out to WREC, Gamer Advantage, Odyssey Interactive, and Closed Caption Creator. We could not have done it without you. And last but not least, thank you everyone for watching. We really appreciate it. This was just such an amazing WaterLAN 2025 tournament, and we hope to see you again next year.